Call Nurse Jenny by Maggie Ford. Read by Kate Lee. Chapter 1. From her bedroom window, Jenny Ross could look down into Victoria Park Road where she lived. Her mother preferred the back bedroom, which was far quieter. The houses at this end, coming off from the busy Cambridge Heath Road, one of the many arteries serving East London, were modest two-up, two-down homes with tiny gardens at the back, but none at the front. They weren't exactly poor or slummy, being in the better part of Hackney, but they couldn't match the fine houses further along, those that faced or backed onto Victoria Park itself. Some were double-fronted, some three-storied. All had long, if narrow, back gardens, and bottles of lemonade, or to swim at the Lido, costumes tucked under their arms, or to feed the ducks with stale bread, or just to hang around the ornate drinking fountain. Shop owners, bank clerks, all waited on by armies of domestic staff as their basements still bore witness. Now, in 1939, domestic staff were a thing of the past, except for the occasional charlady who lived out and came and went at set times. Vacuum cleaners had taken over, and white vans that collected laundry once a week, returning everything clean and pressed the same day, and dry cleaners for finer clothes. Lipstick poised, Jenny wasn't thinking much about these things. She was thinking more about one particular house, the first one in that row of houses, which she could see well, almost opposite. It too was large, not as large as some of those further along, though fine enough, but in that house lived Matthew Ward, with his mother and father and sister Louise. Jenny had met him through becoming friends with his sister 4 years ago, when she and her mother had first come to live in this area after her father had died. Mumsy, who had leaned on her husband all her life, had been inconsolable. After his death, unable to face living in their house in Approach Road on the other side of the park, it had been decided she and Jenny leave all their painful memories there and move. They hadn't moved far, but it was smaller, more manageable. It was comfortable and held no sad memories, though Jenny suspected Mumsy still carried each and every one of them in her heart like little fetters. But had they not come here, she'd never have met Matthew. He'd been 16 then, and she 15. She thought of Matthew now, how her heart raced every time she saw him. She thought of the looming threat of war, as most people were doing. Barrage balloons were already floating in the breeze on the end of their cables, like fat, floppy, silvery fish. Soldiers were digging trenches in the parks, and anyone with a garden was sinking an Anderson shelter into it. And already children were being evacuated to the country to escape possible air raids. But mostly she thought of Matthew, whether he'd be sent away to fight, if there was a war. For a moment she took her eyes off his house, bathed in the golden light of an August evening, the sun still well above the horizon, so as to make it still seem afternoon. It was no good watching the house forever. No sign of life from there. He must already have gone while she'd been helping Mumsy to clear away the dinner things. Lingering dismay hung heavy inside her, but she doggedly applied her lipstick in the dressing-table mirror all the same. Perhaps she could still make it in time. Her bedside clock stated 7:10, and she was not ready yet. It was a good 10 minutes' walk along the Cambridge Heath Road to St. John's Hall. No good getting a bus, she might have to wait 10 minutes for that. St. John's Friday night dance started at 7:30, but there was no guarantee that Matthew would be there then, though he'd said he would be. She'd met him closing up his father's electrical shop as she got off the bus from Leadenhall Street, where she worked in an accountant's office. He'd grinned at her as she passed, totally unaware how her heart had flipped at the sight of him. "You look a bit hot and bothered, Jen." She hated his shortening of her name. He was the only one among her friends who did. But she smiled. So would you be working in the city? You're lucky. It's been a real baker there today. She'd hastily changed the subject to what had been uppermost in her mind, posing her question as casually as she could. Are you going to the hall tonight? Most of the young people she knew frequented the events St. John's Church put on. Matthew was a helper with the Boys' Brigade, she a Girl Guide lieutenant, and both of them, like most of their friends, would help out at bazaars and church fetes and Sunday school. And there was the Friday dance. Matthew had lifted his broad shoulders in a gesture of doubt. I'll see how I feel come 7 o'clock. Bit too hot for dancing. Might think of going to the Lido for a swim. Did have a date for tonight, Mare Street Regent, but it was only casual. Too hot to sit in the pictures. So that had been that. She'd laughed lightly, nodded and moved off, feeling vaguely sad for the casual date waiting outside the Regent Cinema. Hardly had the thought touched her than she saw the door open. And there he was. Her heart, that a second before had sunk into her very slippers, now rose like a bird. Gaining Cambridge Heath Road, he turned, and Jenny's heart leapt again for joy, in the direction of St. John's. The second he was out of sight, she jumped into action. Reaching blindly for the pillbox hat that went with her blue-flowered summer dress, her unguided fingers caught the small froth of blue net and sent it tumbling to the lino from its already precarious perch on the edge of her dressing-table. Damn! Oh, bloody damn! She burst out. Why was it that the mere sight of him sent her into paroxysms of clumsiness? She, who at work was always known for being so calm and collected. One can always rely on Jenny Ross to cope in a crisis. She'd heard it said more than once, and even derived a certain modest pride from it. Yet coming anywhere near, or even seeing Matthew Ward, was enough to make her no longer mistress of her own actions. And now the mere thought of arriving late for the Friday dance, perhaps to find him gone off elsewhere by the time she arrived, perhaps taking most of her friends with him, sent her into a panic she'd rather no one witnessed. It seemed all the more precious to be near him, these days what with the threat of war and young men talking of joining the territorials. Keen as mustard to have a go if the balloon did go up. Nothing their parents said of the Great War seemed to be making any difference to some of them. And if Matthew joined up, it would be goodbye to her secret joy of being near him. She had no illusions about herself. Even as she crammed the stylish little hat on her head, she tried not to acknowledge the ginger hair, which some called auburn, but which to her could be nothing other than ginger, nor the milky complexion that went with it, typical of those of her colouring. She was well aware of Matthew's preference for dark-haired, petite types. As far as she could see, the hat did nothing for her. She smiled grimly at her reflection in the dressing-table mirror. The raging curls swept severely back from her high forehead into a comb at the nape of her neck. Her wide mouth, her nose, in keeping with her firm, narrow face, very straight. How she would have preferred to have a short, retroussé nose, like that of Jean Summerfield, Matthew's current girlfriend, even though such a one would have looked incongruous on the face her critical green eyes now studied, still centred on Jean Summerfield. "Why?" Louise had said in her blunt, straightforward way. Louise was the type who offended quite a lot of people by her almost epic frankness, rather like her mother, never seeing it as offensive, though people knew where they were with her. Not one to falsely flatter. Also like her mother, one could always rely on the truth with Louise Ward. The way she had said, "Why?" had given Jenny a certain encouragement to open her heart to her. It answered, Louise, still busy unravelling strings of faded triangular pennants, had gone on. I suppose you are tall. What, 5'8"? You've got a nice figure, and there's no... I can't compare with a film star. Hepburn of Hollywood, with her high cheekbones and dancing eyes, was one thing. Jenny Ross, from across, her face warm before the younger girl's shrewd smile. Louise never smirked or grinned. She smiled, as she did then, in a lofty way, the way her mother did, making the reciprocally. She could only appeal to Louise to say nothing to Matthew of what she'd, after all, merely surmised. Now she stared in the mirror, wanting so much to believe Louise's unintentional flattery, but the green eyes beneath the flaming hair merely gazed back in disparagement. Beautiful? Striking? What man, and by what man she knew she meant Matthew, would ever throw himself at her feet? Jenny smiled grimly at her reflection, and, turning from its cruelty, she snatched up her handbag from the bed and hurried downstairs to kiss her mother before leaving the house. She found her on her hands and knees in the kitchen, sleeves rolled to the elbows, one plump arm wearily describing soapy circles on the linoleum with a scrubbing brush. Disbelief sharpened Jenny's tone. "Good God, Mumsy, what on earth are you doing?" The soft, rounded face looked up, downy cheeks flushed from her task, apologetic hazel eyes meeting her daughter's. To Jenny, gazing in horror, she looked much older than her 52 years, as with a tremulous sigh she sank back onto her ankles. "The floor looked a bit smeary, dear. But I washed it all over this morning, Mumsy, before I left for work." Whatever possessed her mother? She was forever pottering around the house, doing things that never needed to be done, often after Jenny herself had done them. He made a mockery of all the help she gave. "I just thought a small wipe over." "With soap and scrubbing brush?" It was hard to mask irritation, only too aware of what lay behind all this. "How can I go out while you're tiring yourself out completely, doing things like this?" It was a way to keep her here, and if she wasn't very careful, it would. "Leave it, Mumsy. Go and rest." Mrs. Ross drew the back of a wet hand limply across her brow. "I do really feel I must. I'm so hot." "I don't wonder." Jenny moderated her tone, understanding, replacing annoyance. 2 years was far too short a span to expect her mother to get over losing Daddy. She herself hadn't quite got over it, but she had a job to go to, lots of diversion, friends in the evenings. Mummy had nothing. The woman next door was as deaf as a post. The young couple on the other side had their parents, brothers and sisters, a host of friends, all of them visiting and in turn to be visited. Too absorbed in their own pursuits and their bowling and tennis and their theatres, to them those in the smaller houses were a world away, seldom encountered for long enough to exchange a word or two. Mumsy was alone, ignoring her as a lodestone attracts iron. Relieving her mother of the scrubbing brush, Jenny tipped the pail of suds down the sink. "Go and sit in the back garden, Mumsy. Take a book with you," she ordered, feeling a pang of sorrow at the feeble ploy to keep her here. "It's still lovely and sunny by the back door." Installed in a deck chair, I went. She was rarely late home, usually 11 at the latest, knowing her mother's dread of being alone, but the regularity of the query irked her a little. "I wish you didn't have to go out, dear. I always go out on Friday night. I suppose you'll be out tomorrow as well. Just swimming, that's all. I'll have the rest of the weekend with you." Mrs. Ross heaved a sigh that said how quickly the weekend would go before she must spend the coming week on her own until Jenny came home of an evening. But before the matter could develop further, Jenny dropped a hasty kiss on the flaccid cheek and went back into the kitchen to mop up the suds on the floor. It hardly seemed worth going out now. Matthew would already be there. What if he'd taken it into his head to go off somewhere else? She'd have no idea where, and without him the dance would go down for her like a soggy bun. She had to at least try. Fraught with anxiety, she called goodbye to her mother and hurried off. Turning into Cambridge Heath Road, she caught her breath in a huge gulp of relief. Jean Summerfield was just in front of her, sauntering along as though she had all the time in the world to spare. Breaking into a run, Jenny caught up with her. "Gosh, I'm glad to see you," she burst, falling into step, already flushed from her short spurt on this hot evening. "I did think I was going to be late. Matthew's already left. You know what he's like. He could go off anywhere without waiting for us." "Oh, he'll wait for me." Jean was a willowy brunette. Looking cool as a cucumber, she turned an extremely pretty oval face to Jenny, her voice a purr of self-assurance. She'd been going out with Matthew for nearly 2 months, a long time for any girl where he was concerned. Jenny wasn't so sure he'd wait. He might be going out with Jean, but he'd been seen on 2 occasions with that blonde Middleton girl from St Anne's Close, a fact Jean shrugged off with affected nonchalance. Jenny reflected that had she been treated like that, she would have given Matthew his marching orders long ago, no matter how it broke her heart. Trouble was, Matthew's dreamy brown eyes hardly ever strayed in her direction. Not in that way, so there'd never be a chance of her putting that valiant promise to the test. "Marie Middleton told me yesterday she'd be there," she remarked, more from the need to move Jean along faster than from any sort of spite. But Jean flicked her a look saturated with venom. "For your information, she's not his sort. He doesn't care for blondes, or redheads for that matter, if you want to know." The dig wasn't lost on Jenny, and she felt ruffled. She was no competition. "I just happened to see him eyeing her at the dance last week, that's all." She found herself rewarded by another glare, the small pretty face with its retroussé nose and bright red lips waspish. "You keep your eyes to yourself. Dennis Cox is your partner. Anyway, Matthew told me he thinks I'm tops, so there." Even so, her stride had quickened. Past the council officers, past the Bethnal Green Children's Museum set back from the road. On their right, a train travelling the viaduct above the shabby shops, filling the air with smoke and a sooty smell. They covered the half-mile to their destination far more quickly than Jenny ever guessed a small-built girl could, and she had to hurry to keep up with Jean, who was rattled. Finally reaching St John's Church at the Salmon and Ball crossroads, they were both hot, Jean's cheeks glowing prettily, Jenny's a fiery flush. In the hall, the pianist, drummer and saxophonist on the tiny stage, with its brown curtains hanging limp and dusty with East End smoke, were still sorting out their arrangements. The hall, with its faded religious prints around the walls and its small grimy windows, echoed with the garbled conversation of young people perched on splintery bentwood chairs waiting for the dance to start. Girls in bright dresses, boys with hair slicked back with Brill-cream, their suits well pressed, jackets already hanging on chairbacks to reveal well-ironed white shirts. Early arrivals had already commandeered the few folding tables on which to put their soft drinks and crisps. Jenny's gaze flicked anxiously to each one, knowing that if Matthew was still here, he would certainly have got himself a table. He had, of course, one of the better tables at the far end of the hall, near the band. Sharing the table were Freddie Perry and Eileen Wilcox, who only had eyes for each other these days, and Dennis Cox. The latecomers were immediately spotted by Matthew, who was instantly up from his seat, beckoning his handsome face alive with welcome as they came over. his lips parting in a wide smile that revealed even white teeth. "Thought you two would never arrive." It was a full-toned voice that reflected a zest for life and the natural impatience of a soul seldom in need of a rest. "We got our drinks before it got busy." He eyed the bar at the far end, with its 2 ladies serving a growing queue. "What would you like?" Jean dropped into the seat he'd vacated, very sure of herself. "God, it's hot. A nice long cool lemonade, darling, large as they can make it." Jenny hesitated, wondering if she should offer to pay for herself or not. She heard him chuckle wickedly. "Come on, Jenny, make up your mind." His well-spoken accent made the playful quip sound flippant. Those living in such as Victoria Park Road tended not to have accents of the East End. Matthew had once said that his mother had been a lady's maid before she'd married. Jenny supposed that the mannerisms of her then upper-class employers must have rubbed off on her, though to her mind Mrs. Ward boasted just too many airs and graces. Not that it bothered Jenny. She was well-spoken too, her family as good as any, and all her friends spoke very much the same, so there was really nothing for his mother to be snobbish about. Thank God Matthew wasn't. He even joked about it, apparently to his mother's face as well as behind her back. Still, the quip took Jenny a little off guard. Her already bright flush deepened. "Can I have a lemonade too?" Her thin inquiry annoyed her. His ringing laugh made her wince. "What makes you think you can't?" It wasn't his fault. She was an idiot. It was being so close to those velvet brown eyes, all briefs under his arm, probably having grown much plumper than he was now. He was still expounding on his future when Matthew returned with 2 glasses of lemonade for the girls and 2 of ginger chairback. The moment the ginger beer was gone, empty glasses would be surreptitiously replenished by the contents of that flask, the same colour as the soft drink. Lots of the boys did it, not enough to get drunk on, but enough to be lively. If St. John's vicar were to know, he'd have a fit. Matthew was lifting a mocking eyebrow at Dennis. "Why don't you give the mouth a rest, Cox, and do some work for your living? There's 2 more drinks on the counter and some crisps. Go and get them for us, eh?" Dennis looked affronted. "See here, I've been sweltering all day in the city." The amiable laugh at his protest provoked even more indignation from him. "Oh, all right for some. All you do is drive about in your dad's van all day. So what happened to that smashing job you were offered at Marconi's when you left college last year? I thought you were going to be big in radio communications or something." If he'd hoped to rattle his opponent, he was disappointed. "Turned it down in the end, old man. Dad shop takes priority. His chest plays him up sometimes, and there's only him to run it. Not getting any younger. And, of course, it'll be yours one day, won't it?" The remark had an insinuating ring to it, and although Matthew's easy grin did not alter, the dark eyes adopted a fractionally harsher glow. "I don't need to prove I've got more brains than you by sweating in some office." "You're just plain lazy," Dennis sneered. "I probably am," the good-humoured returned. "Come on, Cox, get cracking. It's on the counter, all paid for." Slipping into a spare seat beside Jean, he left the peevish Dennis no option but to do as ordered. Eileen and Freddie, lost in each other, hadn't caught the small note of dissension, their hands hidden under the table. Matthew grinned. "Now then, you two. You're in company, remember? There's a time and place for everything, you know." As their hands came back into sight, the pair looking sheepish, he turned his gaze on Jenny. "You look nice tonight, Jenny. Blue suits that hair of yours." The impish grin seemed to her to belie the compliment. "You mean ginger," she corrected, but was halted by an unexpected change in his expression. "Some girls would give their eye teeth for that colour," he said slowly. his scrutiny of her so deep and personal that she felt her cheeks flush and her heart give a leap. But Jean's brittle voice cut in. "Matthew, I'm still waiting for my lemonade." The glass was within arm's reach, but he must have realised it was the only way she could get his attention at this moment, for as he pushed the glass towards her, he treated her to a low meow. Jenny wanted to laugh out loud as Jean tossed her short dark curls in pique, a pout spoiling her pretty face. It was good to know she wasn't alone in getting the raw edge of Matthew's sometimes far too caustic wit. When Dennis returned with the remaining refreshments, vague hostilities faded. The hall was growing uncomfortably hotter by the minute, with so few windows capable of being opened. The band was still warming up, sheet music was being turned, scales on the sax being tentatively tested, the drums tapped at intervals. Dennis turned his attention to studying his already half-drunk ginger beer, eager for the small tot of whisky to liven it up. "What do you think of this Hitler lark, then? I think he'll go into Poland, whatever Chamberlain says. If you ask me," Wilby's tone was airy. "You should, old man. Don't want to sit by too long and get roped into any old thing when they start conscripting. Get in quick, I say. We're all RAF for you too." Dennis was looking at him, waiting for a reply. "It's the only service to be in. Great uniforms." His quarry leaned back in his chair, squinting through the shafts of dust, evaded Dennis's question. But Dennis appeared to have forgotten his own question. "Where's that flask, then? You didn't bring it." "Does it matter?" Matthew grimaced. "Listen, darling, it's a waltz." He was an excellent dancer, as he was excellent at most things, and Jean was aching to show off in his arms. But he continued to frown at the tempo that would have failed to allow him full enjoyment of his skill. "I know." His face brightened on a flash of inspiration. "Why don't we go swimming?" "Swimming?" There was an echo of disbelief from everyone, except the couple still locked in each other's gaze. "Victoria Park Lido. This time of year it's open till late. We could pop home of water," but he agreed, not wanting to appear soft. Matthew regarded the two lovers. "Dash of cold water wouldn't do you two any harm. Fancy going for a swim?" "What?" Matthew's laugh dismissed them. "Right then, it's us four." It was a dash to get swimming costumes and towels, then back to meet at the park gates. Matthew, with one arm around Jean's shoulders, led the way, Jenny and Dennis following behind. The evening belonged to Jenny, with Jean, eager to preserve her Marcel waves, sitting on the side of the pool, just her feet stirring the water as she posed hopefully for Matthew's attention. Dennis, after lowering himself tentatively to his well-fleshed waist in the shallow water, pulled himself out again, shivering with the shock of cold water after the heat outside, then went and sat beside Jean. Matthew was unsympathetic. "Come on, Cox, shut your eyes and jump. There's enough flesh on you to keep you warm on an iceberg." He himself had taken a flying header into the deep end, surfacing among the other swimmers to flick water from his dark hair with a brisk toss of his head, before making it the length of the bath with a fast crawl to confront the shivering Dennis, his taunting laugh echoing over the surrounding treetops above the cries and shouts of the other bathers. Dennis declined to join him, so he swam off again, deftly avoiding those around him. Jenny close behind, matching stroke for stroke, until he hoisted himself out at the far end and made for the diving boards. Treading water, she watched the lean figure appear on the top board, poised, waiting for a clear space below before launching itself off, piercing the surface like an arrow. The skill and grace took her breath away. At the same time, she felt a small sense of foreboding take hold. He took his physical assets, so much for granted. That slim, tireless body, fashioned to perfection. That abundance of health, that quick, alert brain. War was coming, unavoidably. Young men like him would be taken to fight for their country. She'd heard her own father's account of the last war, the trenches, the mud, death from disease, bullets, shells, gas. Men blinded, maimed, the rest of their lives ruined. As a child she'd shuddered from her own imaginings after listening to such talk. Now she shuddered again, seeing perfect bodies reduced to utter wrecks, bodies like Matthew's. She swam slowly now, trying to push away such visions, but they persisted. Men with such bright promise to their lives, so many blessings to look forward to, plucked off the fair tree like it should crumble, than for another already equipped for adversity. With no experience of how cruel this world could be, couldn't Matthew be more stricken than the already ill-fated, should he come face to face with the worst aspects of this world? Jenny pulled her thoughts up sharply. It was this threat of war. It might even yet be averted, and there'd be no more need for morbid reflection. Matthew was climbing the diving board again. This time she turned away, again plunging into her own pool of dejection. War was no respecter of the beautiful face. "Oh, you! She spluttered at him. Dejection swept away. She grabbed for his hair, a move he easily evaded. Together they wrestled, spluttered, yelled, laughed. His hands were cool on her body, his arms strong, hoisting her from the water as the whistle sounded for the Lido to close. Jean was jealous, purposefully ignoring her. No doubt Matthew would kiss her into a better frame of mind when he took her to her door to caress her in a way Jenny could only dream of. But this evening had been hers. She was content, even to the point of allowing Dennis to drop a kiss on her cheek without shrugging him off, but no more than that. They dawdled across the park, taking their time with the air still warm, lounging on a bench, talking, giggling. Matthew bent on petting Jean into a forgiving mood. Then they went on in the crimson glow of this midsummer evening, which promised another fine day tomorrow. Matthew cocked a weather eye at the darkening red streaks, remarking, "Red sky at night, shepherds alight." His humour was whimsical, as always, his mind on the rewards Jean would bestow on him for all the attention he intended to shower on her at her far away. She firmed her lips and shrugged away the thought. Chapter 2. With the metallic voice of Prime Minister Neville Chamberlain fading away, followed by a defiant rendering of God Save the King, Jenny turned her gaze to her mother's face. It was chalk white. Disillusioned, somewhat quavering voice had to say, hardly able to believe its message, no matter that they'd seen it coming for weeks, and especially these last few days, and switched off the radio. Not much we can do, is there? Sit tight, I suppose. Won't be like the last war. Mrs. Ross, still huddled in her armchair, looked like a plump little elf amid the silence that seemed to have closed in around them now the wireless had been turned off. That was the first time ordinary English civilians had ever been bombed. We can expect them to do it again, and this time they'll use gas on us. Why were we issued with those horrible gas masks last year if they didn't think it would be used again against ordinary people? Evil-smelling rubber things. It smells like gas itself. For goodness sake, Mumsy. She tried to be flippant. How would you know how gas smells, except what comes out of the stove? It's all a storm in a teacup. Everyone says that once England has shown her teeth and stopped appeasing him, Hitler will back down. It's a show of strength, that's all," followed by her mother, who had herself into gear at last. She was sure there'd be more alarmist sounds from her, but thankfully she said nothing, going about the task of setting out the teacups and saucers, the clink of china unreal in the odd sort of silence that lay over them. It was far too beautiful a sunny Sunday morning for such news. She was on the fingertips bent against her lips as though to stop their sudden trembling. Jenny with the teapot hanging loose by its handle from her momentarily paralysed fingers. Her flesh had gone cold. The rising goose pimples conveyed an actual sensation. The fear that clutched at Jenny's heart was like cold fingers attempting to restrict its pumping so heavy that it felt as though it were in her throat. It was her mother who first came to life, swinging away from her with a cry, making for the hallway and the front door. She had flung it open before Jenny could collect herself enough to chase after her, catching her halfway down the few stone steps into the street. "No, not that way. We must go into the Anderson shelter." A man's voice was calling to them from across the road. "Over here, into our shelter." It was Mr. Ward, standing at his gate beckoning to them. After a brief hesitation, Jenny took her mother's arm, hurrying her diagonally across the road. It would be far more comforting, and, even though erroneously, it felt safer to be with others, than the two of them all alone in the darkness of the newly built shelter, put in for them by a paid man, having to sit by candlelight with the dank shelter's earth smell all around them. Mr. Ward would never know the relief with which she hurried towards him. He was a tall man, in his early 50s, she reckoned, who must have been an extremely handsome man in his youth, still was, she supposed. He looked very much like Matthew, except that he was very thin and looked drawn. Matthew said his father had received a touch of mustard gas in the last war, leaving him with a slightly weak chest. He seemed a kindly man, and always nodded to her and her mother when passing them in the street. Not like his wife, who, though she would always nod too, left one with a feeling of inferiority. However, Jenny was sure she had no idea of the effect she had on others. She struck Jenny as somehow being older than her husband, though she probably wasn't. It was just her attitude that made her seem so. 30 years ago, one might have called her a handsome woman, and she still carried herself like a duchess. Jenny was sure she had a kind heart for all that, but she'd never felt at ease meeting her in the street. And now she was being asked to enter her home, or at least her Anderson shelter. "We do have our own," she explained as she came up to Mr. Ward. "We had it put in for us last week." He held an arm out as though shepherding them. "Even so, we can't see two women alone down one of them. This is a time for us all to help each other. Come along." They followed him nervously through a narrow side gate into a small, neatly laid-out town garden surrounded by trees and bushes whose dusty leaves screened it from the neighbours' eyes. Mrs. Ward liked privacy. "Will Mrs. Ward mind?" Jenny queried behind him. "Why should she mind? We should all stick together in these times." He sounded so like Matthew. Jenny fell silent as she followed him to the mound at the end of the garden that now covered the raw corrugated iron structure half sunk into the ground, its straight sides and curved top precisely fitted together, the soil already made a little less unsightly by a transplantation of geraniums and Michaelmas daisies. Her own, so far covered only by bare earth, had more the appearance of a wallowing elephant, as it awaited a few plants to disguise its grimly utilitarian purpose. She watched as he handed her mother down the 4 wooden steps to the below ground, then herself. There was a curtain across the square entrance covering a small door already fitted. Hers so far had just a curtain. The door stood open, and as she entered, Mr. Ward let the curtain fall back to its proper position, to shut out any light that might be seen at night by enemy bombers looking for a target. She was amazed at the light there actually was. An electric bulb in the centre of the curved roof, shaded by a small but beautiful orange lampshade, cast a cosy glow. But then Mr. Ward knew all about electricity, didn't he? The interior, measuring 6 foot by 8, was made to seem much narrower by double bunks, lining either side to accommodate this family of 4. At the far end, a small table with a red checkered cloth held a decorative oil lamp. A square mirror propped against the back wall reflected everything back, and a pink brocade curtain partly shielded the back wall for an extra sense of snugness. Thus, a cosy retreat had been fashioned from what could have been an uncomfortable hole in the ground. Even the pervading mustiness of damp earth was allayed somewhat by a large bowl of homemade potpourri beside the lamp. Mrs. Ward was standing by the table, her posture very upright, her expression stiff, the unwilling hostess compelled to receive uninvited guests, which Jenny felt she and her mother must be. They were intruders into this extension of her home, which this musty-smelling underground shelter, with its effort to appear cosy, indeed was. Yet behind the stiffness lay an attempt to hide her fear for the moment, the air raid warning having now faded away to leave an eerie silence outside. "Thank you so much for having us," Mrs. Ross began in a small voice, she too feeling the tension, not just because of this impending air raid. In return she received a wintry smile, but no word of welcome. Jenny stood uncertain, wishing they hadn't accepted Mr. Ward's invitation. In their own damp, half-finished shelter they'd at least have felt at ease, if isolated. She was glad Louise was also there. Crouched forward on a lower bunk so that her head wouldn't knock against the one above her, her arms clasped about her chest in foreboding, Louise looked as though she were making some sort of obeisance at her mother's feet. But there the impression of humility ended. A younger version of her mother in many ways, Louise at 17 bore all the hallmarks of becoming a staid, straight-laced woman by her 40s. Already she had a tendency to bossiness, and certainly a way of managing people, whether they liked it or not. She was, nevertheless, a generous-hearted person, which Jenny imagined she owed to her father, and she found herself liking Louise from the very start. Mumsy said once, when she'd mentioned it, that Louise was like a black widow spider. But Jenny considered Louise's way of calling a spade very commendable, and people could not be held responsible for who they took after at birth. She was heartily glad, though, that Matthew took after his father rather than his mother. "Not made a bad job of it, have we?" Mr. Ward was saying with pride in his voice. "Me and Matthew put it up between us, but the titivating bits his mother did, and a great job she's made of it too, never knowing how long we might have to stay down here if things get really bad." He gestured to the other lower bunk. "Well, sit down then, both of you. Make yourself at home." "Where's Matthew?" Jenny asked as she sat. "Out with a friend, apparently." Mrs. Ward's reply was chilly, sharp, it seemed to Jenny, disapproving of her son's absence at such a perilous time. Jenny fell quiet. She might feel safe here, yet in the chill that had descended she wished she could be anywhere but here. Her mother ventured, "Young people seldom understand," only to be met with more bleak silence, and in this vein the 5 sat facing each other, the Wards on one side, Miss and Mrs. Ross on the other, each with their own thoughts, waiting for the first distant roar from swarms of enemy bombers that they were sure were coming to annihilate them all. Every now and again her mother sighed. "Oh dear." Mr. Ward cleared his throat quite a lot, now and again smiling encouragement at them as they waited. Mrs. Ward's face remained stony. But Jenny noticed how she twisted her hands together at one or two unguarded moments, and despite her own fear that persisted in clutching at her side with people as Jenny and her mother emerged to go back home. She'd never seen Victoria Park Road like this before. Neighbours standing about in groups, discussing where they'd been and what they'd been doing at the moment of the siren sounding, speculating it as having been just a false alarm or not. For Jenny, it was an event she felt she'd never forget, not so much because of the fright as the camaraderie that appeared after it. Also, it had been her first ever glimpse into Matthew's home, at least as near as she imagined she'd ever be to it. A little like between herself and everyone else. Although Matthew hadn't been there, just being in the Ward's Anderson shelter had made Jenny feel closer to him than she'd ever felt before. Everyone had grown closer that Sunday. Men who would hardly have nodded the time of day to each other on their way to business, their privacy a virtual barbed wire fence, now passed on their observations of what the next few months might have in store for everyone. Women from the larger houses were even nodding more often to those in the smaller ones, snobbery, magically, for fares and pinging his ticket machine. Everything was changing. The instant blackout extinguished all light but for the dimmest of bluish light in the buses and trains. London's main road for fear of hundreds being killed at once in an air raid. St John's Girl Guide and Brownie Troop and its Boys' Brigade ceased to meet. Most of the children evacuated away from the East End to the bottled off with their gas masks and their packets of sandwiches for their journey into the safe heart of the countryside. Labels fastened to their coat collars, mothers anxiously watching them go and wondering if they would ever see them again. Witnessing the scenes at Liverpool Street Station and the looks on those mothers' faces as she passed on her way to work, Jenny could almost feel the heaviness of their hearts. It all seems so strange. I can't get used to all this. Mrs. Ross was helping paste strips of gummed brown paper tape in the recommended crisscross pattern on the window panes, supposedly to help stop flying glass from the effect of the bomb blast. It makes the windows look so horrible. She had already complained about the blackout regulations. Their own efforts were still temporary, made with flimsy frames of baton wood and cardboard, with black paper pinned to them, and they draped their shades with thick material instead of the present light curtains that let out a little too much light. Of all the deprivations and inconveniences that had arisen, blackout was the worst. Air raid wardens already knocked on doors, ordering erring occupants in superior tones, "Put out that light!" And a lot of things irked, not the least of them, Jenny calculated, the total change in her social life. With the departure of London's East End children, the young men went off too. Of Jenny's little set, Dennis Cox said goodbye and joined the RAF. He asked if he went to live with relatives in Devon to fulfil a long-standing dream of a cottage by the sea. Jean's going was rather heartening. Although Jenny had never presented any competition for Jean where Matthew was concerned, Jean would nevertheless no longer be around to disconcert her. Freddie, who'd enlisted as a part-time soldier during the Munich crisis before he'd begun going serious, she'd expected him to be the very first to do so, but now she remembered the day when he had hurriedly and so noticeably, at least to her, changed the subject when Dennis had asked what service. She really expected him to apply for a commission by now, Mrs. Ross related to her daughter as she treadled away on her sewing machine, making blackout curtains to replace the black paper that they'd used as an emergency measure. I don't exactly expect it's cowardice, but I'm sure she feels a certain embarrassment about it. She's a person who needs to hold her head up in front of others, but how can she while young Matthew's still hanging around? He must know he'll be called up sooner or later. I imagine he's thinking right now what a pity it was he didn't take that Marconi job, as she'd wanted him to. He would have a reserved occupation by now, and no one to query his remaining at home. Jenny was threading tape through a finished curtain. She let it drop on her lap. "That's unfair, Mumsy." "I don't think so, dear." Mrs. Roth gave an extra push down on the foot treadle and with a final spurt pulled the fabric free on the machine needle, snipping off the cotton. "If you ask me, I think he's quaking in his shoes in case he's called up." "That's not true, Mumsy." "True or not, I think he's being rather silly. He'll end up being pushed into any old thing. Something quite unsavoury, with all the riff-raff, all that education gone to waste. Yes, of course, he is hoping he'll be deferred. It could be, with his father not in good health and needing help with his business, but I think it unlikely. I hear there are some who are applying for deferment and longer to be listening, apparently more anxious to measure her finished work against the upstairs windows. But her taciturn departure left behind waves of doubt pounding in Jenny's breast. What if more of the inner workings of Matthew's mind than anyone? Approaching his mother was unthinkable. His father would probably be very hurt by any reference to his son even being thought suspect. The last church hall, sorting out old brownie uniforms for storing away for the duration. Louise looked up at her approach and smiled, a smile closely resembling that of Mrs. Ward. Can depart hurriedly, aware of Louise looking after her as she went. Chapter 3. September 29th, Friday. Matthew's 21st birthday was 2 days off. He was to have thrown a party on the Saturday in Dennis Cox's home, his own mother declining to open hers to a troop of heavy-footed young people. But Dennis had joined up, and so had most of Matthew's friends. So Jenny saw herself as a poor substitute when she accepted his invitation to help him celebrate his majority with a meal at a tiny restaurant by the Salmon and Ball pub in the Bethnal Green Road. "Why me?" she asked, aware that had Jean still been around, or the Middleton girl, now engaged to a young soldier and had not declined, she would not have been so honoured. "Why not?" he countered, with a flippancy that didn't quite manage to hide a certain despondency in his voice. He was missing everyone, that was certain, and again that insidious suspicion her mother had innocently planted plucked at her. Was he really scared behind that facade he'd put up? She kept telling herself that he must have some honourable reason for rejecting his mother's intentions for him to get himself a commission, but the more she tried to convince herself, the harder it was to believe. What young man would scorn the chance of an officer's uniform? With his education, he'd certainly become an officer. Sitting opposite him at a small table in the restaurant, gas masks in their square boxes hanging on the back of their chairs, she forced herself to smile at him whenever his brown eyes met hers, knowing he was only using her as a bolster on the wine, even ordering a second bottle, only to consume most of it himself. Jenny fingered her liqueur glass of Tia Maria, gazing at the thick, dark liquid in its narrow vessel. Matthew. "Me, I'm having a whale of a time." The remark to her ear loaded with sarcasm, full of the implication that in normal circumstances she'd be his very last idea of a companion, struck at the very core of her being. She could find no reply to him, and felt starkly aware how easily and suddenly adoration can be changed to vague hostility, no matter how temporary, for her heart to be told that it could only be a short while before her secret feelings of love returned. In silence she watched him lift the brandy glass, study the amber liquid, swirling it thickly around the bowl. Bringing it to his lips, he threw back his head, draining it in one gulp and coughing a little against its fiery idea. "It would be a silly idea. You'll spoil your birthday." It's some birthday, he muttered ruefully, taking a long swig. Ignoring the connotation of her being poor company, Jenny opened her handbag and brought out a small oblong package wrapped in coloured paper. She laid it on the table in front of him. "It's not much, I'm afraid." She sounded suddenly like an excited schoolboy, and she forgave him his shortened use of her name, her heart lifting as he had begun tearing off the wrapping with genuine pleasure, as though this was the most important gift he had ever received. It was especially flattering as she knew of the presents he had been given by his family. He had already shown her a monogrammed silver cigarette case from his sister. In fact, Louise had asked Jenny's advice on what to get him. "Matthew smokes," she told Louise. "Why not get him a cigarette case? He hasn't got one." So apparently that was what she'd done. He'd also mentioned getting a couple of £100 in bonds from his grandparents, his father's people, who lived in Finchley in North London. There were apparently no grandparents on his mother's side. Then there'd been the main present, a Ford 8 from his parents, in which he had proudly driven her the half-mile or so to the Salmon and Ball. "Well, open it," Jenny urged, as he paused over the slim blue box she'd given him, now stripped of its colourful wrapping. Carefully he lifted the lid to gaze down at the humble pen and pencil set. "Jenny, that's really nice." She shrugged. "It's just ordinary. I mean, it looks silver, but it isn't really. Expect you already have a set." "No, I haven't." He glanced up, giving her a people. "What obligation?" "Oh..." He heaved a sigh, playing absently with a box of matches put on the table for smokers' convenience. "Doesn't matter. Family business. But thanks, Jenny, for the gift." He reached for his glass. "Anyway, happy birthday, Matthew. May you have many more, God willing." Not waiting for her to lift her own slender glass, he drained his at a gulp, blinked, then grinned across at her. "I think I'll have another." Jenny gnawed at her lip. "No, don't, Matthew." "It's my birthday," he stated truculently, then grinned again. "Good old Libra, that's me, stuck in the balance. Death of summer, birth of darker days. God, I wish I'd been born in spring, years from now." He was talking nonsense. He definitely had in... "Please, Matthew," Jenny hissed, embarrassed. "You mustn't." His frown deepened. "Christ, not you as well." "Me?" "Telling me what to do, making decisions for me, just like my mother. She does that all the time. Louise and I, we just laugh, but sometimes... Time I was allowed to make decisions for myself." "Where's that waiter?" "Ah." The man stood by him, polite yet superior, his elderly face lined and wise, his tone conveying the slightest hint of disapproval. "You ordered another brandy, sir?" "I did," snapped Matthew, but the wind had gone out of his sails. He sat slumped a little as the drink was placed before him. Listless, he pulled out the new cigarette case, offered one to Jenny, which she declined, took one himself, lit it from a gold lighter, a present from an uncle, and drew a deep lungful of smoke. She'd never seen him like this. It was as though she was looking at a totally different person to the buoyant, carefree spirit of only a few weeks earlier. It made her heart lonely. She'll be anxious. At last he spoke. "You too." "What do you mean, me too?" "Parent trouble." "No, not really. It's just that now there's a war on, she worries." But a glimmer of his problem had begun to show itself. She leaned towards him. "Matthew, what's the matter?" "Who says anything's the matter? I'm fine. Couldn't be better. Got my future nicely cut and dry, no worries, nothing, life's grand. Just sit back and let my dear mother do the worrying for me, the arranging, the thinking. Who cares? He cut off abruptly, stared down at his untouched brandy, as though unsure how it came to be there. Then he grimaced and sucked in his breath, pushing the glass from him, and stubbed out his cigarette. Ye gods, Jenny, get me out of here. Gathering up her coat, her handbag, the unsightly square box on its cord, while he paid the bill, she hurried after him, thankful that he seemed to be walking from the restaurant more steadily than she dared to hope. But once outside, on the pavement, the air hit him and he swayed. She took his arm firmly. You can't drive back in this state. It's only a mile. It's so dark, you'll have us hitting a lamp-post. We could walk, I've got my torch, so long as we don't collide with a wall of sandbags. She tried to make a joke of the sandbags surrounding the council offices. You can get your car tomorrow. You must clear your head before you get home. Must? She realised she'd probably sounded slightly domineering. His earlier words spoken against his mother's efforts to sort out his future ought to have warned her. She hurried to repair the damage, giving a light laugh. Your mother will hit the roof if she sees you. You'll never hear the last of it. You can say that again. He chuckled too, his tenseness easing a little as, falling silent, he leaned on her, letting her guide him. Neither spoke as they negotiated the quiet crossroads under the railway bridge. It was darker than she'd anticipated after the restaurant lights, dim as they'd been. Not a chink of light shone anywhere. Jenny's small torch, itself covered by black sticky paper with just 2 tiny holes cut in it, gave hardly a beam, and they needed to walk slowly, cautiously, in case they bumped into something hard like a pillar box or a lamppost. None of them lit, all of them obsolete. The pole of the sky these days was dead black from horizon to horizon, as no one in town had ever seen it. Stars looked as large and bright as sequins, and the Milky Way stood out like a solid path of frozen mist in the enveloping silence up there. "Isn't it beautiful?" Jenny breathed, glancing upwards in wonder at it as they felt their way along. Time stretched out in silence between them. They judged that soon they would come upon that unevenly built wall of sandbags round the council chambers, so she moved even slower. Suddenly Matthew came to an abrupt halt, dragging on her arm. "What is it?" She heard his sigh. It's not been a very successful evening, has it?" There was a slur to his words, which she tried to ignore, and she attempted, "Of course, you know why." Again that sarcastic ring, but at whom she did not know. "I don't think I do." "Yes, you do. Turned down, didn't I? And now everyone thinks I'm scared to join up, yellow, because I've not made any move to do anything. I can see it in their faces. I can see it in yours." "Not mine, Matthew. I don't think that." But she did think that, had battled with her conscience, tried to ignore the thoughts that assailed her. It had to show in her face, in her voice. "You're making me feel very unhappy." "I'm sorry." She wasn't sure if the apology was genuine or spoken in anger. "Seems it's the fashion." While Jenny waited, then quietly, as though ashamed of himself, he said, "Someone I can trust. I trust you, Jenny, above anyone else I know. I trust there being no light anywhere." It felt as though they were the only 2 people in the whole world. East London was preparing for sleep. No buses, no vehicles of any kind drove past them, just a low hum, of which she was only just aware, could be heard, so low it was, of some distant flicker of life in this darkened city. Silence. The silence of a metropolis, waiting for that something it knew would happen eventually. She shivered, not from cold, but feel this fear of the dark, this ominous dark, with its low distant rumbling, like the warning of a storm yet to break, but still unseen. And again she shivered. Matthew's voice made her jump, even though it was so low that had a breeze ruffled the still air, she would have missed his words. All my life. He paused as though thinking about it, then began again. All my life. Louise and I have been nursed along, protected, pampered. Our parents have always been there to fight our battles, solve our problems, especially my mother. And I've just begun to realise the harm it's done. It's like being smothered by a blanket, warm and safe, but, well, soft as he became lost in his thoughts, while Jenny stood by not knowing what to say. He began to talk again. This war, it seemed my chance to get away without making inquiries to get me into some officer cadet training unit or other. I don't know what she had in her mind or thought she could do. I've not been listening that much. Jenny found her voice. Can't you explain to her how you feel? Explain? His voice was still slurred. Don't think she'd understand. Only here's what she wants to hear. Different for Louise. She's a girl. She's naturally happy to cling to her mother. But me, a boy in a world of men, and it's shaken me. I decided I wouldn't sign on under her rules, thinking she can sort it all out for me. I'm going to wait till I'm called up, take my chances. That could be rough on you, Jenny said. You'd just be in the ranks. Exactly. I want to rough it. Start from the first rung for a change on my own. If I get a couple of stripes, it'll be on my own merit. If I get as far as a commission, it'll be my doing. I probably will get... God, I feel sick. In sudden urgency, he leaned towards the curb and retched quietly. You see, Mumsy, Jenny cried first thing next morning at breakfast, after relating Matthew's explanation for not apparently leaping headlong into the forces, her faith in his intentions now unshakable. He isn't a coward. He simply wants to... He'll learn to adapt, like most people do, when there's no going back. I'm sure we'll be seeing a side of Matthew no one ever saw before. Well, we shall see, I suppose. Yes, we shall. Even returning home, Jenny opened the door to a knock. There he stood, one leather-gloved hand clutching a small suitcase, his overcoat collar turned up against the chill wind, the well-cut suit beneath soon to be exchanged for the rough khaki of a private in the Royal Court of Signals. His smile was wide, his long, narrow eyes bright. He looked as though he'd been given a birthday present. Thought I'd pop over to say cheerio. Not knowing what to say, all she said was, Come in out of the cold for a second, and all but dragged him across the doorstep as her mother came from the living room to wish him well and invite him to come and sit by the fire for a moment. It's warm in there, Matthew. There's such a draught from the door. No thanks, Mrs. Ross, he said, as Jenny dutifully closed the door a little. Got a train to catch. Just thought I'd say a quick goodbye to Jenny. Despite the miserable feeling inside her at Matthew, expected the feeling she had for Matthew. If she did, she'd never betrayed it. Alone with him, she still couldn't come up with anything wise or clever to say. So, they were off then. It was the only thing she could find, obvious, inane, feeble, betraying nothing of the desolation churning in the pit of her stomach. Yes. Hoping with useless hope. Well, I would, wouldn't I? Aye, because it's you, my best friend. It wrung her heart. She would always be his best friend. No more than that. That was obvious now. "I'll miss you, Matthew," was all she could find to say. A catch in her throat that she hadn't wanted to be there, to her annoyance quite audible. On impulse, she reached up and touched his smooth cheek. Then, with the same spontaneity, leaned forward and planted a kiss where her hand had momentarily touched. The flesh felt cold from the biting wind outside, but the spicy fragrance of his skin warmly filled her nostrils. She stood back, alarmed by her own temerity. For fear of ridicule, she'd never before dared kiss him. What would he think now? "Take care of yourself, won't you?" she heard herself say. His smile was not at all taunting. "Don't worry, I will." Some of her composure returned. "I'm glad you got your own way in the end." "Don't know about that," he laughed. The laugh light and confident in a way she'd never heard before. Before, it had always been touched by a tinge of defiance. "It's up to me now to prove myself," a premonition, dread, so light that it went as quickly as it came. His was a charmed life, bright, with promise. He'd be all right. People like him always were. Her waist, pulling her gently towards him. Then he kissed her full on the mouth. It was a long, lingering kiss, revealing the passionate core of him that she'd always imagined, yet thought she would never be invited to probe. Even now she knew it came purely from regret at leaving a dear friend, or perhaps from his trepidation at the unknown into which he was about to step, but no more than that. Curiously dizzy, she felt herself put gently from him. When she spoke, she was annoyed to find that her voice shook. His hand, unaware of anything behind her candid grey-green eyes but what she knew she dared convey, a friendly regret of his going. Yet, oh, how she wished it possible to show him how she truly felt as he took the offered hand, the cool, slim fingers closing over hers in a firm and steady grip that had the essence of real friendship in it, and full. If they ever do. But whatever happens, Jenny, I want you to know that you'll always be one of my nicer memories. Perhaps we could keep in hand was keeping a tight hold. Perhaps that was why he didn't turn and wave, she thought, as she stood watching him going out of her life. Whether his own family had stood at the door to see him go on his way, she had no idea. Her eyes had become too misted to see that far, which she blamed on tears caused by the bitter wind. She couldn't recall when she'd cried last, apart from when her father died, of course. She wasn't really crying now, except that the wind touched a little colder against a small part of her cheek where a rivulet had begun to trickle down, as finally she turned and came back into the house. Chapter 4. A few weeks later, as promised, came a letter from Matthew, from Catterick in Yorkshire, full of his traumatic introduction to the regimental sergeant-major, to his platoon sergeant, to square-bashing, and to evil food and hard beds. Slowly getting to be a proper soldier, in hot water all the time, uniform fits where it touches. The chaps in my hut took the mickey out of my accent at first. Never knew I had one. Said I sounded a bloody snob, their words, and damned arrogant, which I didn't like very much. They started to call me college boy, but after I had a set to with one of them and duffed him up and got 7 days CB, not college boy, but confined to barracks, they've started calling me Matt, and sometimes Wardy after my surname, because of another Matthew in the platoon. So I suppose being called that must stand for something. They're not a bad bunch once you get to know them. I still can't get used to being bawled at. There were 2 pages of cheerful grousing. He seemed quite genuinely happy, a vastly different man to the one who had said goodbye to her that day. If anything, he seemed happier than he'd been in his carefree days before war had broken out, despite the restrictions of army life. Jenny could only think poetically of a bird released. He'd concluded his letter by writing that he was off down the local with a few mates for a couple of jars. Jenny wrote back, heartened by his writing to her, but he did not reply. In his usual careless fashion, he'd written as promised and had already forgotten her. She could imagine him skipping through her reply, thinking he'd answer it when he had time, but with his thoughts on other things, he'd probably put it away and lost track of it. His promise pushed further back into the corner of his mind, eventually to die altogether. Taking what struck her as an obvious hint, she didn't write again, so that the only news she gleaned of him was what filtered through from his mother to others, and thence now and again to her mother. The only one left at home out of the old crowd she'd once gone about with, Jenny began to experience a very real dread of being tied to her home forever, staying in night after work, keeping her mother company through the long, dreary winter days stretching ahead. Her whole life had become dreary. Coming home on slow buses in the blue glow that enabled the conductor to see the coins he was given. Masked headlamps just penetrating a Stygian winter evening, although street lamps gave out a tiny downward pinprick of light with the slight relaxing of blackout regulations, now that no air raid seemed forthcoming, all made for a miserable existence. There was no point her going out for an evening. The West End was no longer lit up like a Christmas tree, and although cinemas, theatres, dance halls and restaurants had all reopened, football stadiums followed suit. What fun could there be had going anywhere alone? Even Matthew's sister had gone away to stay with relatives in Surrey. True, Jenny was again helping run the Girl Guides, the Vicar of St. John's having restarted all its groups, but it wasn't the same anymore. There now seemed just her and Mumsy, the two of them even spending Christmas alone. She nurtured wild thoughts of joining one of the women's services. Anything to escape this purposeless role of companion to a parent who was prone to seeing herself as already approaching old age. Sympathise with her as she did, Jenny longed for something to give her life meaning. To be somewhere where she didn't have to make understanding noises or give her mother comforting pats on the hand. It was unkind to think like that, but she couldn't help it. Everyone was off somewhere. She alone was stuck at home. But when it came down to brass tacks, how could she be so cruel as to desert Mumsy, who'd always had a need to lean on her, just as she'd leaned on her husband? Yet were circumstances to call on her to stand on her own 2 feet, Mumsy might well surprise everyone by coping admirably, as people often do when forced to battle alone. She was slowly coming to know the dilemma that had faced Matthew, but it was her mother who solved her problem quite by chance. "I wish you didn't have to work in the city," she said towards the end of May. "What if they do start bombing London?" The papers had reported an air raid on industrial Middlesbrough, and earlier that month bombs had been dropped near Canterbury, without casualties, but too near for comfort. She was alarmed for her daughter's safety. "Perhaps you could find yourself something local, away from the city." Something local, and be even more at her mother's beck and call? Again came that desire to escape. "I really should be thinking of doing something towards helping the war effort," she ventured, immediately crushed by the alarm on her mother's face. "You mean war work? Oh, no, dear, you couldn't go working in a factory, not a nice brought-up girl like you." "Lots of nicely brought-up young girls are doing heavy, dirty jobs. I don't see why I should be any different." She thought again of Matthew, her heart going out to him for that time of his dilemma. But again it was her mother, mind working on possible ways to have her daughter closer to home, who came to the rescue. "I was wondering, dear, perhaps you're right about helping with the war effort. What if you applied for a job in some local hospital? They're crying out for help. There's the Chest Hospital just the other side of the park. All in the open air. You could go along there and make enquiries." With mixed feelings, just to appease her else. The middle-aged, prim-faced woman, who had probably never seen any other application to her shiny, well-scrubbed cheeks than soap, looked up at Jenny from her desk, her gaze full of disparagement. "I'm afraid there are no places at the moment for untrained girls. If you care to register in the proper manner, you can go to a training hospital if you seriously wish to become a nurse." She hadn't thought for a second of becoming a nurse. All she'd come for was a job near her home. The woman seemed to glare at her. "If you're looking for romance and excitement, young lady, you'll be sadly disillusioned. This is a demanding profession, physically, mentally, suited only for the most dedicated women, and entailing sheer, hard slog and long hours for precious little reward other than the satisfaction of seeing a patient recover under quiet, efficient, selfless nursing." "That's all the reward one needs," Jenny said, without thinking, carried along on the woman's zeal. She saw the thin lips compress at her audacity in adding her opinion. "All too often it is not. After giving oneself and that she was bidding goodbye to a tearful parent to commence training at a hospital in the heart of Hampshire. She had escaped. "I don't think another having it right up your nose. I think I'd sooner have joined the wax than this." "What, with bombs dropping all over the place round London?" The girl was a Londoner and had been glad to be here in Hampshire. Sooner or later, London would become a target, and you could be stuck with a searchlight unit. That's what they go for first, you know, searchlights. I'd sooner be here and safe, with all the slops and bedpans for all the hard work we have to do. All too soon, after being sent to Hampshire, Jenny had discovered what real mental exhaustion was, as she strove to absorb what the demonstrators and lecturers were telling her. Her ankles had ached from endlessly bed-making, scrubbing miles of floor, interminable polishing of bed springs, and scouring what seemed like millions of metal bedpans until they shone again after being emptied down the sluice. But for all the headaches, trying to cram 6 months' training into 6 weeks, a wartime necessary that would eventually form her cap. At least once she'd mastered the technique of folding it correctly so that the pinched pleats lay flat enough not to flap about over the crown of her head like some wayward seagull. Like a true nurse, she worked hard to aspire to the art of moving swiftly yet quietly. But with all that quantity of starch, quietly was virtually an impossibility. Her starched uniform heralded her approach with all the subtlety of an oncoming express train. There was scant opportunity for going home, chunk out of one's day off. Such a thing as a whole weekend off hardly existed. And after working 12 hours at a stretch, she was only too glad to live in, falling into bed utterly exhausted to sleep away her day off. With the beautiful early summer of 1940, she spent many a free day in the corner of some field with a friend or two. She was amazed at the change in him. In one short year, he'd become more broad-shouldered, more steady-eyed. He looked taller, older, yet the ring of devilment still echoed in his debonair appearance, and on his sleeve he bore the twin stripes of a corporal. He was making it there, Jenny thought, with a small leap of pride in her heart for him, his own way. "Not yet an officer, I see," she said with a brave attempt at flippancy, and he gave her a grin, crooked and rueful. "My CEO suggested I put him for it. Went up before the selection board and got cheesed off with the stupid questions they asked. Afraid I got a bit bullshit with some silly arse of a psychiatrist there and they chucked me out. Not literally, but, well, turned me down, at least for the time being. This new person, did it pull at her heartstrings for the boy he once had been? It didn't pull at her own, that was certain, except to make her heart swell with pride and love for this man who stood chatting lightly without a care in the world because he'd been able to surmount each obstacle as it had come his way. "I expect the selection board will have another bash at me before long," he was saying. "The CO was damn disappointed, God knows why. Me! Not sure I want to bother now. I've got a great crowd of mates, and just now we're too busy playing soldiers on some godforsaken Yorkshire moor for me to worry just yet about trying to become an officer." "What do you do?" she asked. For an answer he placed a finger against his lips in a playful gesture. "Careless talk costs lives. Really, we just muck about in a field with walkie-talkies, practice radio relay, get wet and tired and lost, usually end up in the right place eventually, then all go back to the schoolroom to learn where we all went wrong. Then we all go off to the pub and forget it. It really is a load of old bull. I don't think any of us will bother to take it in, except enough to keep our sergeant happy. Don't know as I want to start seriously studying again, just to be an officer. Had enough of that at college." He paused to regard her closely. "What about you? I bet you do enough of it. Nurse, eh? Always thought you were cut out to be something like that. I think that's why I admired you so much, Jenny. Got anyone in tow yet? Some handsome young doctor?" There was a look in his eye that made a spark of hope leap inside her. "No one at the moment," she said, smiling. Then she said something utterly stupid before she could stop herself. "I don't have time." "Me too," he gave a low chuckle. Had she disappointed him? Having too good a war to get roped in. Women tell you too much what and what not to do. I'm free for the time being, but you never know, do you?" He broke off and on a sudden thought crooked his arm and tugged back the sleeve of his overcoat to glance down at his wristwatch. The gold one, which he had told her last year had been given him by his father's sister for his 21st. "Gee gods! Got to go, Jenny. If I miss my connection, I'll get put on charge for being late. Cheerio, then. Take care of yourself." "You too." Dismally she was aware she had blown the one chance she might have had of his asking her out for a date, or even if he could write to her. On sheer impulse, born out of desperation, she leaned forward and laid a kiss full on his lips. Expecting him to pull away, she was surprised by his arm coming around her, the kiss being held, and it was she who broke away in a fluster, taken off guard by the strength of his lips on hers, there in the street. "Like you said," she burst out idiotically, "you'll be late?" He nodded, seeming to gather his wits. "Yes, I will. I'll write to you, Jenny." He seemed so tremendously happy as he went on his way. Rosy from his promise, the pressure of his lips still felt on hers, while her own foolish confusion mocked her. She watched him go, shouldering his small pack, his step jaunty. War hadn't touched him at all. The terrible events of Dunkirk, the desperate men with their backs to the sea until the armada of small boats had come to their rescue, had passed him by. If anything, she had seen more of conflict than he. A fleeting vision of her part in it passed through her mind. Days and weeks compressed into seconds as she watched Matthew's departing figure. A once quiet, smoothly running hospital suddenly filled with a consignment of casualties from those beaches. A first-year student nurse thrown into the deep end, trying to cope with a picture of defeat. The exhausted, the filthy, the torn bodies. Her first-ever experience of war at its most vicious. All the worse because her life as a student nurse only the previous day had been so sedate. Surrounded by that upheaval, she had cooked porridge, cut mounds of bread and butter, helped undress those who passed out into sleep the moment they were left alone, sometimes just where they stood. She had washed the careless wave. She waved back and smiled. No ghosts of dead and dying comrades, no splattered bodies and shattered limbs haunted his vision. He had continued, as he'd said, to play at soldiers in the safe environments of a Yorkshire moor. Pray God, Jenny thought, as she waved, heartened by his promise to write to her, that there would never be need. She had always presented she had been in love with him. That kiss had proved it. But even then she had broken away before it had had chance to develop, becoming all formal again. Her nurse's navy blue coat had suited her colouring. Hair burnished to old gold by August sunshine still flared despite being drawn into a neat roll behind her ears. It made her look pretty, really. He'd never noticed before. Probably the uniform. Not as leggy as he'd once thought her, not so overwhelmingly and always ready to help everyone. That had always been her trouble. She'd seemed more at ease. She'd make someone a wonderful wife one day. The thought brought an unexpected pang deep inside him. Bloody more. He found himself wanting to find out, thinking about her life. Yes, when this bloody training allowed him a moment to himself, he would write. Mingham. With all the excitement that went with it, writing to Jenny had to be put to one side. That week he had a lot to do, settling in, and the following Saturday, when he and a few mates wangled an evening there, the group split up to find their own way to whatever part of the city they sought for a few hours' pleasure. Matthew found a dance hall near the town centre. Obviously popular, it was packed, the floor crammed with couples, girls in bright dresses, men in uniform, a tight, kaleidoscopic mass gyrating slowly to a strict tempo waltz by a top-quality band. We'll slope off then, see what talent there is. Once the last two mates with him moved away, Matthew found himself alone, already losing interest. See you later, he muttered to himself, for they'd already melted into the crowd. He didn't know why he felt so despondent. Jenny crossed his mind briefly, though why he couldn't say. She'd never excelled. The way they were leaning away from each other, not talking, conveyed that she might not be with the Marine for much longer. Matthew took heart, began to feel better. She'd do. Found anyone yet, Matt? Dave, one of his mates, was back, himself still looking for a likely partner. Matthew nodded towards the girl and drew a knowing chuckle from Dave as he followed the direction. Lighting a cigarette, he leaned against one of the pillars at the entrance to the large hall and inhaled slowly. He needed to summon up some sense of nonchalance and, surrounded by steady or merely casual, and act accordingly. But that pale oval face set in a mass of luxurious dark hair that even from here contrasted startlingly against the simple yellow dress she wore, brought an odd trepidation that he could not shake off. Suddenly it seemed very important that he should. Jenny, with her fiery hair and her straightforward manner, faded a little as he began his slow walk towards the girl with the Marine. As if sensing his approach, hardly had he taken half a dozen steps than the girl turned her head towards him and walked the last few paces as nonchalantly as he could. It was the fate of all, faced with the prospect of asking the girl of their choice for a dance, especially if she struck them as ravishing. Relief, the blonde danced well, conscious of the eyes of the dark-haired girl following his progress. He couldn't have borne someone who might have hampered his steps. "You're ever such a good dancer," came the light words whispered into his ear, to which he nodded absently. He had no need to be told he was a good dancer. He'd always gained pleasure from it, from being watched stretching his talents to the full. It had become imperative to put his present partner through every intricate movement of the quick-step he knew, so that those dark eyes watching him would know he was came as something of a relief. Escorting the blonde back to her seat, he made for the bar and the safety of those hovering males who, despite the romance of their various uniforms, hadn't yet felt inclined to leave their kind and ask for dancers, and couples having already found a partner for the evening, perhaps, he grinned. For life. Yet for all the press of people, he could still... For the past half hour, the dark-haired girl had sat out through dance after dance, feet tapping under the table as she watched the couples, uniforms and dresses melting together. Health and a small port and lemon for her. He hadn't moved out of his seat the entire evening. He'd cut such a dashing figure in his dark blue Marines uniform when she'd first met him last week. Tall, broad, the briefest scarring on his face from an old outbreak of acne, giving it a certain rugged look. She'd felt proud to be on his arm. They'd gone to the pictures, the cheapest seats, but he'd explained he hadn't drawn his pay yet, and she was ready to forgive him. He'd asked to see her again, but this evening, instead of his gorgeous dress uniform, he'd turned up in this horrid khaki thing, with a strong stomach for unsightly things like suppurating pimples or nasty-looking cuts and bruises. Any physical defect aroused squeamish sensations. Just as well, she thought, watching the dancers, that he hadn't taken her onto that floor. Being so close to those yellow-headed pimples would have made her positively sick. Most certainly there'd be no good-night kiss. That's if she could get out of his taking her home at all. Already she was rehearsing a polite farewell, this date definitely their last. The previous waltz had been in full swing. The lights dimmed, the faceted crystal orb in the centre of the ceiling flicking sensuous rainbow flecks over the dancers. Suddenly she'd felt an inexplicable compulsion to turn her eyes towards the hall entrance. Among the slick RAF uniforms, the rakish, body-hugging navy blue, the officer's smooth attire, the soldier's khaki battle dress was unspectacular. The man it clothed, however, made it look as superior as an officer's, as he leaned with casual grace against one of the dance hall's pillars. She saw him reach into his breast pocket, extract a cigarette case. With growing interest, watched him light a cigarette, his head bent for a moment over the flame. It was then he looked at her directly, just as she was sure he'd done so earlier, which had caused in her that odd need to turn. It was as though he had actually spoken to her. When their gaze met across the clearing dance floor, she looked quickly away, filled with embarrassment. The band had struck up with a quick step. The man by the entrance stubbed out his cigarette and began walking towards her, making her heart stop to pound against her ribs with excited anticipation. But as she composed herself to rise casually at his invitation to dance, ignoring her Marine, the soldier had paused just a few steps away, bending towards a common blonde in a red dress sitting nearby. Seconds later, he had whisked her away. Pique had replaced embarrassment. How dare he? Susan watched him move with supple grace across the filling dance floor with the girl, looking quickly away every time he glanced briefly in her direction. But she didn't miss his expression. What was it? Appraisal? Amusement? Taunting, perhaps? When the quick step ended with a final flourishing crash of cymbals and a flamboyant twirl of female partners, she pretended not to look as he conducted the blonde back to her friends. But at least, instead of lingering, the soldier turned and sauntered away to the bar. In that instant, Susan Hopkins made her decision. "Oh, look!" she burst out to the practically lifeless Jack. "I've just seen a friend of mine. Must pop over and have a word. Won't be a tick." Giving him no time to reply, she was off, skirting the vacated dance floor, timing it perfectly so as to collide with her quarry as if by accident. It worked, even if in the process she trod on his foot, something she'd not planned, almost taking herself off balance. He laughed, taking stock of her diminutive figure. "I don't think you've broken any toes." "Oh, I'm so glad." She was instantly conscious of her Birmingham accent. Why did she feel he was mocking her? If it hadn't been for that look that had flicked past his eyes, she'd have walked away by now. She had to put up some resistance so as not to look cheap. He mustn't think she'd engineered this meeting. "Not with you," she said, trying to appear in control. "Remember, it was you that got in touch with me first, to coin a phrase," he laughed. He did think she'd engineered it all. "Well, you went. Do you care to dance?" He gave an explosive laugh as she tossed her head in sulky refusal. "Ye gods, how kaleidoscopic can you get?" She wasn't sure what that meant, but it didn't sound very flattering, and in a huff she swung away. He caught her arm lightly. "It's a foxtrot. The best dance there is. Even better than a tango. You foxtrot?" She loved nothing more. Moreover, he seemed to her so like a young boy in his own delight, as it were. She followed his long steps without faltering, each change of direction, each smooth turn, each measured pause. He was so easy to dance with. It was as though they were one person. He didn't speak, seemed conscious only of the variety of moves, practically turning them into an exhibition with not too many on the floor for this rather specialised number. Unlike the popular easy-to-do waltz that always filled the floor to crush proportions. At first she felt uncomfortably conscious of being seen so on display, especially by her former companion. But there was no need to. It came as she had hoped. "Do you fancy a drink?" Susan thought quickly. "Have to get my handbag first. I left it on the table. I could see you at the bar, asked me to see her home afterwards," she told her Marine with a play at urgency as he looked up with an apathetic grin. "She's frightened of going home on her own. Hope you don't mind. I'm sorry about that." There was little he could do as she whisked up her handbag. After all, he was only a casual date, a one-evening date. No doubt he'd slide off and find himself someone else and no harm done. "I've been a bit woozy-like a couple of times." He produced his cigarette case and flipped it open towards her. She regarded it with admiration as she shook her head. That had jammed the floor to suffocation. It was the bar that was now crowded, the babble deafening. But between her and her new partner, an awkward silence had fallen, threatening to drag on if she didn't find something to say soon. She gazed about, racking her brain and sipping her drink far too quickly. It was he who broke the hiatus. She saw his lips move, but announcing her name in full above the din helped make it clearer. Quite audibly, in one of those odd pauses that can occur in the midst of a dozen conversations, she heard him repeat her name, savouring it as though he thought it the finest in the world. Had it been Cleopatra, it could not have sounded more romantic to her ears the way he pronounced it. She looked up at him, shouting over a new wave of babble. "What's yours?" For a moment she thought he hadn't heard. His head tilted slightly as though considering her. Then, with a glance around the crush of people, he grimaced. "I've had enough of this. Shall we get outside of here? Go for a walk?" Just catching the words, not knowing what to say, she nodded. He shouldered his way through the crowd to place her glass together with his own on the bar. Then he was back, tilting his head at her, and she could only follow him, an odd excitement taking hold close to her companion. "You've not yet told me your name," she reminded him, as they took their first few steps, slow and measured in the fitful light of the tiny hand torch she produced from her handbag. The reminder was whispered, for their surroundings seemed to demand muted voices, muted sounds. "Do you want—" My mother would have a fit if she heard. She's always insisted on me being called Matthew. She's a stickler for respectability and... The tale, bordering upon tongue-in-cheek, was interrupted. "Damned stupid blackout," Matthew was saying. "Nothing happened, and they black everything out. When there's a raid, they light everything up, switch on all the searchlights, better places than the Trock. One's sister, Louise, reminds me of our mother." It seemed he said it a little too tersely for comfort, and she hurried to put some lightness back in their conversation. Nasty moments, like nasty cuts, even small ones, unnerved her, made her shudder. There were plenty of arguments in her house, but she was used to them. 3 brothers. It must be funny having a whole bedroom to yourself, sort of lonely-like. This she said with a small pang of sadness for him. Perhaps it was the way he had said "one sister," as though he regretted not having a brother or something. She'd always been told that only children were lonely children, and 2 wasn't much more than 1. He and his sister were the product of a crowded family. The spell had been broken. "It must be nearly 11. She ploughed on, hating herself, the way she spoke, the way she acted. She'd ruined the evening for herself. "It's the air raids we've been having." The accent fell on the G. He didn't sound his at all. The ing, soft and alluring. She could in fact walk home from here, which appeared now to be what she was going to do. Only walking distance. That damn G again. "Walking," she said in her head. "Walking. I sometimes catch a bus if it's raining," she finished aloud, forgetting again. "Well, it's not raining, so may I walk you home?" "Road, I can go from there, but you don't have to." She had suddenly remembered what her turning would present to him. No doubt he came from a posh part of the south. "Don't you have to be getting back to where you're stationed?" "I've enough time to see you home, I'm sure." How beautifully he spoke, his tones soft, seductive. He took her arm. "I'll let you show me the way." And she hoped, the picture of the road where she lived fading into obscurity, he'd kiss her good night and ask to see her again. Oh, please, God, let him. Chapter 6. It took ages to get to sleep for thinking about her evening's success. Lying in bed in the cramped little bedroom she shared with her 2 younger sisters at the top of the house, she tried to imagine the world Matthew had described to her as he walked her home. How different it was. The bedroom he had all to himself sounded as though it could swallow this one twice over and still have space to spare. Hers, measuring 4 long paces each way, held her single bed and 1 3.5-foot wide for Beryl and June. Hers stood tight against the window. One drawer, or the door to the wardrobe, could be opened fully because the beds got in the way. What couldn't be got into drawers or wardrobe went under the bed. Every morning in this room resembled a public jumble sale, all 3 girls squeezing past each other to dress. The only wash basin was downstairs, by the back door in a tiny recess. It meant moving aside to let pass anyone wanting the toilet, which stood in a block of 6 in the communal backyard. It all made for hot tempers when 3 boys, 3 girls and 2 adults were trying to manoeuvre around each other to go their separate ways for the day. Their father, moreover, did not look kindly on a girl trying to put on her makeup when he wanted to get to the mirror to shave. Across from her bedroom was the room, even smaller, of her 3 younger brothers, still just boys. Below theirs was her parents' bedroom, below that the living room, with an area at one end for cooking. This, their only family room, had 5 doors. One for the recess where they washed, one for the cellar, one to the yard, a fourth to the street was never used because of a settee in the way. The back door served as the only exit in this place, the last leading to the stairs winding up to the upper rooms. This was her home, each room atop the other. But for the block of exactly similarly designed houses on either side, each propping the other up like something built from a pack of playing cards, Susan was sure it would have fallen over. Built at the turn of the century for factory workers, the houses were dark, dingy, featureless, all looking as if they'd been accidentally leaned on at some time by a careless giant who had concertinaed them, squeezing them upwards like toothpaste from a tube. She'd never considered her home this way before. She'd been born there. All her friends lived in similar places. Some day, when she married, she'd expected to move into something much like them. But tonight, she had peeped into an environment MacLeod had described as they walked home, and now she saw these surroundings hung on the back door. Her lav was one of a block of 6 in the communal yard, with doors so warped anyone emptying rubbish in the dustbins alongside could peep through if they felt that nosy. The door opening, then closing, gave a little shake to the house. Her mother was coming in from the Red Lion at the end of the street, where she was barmaid 5 evenings a week. Soon came the whistling of the kettle, rising wearily, mounting the stairs. The bedroom door below scraped over the lino, then scraped again as it closed. Complaining bed springs. The intermittent cough ceased. The springs squeaked afresh as Jack Hopkins humped himself over his wife. After urgent whisperings and a giggle, the springs were soon going like a park seesaw, her mother's mounting joy evident. Then, after a while, silence. Later came heavy snoring. There were no secrets in this house. Outside sounded the small noises of the night of a solitary lorry, perhaps an army truck, passing a few streets away on its way through the city towards some barracks or other. She thought of Matthew, probably asleep in his. Dreaming of her? Or was she forgotten? She didn't think so. He'd asked her for a kiss on the corner of her street, hadn't taken it as his right, but had asked permission. He'd asked to see her again. He would write to her when he next got a pass. He had even stood watching her go on along the road, given a brief wave as she turned, reaching her door, and gone on his way, falling in its own time. The first, hardly discernible now, with those nearer wails taking up the cry. That first and the second and the third had died away, their message complete, on their feet, feeling for top clothes. Like herself, these times they went to bed in their undies, the easier to dress in an air raid. Beryl was shivering. "Brr, I'm cold," in the darkness, June's voice. "I think I've got Beryl's dress on." "It don't matter. Hurry up." "It does. She'll tear the seams." "Then hurry up and change over. We've got to get down the cellar." The boys were already racing past the door, Boots clumping down the stairs. Grabbing handbag and warm coat, Susan pushed the girls ahead of her, hearing the first crump of anti-craft guns. "Where's the gals?" called her mother's anxious voice. "Sod the gals," came her father's grating voice. "Where's me fags?" "Blow your soppy fags. There's some in the cellar." "Tailor-made make me cough. I don't like 'em." "You'll have to lump 'em. Where are you girls?" "Call me Mum." The siren on the roof of the police station in the next street broke into its frantic exchange with an ear-splitting wailing. At the same time, the ack-ack gun situated on a piece of waste ground at the far end of the road began cracking. The Hopkins family, like every family around them, all but fell down the 4 concrete steps into the cellar to be cocooned in comparative safety for the next several hours among the junk of a lifetime spent living in one house. The junk was now pushed to one end to accommodate an ancient double bed, a sagging put-you-up, 2 camp beds, an oil stove for warmth and a portable electric ring to brew tea. The concrete floor sporting a tattered rug to give a semblance of comfort, while age-old cobwebs made grey curtains against the walls. In this underground environment, they sorted themselves out a little more calmly, but no less tensely, beneath the cold glare of a single electric bulb, while above them the night began to rage. As anti-aircraft guns began whacking away at laden German bombers droning above with their deep-throated, throbbing engine note, most likely caught in a web of searchlights, Susan sat thinking of Matthew. He'd said he was in a searchlight unit. Was he on duty tonight? Searchlights were always vulnerable to attack. What if... A noise like the tearing of canvas made the family start. It seemed to be in the very cellar. The explosion sent them cowering to the floor as the light bulb swung madly on its flex to send the shadows of the camp beds flying wildly across the bare brick walls. When nothing more happened, they got to their feet, their hearts still racing, to sit back on the edge of the beds or on one of the old kitchen chairs long since consigned to the cellar. "Sounded like it fell right in this street," V. Hopkins said. "Jack, you ought to go and look. They might need some help." Shakily, Jack reached for a tailor-made cigarette. "There'll be others helping, I expect. Better not get in the way, like. Long as it wasn't our house." "We'd know if it was, with dust and stuff, and the roof would come in on us." "So much for being safe," Fia remarked, looking up at the still intact basement ceiling. But even if the house suffered, cellars would stand up to anything, so long as it wasn't a direct hit. "Someone in this street must have got it, though," she mused sadly. "I hope no one was hurt." "We'll know in the morning," Jack said, as the worst of the raid drifted off. The bombers might come back, or they might not. It all depended. But while there was a lull, it was best to sleep. He climbed into the ancient double bed, fully dressed, pulling the blanket over his head. Susan looked at him, contempt, a dull, wordless emotion inside her, and thought of Matthew out there amid falling, jagged-edged, razor-sharp shrapnel from the anti-aircraft guns, a tin helmet his only protection as he did whatever people did with searchlights. With morning and the all clear, the sun shining as though in mockery of last night's devastation, her father returned from his reconnoitre to say the near miss had flattened 2 houses at the end of the road opposite the Red Lion. "Hope it's not put paid to my job," V sighed. "I need that money." "They said one landed in Lyle Street." He worked in Lyle Street in a small factory making the springs that went inside the chin straps of steel helmets. War work and his bronchitis had kept him out of the forces. "Anyone hurt in our street?" Susan asked. "One of the families was in someone's basement, but they can't find the woman who lives in the other one. You know, that one with the frizzy hair. Husband's in the Merchant Navy." "Mrs. Norton, she often comes in the Red Line for £50. Oh, no, not her." "Old Aldwick said he asked her into his basement, but she wanted to stay in her own place, like. She must be under the rubble. They're digging now." "Oh, that's..." Susan thrust away the horrific injuries her imaginative brain conjured up. She was going to have to pass that house this morning on her way to Cotterell's, just off Broad Street, where she worked, behind the counter selling underwear. What if the broken, bleeding body was brought out just as she was passing? She'd be sick there on the spot. The gap where the 2 houses had stood towards a pile of rubble. The roofs of the houses on either side were gone, and the windows in all the others were gone too. So were several windows in Susan's own home. She had left her parents clearing up the... "Watch that wall!" The warning made Susan stop, but the caller was talking to a comrade. "Looks dodgy. There's a gap there. Hang on a minute. Listen." She was there. "Are you all right?" Then to the other man, What's the old girl's name? The man supplied. He called, Mrs. It's no good. Someone'll have to get down there. It was impossible to tear herself away as a slim man began to squeeze himself through the aperture, carefully not to dislodge loosed. The small round figure, seeing her home in ruins, had broken into a run. Old Mr. Hardwick caught her in his arms as she came abreast of him. Where have you been, love? We've thought you were... Over his shoulder her eyes surveyed the destruction. It's all gone, all my nice furniture. Never mind your furniture, as long as you're safe. Oh, my John stamp collection. What's he going to say? He'll be only too glad to know you're safe when you write to him. You come into my house now and I'll make you a cup of tea. You'll probably need it. Being guided across the road towards his own windowless home with its patches of missing tiles. I didn't want her to be alone. I shouldn't have gone. If you hadn't had, you'd have been down there, soothed Mr. Hardwick, as they passed Susan without seeing her. The diggers were brushing themselves down. Neighbours waiting in the wings had come out with cups of tea for them as Susan went on her way, leaving them standing in groups, sipping gratefully. Herself late, finally arriving to find him pacing up and down outside. But his face brightened as he saw her. Taking her arm, he conducted her inside. It was wonderful kiosk. Tickets to the balcony, of all things. Wonderful going up the wide carpeted stairs that muffled their footsteps, and then sitting with his arm about crowded, dirty, smelly, bombed city. In a quiet, dark corner, away from homeward-bound cinema and theatre crowds, he had drawn her to him and kissed her. A long, lingering kiss that had set her blood tingling. He had asked no more of her than that, but she knew that they would meet again and again, and she couldn't wait. While searchlight, Matthew stood beside the as-yet mute field telephone, his companions waiting, watching. Nothing doing yet, but there soon would be. Thin clouds scudding across a full moon would soon disperse, leaving sky and earth bright from what had become known as a bomber's moon, ideal for Jerry, who had already checked the weather and knew that he could enjoy good... What's that great big sigh for, Matt? Not that girl you go to see every time you get a pass. Bob Howlett was a close mate, of a similar background to his own. They're saddled with a couple of junior NCOs whose education put them far above him, except for his military dedication, though theirs, according to him, was nil. Both had been before the selection board. Both had been rejected, one for his flippancy, the other for his apathy. Bob possessed no ambition whatsoever. 6 feet tall and thin as a pole, propped at the moment against the sandbagged parapet, he looked like a loose bag of bones, with a stoop that resisted all the army's attempts to straighten him up. Nose aquiline, chin long and narrow, physically he was the most unprepossessing man Matthew had ever known. Yet he displayed the sweetest disposition and an agonizingly mild temper. People didn't come any better than Bob Howlett. Too good, ever, to become an officer. Matthew grinned at him, laying aside thoughts of Susan for a little moment to follow his second train of thought. I wonder what old Pet don't want to be. All I want is this war to end and me to be back with Phyllis and the kids. Amen, Matthew echoed fervently, at the same time hoping that Bob wouldn't suddenly bring out his latest photos of his blonde-haired wife and 3 children, as he was wont to do. From far away came an almost inaudible, eerie wail. Distant Coventry, tiny, dull flashes silhouetted the black horizon. Thin cones of light, made squat by distance, began to play back and forth, crossing and recrossing the sky in slow motion, low down, like flat, furtive ghosts. Hardly discernible came a low and ominous crump, 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 crump of a far-off barrage. Coventry was getting it. Matthew found himself offering up silent prayers of thanks, his radio set still quiet, their only searchlight still in darkness. Not Birmingham tonight, thank God. The field radio crackled. Suddenly sick at heart, Matthew unhooked the earphones and put them on to note the coordinates they conveyed. A shape materialised from the darkness of the field around to stand beside him. "Why are we still in darkness, Sonny?" Sergeant Pegg's voice filled the night air, making the nearby mobile paraboloid sound indicators tremble. Matthew sprang to his job. "They're going on now, Sarge." To his bark command, the huge disc clonked. A shaft of blinding light pierced the sky. Here, Sergeant Pegg was not happy. Stepping close, he put his lips close to his quarry's ear to be heard over its messages. "Half asleep, was we, Corporal?" "No, sir." "Well, I suggest you get your finger out a bit more sharpish next time and stop bloody daydreaming. Fine example, you are. What'd happen to us if you ever got a commission? The day you do." Mind on his job, the sound indicator booming and roaring, amplifying every sound of any plane overhead, pinpointing its direction. On one occasion, his searchlight trapped a plane, promptly swooped east, then north, finally managing to evade the deadly nucleus of light by slipping behind a low cloud, and no doubt veering off to join its fellows over Coventry. Low and confidential, recalling the sigh Matthew had given earlier and interpreting it correctly as only a gentle, perceptive soul could. "Why don't you propose to this guy?" He did his best to discourage his parents sending cheques, telling them in no uncertain terms that it made him look bad before his hutmates and that he was managing adequately enough. "I've only known her 2 or 3 months. I can't go mad." "If you feel about her the way you appear to me to, I would say you wouldn't want to lose her to someone else. Better now than never." That was true. But marriage... Matthew gave Bob a nod to placate him and told himself he'd have to think about that one. The more he thought about it, the more it seemed of him. Perhaps he'd take Bob's advice, reapply to the selection board. A man should do all he could to support his intended. Sitting on his bed, a book on his knee for support, he absorbed himself in putting down on paper all he wanted to say. Reading it back, he cringed. The worst drivel he'd ever read. She'd laugh her head off. Better to tear it up before he did any damage and made a complete fool of himself. But he didn't tear it up. Instead, he folded the flimsy wartime paper and laid it carefully inside his paybook. Finding a fresh sheet of paper, he penned another letter, full of the things he normally wrote to her. His hutmates, their doings, the smelly Eddie Nutt, whose socks stank the place out every time he opened his locker, the lecherous clown Taffy Thomas, the foul-mouthed Bert Farrell, Bob and his family, Sergeant Pegg, the rotten food, the hard beds, how much he looked forward to seeing her again, and hoped it would be soon. And how was she, and what had she been doing? "Ward, MLC 092. Matthew shouldered through the waiting men to receive 2 letters, perched on a wall in the weak sunlight of the November morning that threatened rain. He put aside the one from his parents and opened the other with its large, childish handwriting. The letter was short, 2 small ruled pages, laboriously written, with several words misspelt, which evoked a surge of compassion. No, more one of tenderness. It was little more than an outline of her activities since he'd last seen her. Pictures with a girlfriend, a dance or 2. A twinge of panic smote him that she could so easily meet someone else during one of those dances, someone more conveniently to hand than he. "Damn this bloody war," he uttered so vehemently that Bob looked up and grinned. Hastily scanning the second page of writing, which didn't quite reach to its foot, it was the last line that brought relief flooding through his chest in a hot glow. "I've been worried you might get fed up of writing to me. I can't wait to hear from you." 1,000 words penned by the world's greatest poet could not have conveyed as much meaning as he read into that one artless sentence. Life took on a new meaning. Time was a most precious commodity. But it was the one the army seemed perversely set on spinning out into an eternity of misery. For just as he was settling down after his day's duty to write to her, the beefy bulk of Sergeant Pegg appeared to announce that the whole unit was on the morrow being sent to the wilds of Wales on an exercise, duration not divulged, all passes cancelled. Matthew, who had planned on wheedling a few hours past for himself, suffered an intense sense of loss hardly to be borne. "Damn this bloody war," he uttered for the second time that day as he fought to rush off a letter to Susan. The Blitz was a tyrant. Begun in September and still going strong, there was no chance for Jenny to be at home for Christmas or New Year. Her mother had either to spend both on her own or go to her sister in Leicester. That she wouldn't do, fearing to travel alone. Daddy had always done everything, and she, used to following him around like a small puppy, had still not learned independence. "Can't you try to get away, dear?" she asked, when after the 6th or 7th attempt Jenny got through on the telephone to the couple next door. Well, the girl next door now that her husband had been called up. Her mother sounded out of breath from hurrying into the other house, shouting down the mouthpiece as though distance made this obligatory, although there'd not been a lot of static crackling over the wires. "I'm on duty, Mumsy. I can't get time off. It's terrible here, so many people being brought in injured." "I don't like us being apart." The voice filled with consternation. "I'll have to spend all night Christmas down the shelter on my own. We've had a bomb come down near here. Some of the tiles are off. It's all a matter of time before this place is hit. I wish you were here. I feel so isolated. Can't you come home?" "They need every nurse they can get here at the moment, Mumsy." "Well, it's terrible. They should allow you home for New Year, at least." "German bombers don't worry about holidays, Mumsy. They'll drop them whatever day it is." "I don't think I can stand being here on my own." "Can't Joan next door come into our shelter with you?" "I couldn't ask her that, dear." Her mother's voice had dropped to a whisper lest the girl overheard. "I couldn't open my house to strangers." "She's not a stranger. You're in her house right now. Now she's on her own too. You could both become quite good friends and help each other. We need to help each other these days." The Blitz had made everyone conscious of the need for people to help each other. "She won't be here at Christmas or New Year, just spending the holiday with her family or her husband's family." Jenny tried not to let her sigh echo down the line. "Well, I can't come. The hospital's bulging. There are even beds in the corridors. And during an air raid, we have to get as many as we can under the beds or down into the basement. It's like another hospital down there." "If you ask them nicely, they'll let you have just one day." "I can't, Mum." She'd not been listening. "This line's going funny. I'll have to ring off." "But Jenny, I'll try to get home for a few nights after New Year, but it's impossible at the moment." "You'll be all right, Mumsy." She wanted to say that her being at home wouldn't stop a bomb dropping on it. I'll get time off eventually. Oh, Mumsy, I must go. A sturdy, starched blue figure was approaching. I'm on duty. I'm wanted. Try to get home as soon as I can. She replaced the receiver on its hook, goodbyes cut short by the glare from the stone-grey eyes of Miss Grenville, approaching with a few attendant senior staff. Have you not enough to do, nurse? The question was quietly authoritative. Jenny's reply was hasty, unrehearsed. My mother, matron, asking if I'd be spending Christmas with her. In truth, she had no coloured paper they could get hold of, spending any off-duty hours in each other's rooms to make them, going round the wards on Christmas Eve, their blue capes drawn close around them as they sang carols in muted voices, each nurse holding a lit candle, later sitting in the nurses' quarters, all cosy and warm, by a fire, while others piled on the roast chestnuts and ate the mince pies someone's mother had sent, swapping jokes and stories of latest conquests with junior doctors. That had been last year's. Jenny looked forward to this year's, but wondered if it would have changed. She'd been transferred to the London hospital from her teaching hospital in October, a month after the Blitz had started. 8 weeks on and night bombing was still going on. Such a prospect remained so preposterous it was unthinkable. Jenny stood aside for matron's entourage to pass, waiting to make her escape back to her ward. I shall see you in my office at 6:30. Yes, matron. Jenny watched miserably as she and her staff moved on. 6:30. Well planned. 2 days remained before Christmas, and the evening had only just grown dark because of the introduction of British summertime. Clocks were now kept 1 hour forward the whole year round to confuse and get into shelters, and for her to endure a formal and uncomfortable dressing down from matron. She'd been through the drill before, standing in the centre of Miss Grenville's office, Miss Grenville walking around her with measured steps, quoting hospital rules to her in quiet tones as measured as her walk. No punishment had been meted out. Humiliation constituted punishment enough. Jenny found herself almost wishing the bombers would come early, requiring her duties to take precedence over any visit to matron. But that would come sooner or later. The all-clear sounded just before dawn, while the people of the East End sank back to pick over lost homes, grieve lost loved ones, or just feel exhausted by mourning. Her talking to from matron was just added torture. She fell thankfully into her bed in the nurses' quarter to forget everything for a few hours until night came. I wonder there were any buildings left to be bombed. Even some already flattened received a second direct hit. Yet, emerging for a breather in the cold light of dawn, she was always amazed, so it kept going was a miracle. Exhausted nerves stretched like rubber bands, they remained professional amid unbelievable chaos. As for herself, she was just an efficient puppet in a starched apron, obedient, mechanical, quietening some hysterical parent, while nearby a terrible, injured child seemed far more in need of her help. A mind trained at last, it was hard at times to be obedient. She recalled resentment when, wanting to stand by for the injured to arrive, she'd be required instead to help transfer geriatric to the business of tending victims of bomb blast and fire. I feel more like a maid-of-all-work than a nurse, she complained in early March, the night bombing still going full blast, as they carried a dear old soul back up a flight of stone stairs after the all-clear had sounded. The lift was out of order again. O'Brien gave a tinkling laugh. Dear Mother of God, portable paraffin stove. O'Brien's tranquillity as they fought with the thing reduced Jenny to a state of humility. With no running water for days on end, O'Brien took it all in her stride. emptying bottles of disinfectant into basins of cold water for washing hands after each dressing until the liquid turned cloudy grey, all the while praising God for the blessings of disinfectant. At these times, Jenny yearned for the smooth routine of that teaching hospital in Basingstoke. She'd learned her skills there, but East London was the acid test of a nurse's stamina. Here, controlling fatigue meant overcoming not the simple weariness of a few nights' lost sleep, but the perfidious wearing down of her mental task as though she'd been wide awake all the time. More alarming were those longer moments of forgetfulness, as when she'd taken a pile of bedpans, not to the sluice, but straight through the doors of an operating theatre, without any recollection of how she'd got there. Beating a hasty retreat, she'd felt flustered and very much awake. Much more recent had been that strange hallucination when she had looked up from taking a blood pressure to see a haggard and terribly emaciated young man standing at her elbow. She remembered saying quite loudly, "I'll be with you in just one moment," and wondering vaguely at the astonished look from her female patient. She had turned again to find the young man was not there. He never really alarmed her was that every time she thought of it, the young face hovering before her seemed to be that of Matthew Ward. It left her wondering for days how he was, where he was. In fact, she could hardly wait for her next time off duty, and she sacrificed a night out with the girls to pop home instead. The air raid sirens hadn't yet sounded, and after sitting for a while in the back garden with Mumsy in the improving April weather, she wandered down to the shops in Mare Street, where Mr. Ward had his electrical shop, with the precise aim of casually asking how his son was doing. Stationed in Wales at the moment, she was informed, as he handed a customer a repaired radio. Such things these days were either repaired or second-hand. Most things the girl. Don't know how serious it is, but he seems smitten with her. That's how it goes in the forces, you meet all sorts. His mother's not pleased, says it probably won't last, as she's in Birmingham and he's in Wales. And Jenny's heart had sunk as she smiled and left. Although it had been inevitable he would meet someone. She thought of herself, out of sight and out of mind. She should stop thinking about him and get on with her own life. But at least he was safe. In no mood to go home just yet, to have Mumsy defining the bleakness she knew must show on her face, she wandered down to St. John's Church. She needed time to think. Of what she had no real notion, but she had to sort out her thoughts of the future moat as it once had behind its tall iron railings. They had gone now, as had all iron railings, to be melted down into guns and tanks in the fight for victory over the enemy. Sinking down on a bench with the low sun full on her, she watched people wander past, her thoughts most likely on enjoying a little fresh air before consigning themselves to the communal shelters and Bethnal Green Underground to await the arrival of the night bombers. All these people were passing, yet she saw herself as quite alone, not because they ignored her, but because she wanted it, so that she could think in peace of Matthew, of herself, of how she stood with him and he with her. Once again she decided to stop thinking about him and get on with her own life. With that in mind, she got up and resolutely turned her face towards home. A voice hailed her, Jenny supplied, but Louise could hardly contain herself. "I'm only home for the weekend. Guess what, Jenny? I've gone and joined the Wrens." "You've what?" Jenny stopped walking. Recalled the exact look on her brother's face when he'd come to say goodbye that cold winter day. It was like looking at a bird newly released from a cage, and she realised that Louise, for all the war, she was suddenly her own person. "I'm 18 now, eligible to join up. I signed on, and they took me. I had a medical and I passed, A1. I want to see the world." gave a giddy laugh. Mother was shocked rigid. Dad hasn't said much. I sprang it on them. If I had told them what I was going to do, Mother would have stopped me, I know. It took me being... Walking home with Louise chatting incessantly at her side about her medical, how girls were needed to relieve Royal Navy personnel from office duties, how she had been told that they could be sent anywhere in the world and all the countries she might see, Jenny found it impossible to broach the subject of her brother's involvement with the anonymous Birmingham girl, and if she thought it could be serious. A crackling field radio dry under a gas cape. "One thing's obvious," he muttered to Bob Howlett beside him. "She's no letter writer." In 4 months he had written Susan 1 letter a week, as regularly as clockwork, each one several pages long. In return he had received just 5 letters from her, each hardly more than 2 sides of a piece of Woolworth's notepaper. Her bad spelling, he understood, perhaps made her slow to reply, but if she had any feelings for him, surely she'd write more frequently. "She's lost all interest in me," he said miserably. "Bound to happen, she there and me here, and Birmingham full of uniforms." "Is that what you think?" Bob asked, scanning the rain-soaked peaty moorland. "That she's just uniform system, boyo. Bit of diversion. 2 sisters I know of, real beauties, pair of 'em. Met 'em a week or 2 ago. One for me and one for you, eh? Make 'em forget. Little worse for wear, and very triumphant." "Missed a treat, you did," he stated, flinging himself on his camp bed in the tent he shared with Matthew and Bob. "Damn stupid. Big. We'd eat you for breakfast, boyo, but the blood back in your veins for you. I'll take you next time, if there is a next time, and if you was to get a letter from your girl, then no need to tell her, is there?" "Might take you up on that, Taff." Defiance held him in, a fatigue preventing him sneaking out of the camp with Taffy to the infamous farmhouse. Handed a letter from Susan. He read what seemed to be the usual dutiful scribble, except for one, "It sounds so silly, so I just tear it up. But I do need to tell you that I really do." The next 2 words being crossed out, "Oh, I really feel." All at once it seemed his luck changed. Before he had a chance to reply, the whole unit was returned to Northwood, and with a 48-hour pass to boot. On wings of joy, he rushed to the phone box on his arrival, finding a lengthening queue of army personnel eager to tell families of the chance to be with them for the weekend. In a fever of impatience, he tagged on to the end of it, cursing the time the one already in the phone box was taking. At last, the receiver in his grasp, he gave the exchange the telephone number of the shop where Susan worked, having long ago looked it up after she had told him where she was employed. "Hello!" A high-pitched voice spoke loudly in his ear as he asked for Susan, and then querulously, "Calls. But this is urgent." "I am very sorry, sir. This telephone is for customer inquiries only." She wasn't a bit sorry, in fact. She sounded highly pleased. "Too busy to relay messages from every Tom, Dick and Harry arranging dates with members of my staff." "Please, just this once. We're... He thought quickly. "We're engaged, and..." He broke off as the phone box door was yanked open. The voices outside instantly loud, the speaker even louder. "Get a bleeding mood on, mate. There's others out here, you know." Matthew shot out a hand and jerked the phone box door shut again. "Please, I've been away on a training course." "Engaged, you say?" There was now lively curiosity in the voice on the other end of the phone, and for an instant he hesitated. What as he said? Then he came to an instant decision. "That's right, and I need to speak to Miss Hopkins. It's very important." He waited while the faceless one ruminated on this piece of news. "Well," it deliberated at length, I really cannot alter our rules, but on this occasion I will pass on your message. What name? Matthew Ward. Very well, but I certainly hope you are not making a fool of me, Mr. Ward, and please keep in mind that my staff are not allowed to make use of this telephone for private purposes unless in an emergency. I'll remember, and thank you. Thoughtfully, he replaced the receiver. Engaged, he'd said, in fear of being cut off. Engaged? Well, why not? All that fretting, all that longing, the tone of her last letter. He was sure now that those obliterated words had been "love you." And didn't he want this relationship to last? And hadn't he spent these past 4 months pining, if he really admitted it? Well, then. The prospect of being engaged sent a thrill of excitement through his veins he hadn't expected. Mrs. to phone too, you know. The stress lay on my. The man assumed he was married. He would be, soon. And again a thrill coursed through his veins. He hadn't expected Susan to be there on the stroke of 6:30, but not finding her there on the dot, irrational anxieties began instantly to manifest themselves. Out bit in her latest letter, which could have been anything, just a spelling mistake, too bad to let by. That bit in her letter about wanting to tell him how she really felt. One could read all sorts of meaning into such a line. Into retrospect, he'd kidded himself. He was a fool. It occurred to him as he waited in the damp warmth of this still light mid-April evening that he didn't really know anything about her. He felt that he knew her, but it wasn't the same thing. Staring along her street that teemed with grubby children at play, their shouts echoing his. He had to be honest with himself, because he thought himself in love. Was he seeing all this, and her too, through rose-tinted glass? Perhaps, as well as love, did he feel some sadness and pity for her too? Without that, he would be viewing these slums with utter distaste, only eager to get away. Where he stood was a pub, its blown-out windows and frames covered by sheets of waterproof painted cardboard, its walls, door and sign pockmarked from flying shrapnel. Across the road, a little way down, a gash in the previously unbroken row of terraced houses held a pile of rubble, a result of the bomb Susan had told him about. The slanting evening sun picking out the interior walls that had once been private, pitilessly exposed the wallpaper, the poor fireplaces, the smallness of the rooms that had once been, and almost touching the rubble, the houses of the next street, hitherto unseen from here, now peeped through like people surprised at being caught in the open. He glanced at his watch. 6:35, was that all? A breathless voice called his name. Light footsteps from behind him came running, and there she was, almost falling into his arms as he turned, her tone gabbling with panic. "Oh, Matthew, I had to stay behind at work, stock taking. I got your message, but I only just got away and nearly missed the bus. I was so scared you wouldn't wait. I thought you might think I didn't care and give up and go away." She was reaching up, kissing him, here in the street for everyone passing by to see. "Oh, Matthew, did you mean what you said on the phone? You did mean it, didn't you?" Still holding lightly to him. "I never dreamed I'd get such a romantic proposal. And to think that bitch didn't tell me until it was time to close. Then she said we had to do stock taking to discuss things." Yes. Her closeness was making him feel worked up inside, a sort of churning making it hard to breathe properly. They had to get away from here. "Where do you want to go?" At last she broke away, thought for a moment. "It's still light. It'll stay light for ages. Let's get some sandwiches, take them up on Beacon Hill. We could for 1 or 2 people walking dogs. They reclined on Matthew's greatcoat on the rabbit-nibbled turf to eat a couple of meagerly filled off-ration chicken sandwiches as the sun sank lower. "On a clear day you can see 10 counties from here," Susan said, huddled inside her coat against the rapidly cooling air. The sun had become a red ball in the smoky haze. "The hills, Matthew." "All right, hills." He laughed, and she turned a petulant face towards him. "Don't make fun of me." Her lips were so close that he leaned forward and kissed them, tasting the sweetness that was her lipstick, but which he was sure must also be her lips. Forgetting her pique, she returned the kiss, nestled against him, lying quiet now, and watching the rim of the sun finally sink out of sight, leaving its reflection to tint the clouds orange and pink, then, in turn, bathed the earth in ruddy glow. "Matthew," she said quietly, slowly, relaxing against him. "You did mean it about us being engaged, only it was so casual. It was romantic being said over the phone, but, well, you know, if you said it again, now." He tightened his arm around her. He felt his insides leap with joy the thought brought. "Susan, I want to marry you." He heard her deep intake of breath, her reply exhaled in a series of 3 bedrooms. "They'll be thrilled, especially as you're someone really nice with enough money." "Hold on," he curbed her, laughing. "I'm not Rockefeller, you know. I'm insisting on a corporal's pay." "But your family's well off, aren't they?" "Oh, they have nothing to do with me." He hoped he hadn't sounded a bit grim, but he didn't want to think about them at this moment. "You'll be marrying me, not them." I know. Oh, Matthew, of course I know. Married. I'm going to have to pinch myself to make sure this is me." She turned, lifting her face to his. "I shall always love you, Matthew. Always and always." And on her cue, he kissed her with a pressing need for her, bursting inside him like a radiant explosion, that they would be together till all eternity. And it was beautiful. He wrote home, cramming his letter with Susan's charms, and defiantly told them that he was engaged. That Sunday he went dutifully to see Susan's family. Susan had already broken the news, and her mother, fair, full-blossomed, and not a bit like her trim daughter, planted a kiss on his cheek in a cloud of evening in Paris perfume. "She's right about you being so good-looking, love, isn't she, Dad?" "She's right, yeah," echoed Mr. Hopkins. Susan's 2 sisters sat on the arms of the settee, the air around them redolent of pear drops from nail varnish being applied, as they both regarded Matthew with mute envy of their sister. 2 of their brothers were in the street. The youngest sprawled on a mat in front of an empty fire grate, torturing a clockwork train with a screwdriver. The place smelled of Sunday midday dinner, and Matthew was glad he hadn't been invited to eat with them. The lingering odour of overboiled cabbage almost overwhelmed him, so that it was difficult to draw breath without feeling nauseated. Susan, sweet and fastidious Susan, deserved better than this. He would give it to her as soon as this war was over and they could find a place together. Meantime, as soon as they were married, they might go to his parents and live in a far more wholesome atmosphere. Mr. Hopkins, a small man who looked as if he'd once been handsome, lounged in an armchair rolling a cigarette, which he lit. The match was dropped in the empty grate, the matchbox replaced on an already cluttered mantelpiece. "Wondered who she'd end up with," he muttered. "I'm very glad she's found herself a nice lad," said Mrs. Hopkins, handing Matthew a cup of tea, while Susan, sitting beside him on the edge of the settee, smiled with satisfaction and cuddled nearer to him. Her teacup was on the floor at her feet, the liquid in it strong and muddy, as was his. He took a sip, tried not to grimace, and put it down beside hers. Behind him, a mound of well-thumbed magazines kept sliding forward, making his seat uncomfortable. "When were you planning to marry, then?" Mr. Hopkins asked. Matthew glanced at Susan, saw her eyes, those deep blue eyes full of trust. "As soon as possible," he answered. Mr. Hopkins coughed, a moist, rumbling cough, and flicked the wet butt of his cigarette into the grate. "Up the spout, is she, then?" I'm sorry?" Matthew queried at once, hardly believing what he heard, and appalled. "Pregnant, is she?" Susan's two sisters giggled. The boy on the mat looked up, mildly interested. Mrs. Hopkins gave a small, embarrassed tut. "No, Mr. Hopkins, she isn't," Matthew said tersely, wanting to be out of here as soon as he possibly could. Love Susan as he did now, beyond measure, he did not want to set foot in her parents' house ever again. This man repelled him. But that Susan was small like her father, it seemed incredible that he was indeed her father. With no way to explain to him, a man who confused love with lust, his feelings for his had quite large breasts. They strained at her sturdy white brassiere, the top of which was visible above a blue organdy blouse. Matthew looked quickly away, thinking of Susan's small, firm breasts. He longed to be out of here, to be alone with her. Mrs. Hopkins was appraising him slowly. "I must say, though, it fair took us all by surprise. Our Sue telling us last night that she'd asked her to marry you. Came as a bit of a shock, like. No wonder we thought you and her had been up to a few tricks." She gave a tinkling laugh at his look. "Oh, come on, love, we've all done it. But whether she is or she ain't, I'm glad you're serious about her. If it's all right with her, then it's always again as soon as you can. You's always welcome. I'm glad for you both. I know how hard it is for people in love to wait, but meeting you, I know you'll take care of her no matter when, eh?" "Well, as soon as the army lets us." He looked at Susan and saw her eyes shining. "I don't know when that will be, but I'll try to get something sorted out. It will probably have to be at short notice, knowing the way they work. Probably end up in a registry office. The army doesn't give weddings top priority for leave." Again he looked at Susan, expecting to see disappointment. The Blitz was over. The evening following that Saturday, the 10th of May, the worst night of any that the enemy had dished out, people went to their places of safety as usual. Nurses stood on alert to receive yet another influx of casualties as usual, but the bombers didn't come. "I wonder what's wrong?" Jenny's question echoed that of many, almost as if they'd been robbed of something. Quite silly, really, but O'Brien, jolly as always, had an answer. "Ah, well, isn't it Sunday and all? And isn't it about time to be thinking of having a day of rest? Holy Mother of God, expect they need it." "If they don't, then we do," Jenny said, with just a twitch of a smile. "But I don't think Hitler believes in Sundays or God." Like everyone else, she was holding her breath. Come Monday, after lulling poor battered Londoners into a false sense of security, they'd be back again. Part of Hitler's plan to demorph lilt in her tone that there was no chance of her getting home to see her family way off in Northern Ireland. She'd have been appalled to know that the prospect of spending the weekend with her own mother didn't fill Jenny with as much joy as she supposed. All she wanted was to relax a little. Being with her mother, telling her how lonely she felt, was only swapping one tension for another. Still being dug out of the rubble, domestic services were still not working properly, thousands of families remained without homes, and streets still stayed blocked. Sometimes a street had to be cordoned off, where keeping an eye on its vulnerable young nurses meant proper curfew being kept, with doors locked at 10:30 prompt. Anyone returning later than that must get past the superintendent's office, and if she didn't have an official pass, issued to very few for special circumstances only, A visit to matron the next morning would ensue, a fate usually worse than death. A few of us are going to a dance at the Palais in Hammersmith. I don't want to miss it. O'Brien stopped halfway to taking a bite from her sandwich. But I heard you say you're not much of a dancer, did I not? I'm not, but I still like to go. Be nice to let my hair down for once. Why don't you come too? Me? But Jesus, I'd be no good. I've 2 left feet, so I have. Me too, but it'll still get us out of ourselves for a while. We'll keep each other company. She wouldn't feel so out of it with O'Brien as her life raft, someone to talk to while the others were whirled off in the arms of those who picked them for their partners. It was with amazement that Jenny found herself among the chosen at the very first dance. A waltz, something she could do fairly well without falling over her or her partner's feet. She was in fact asked to dance several times, and discovered she wasn't half as left-footed as she had once thought her, and look at the clock high on the white and gold wall above the band. If we don't leave soon, Ross, we'll be back too late to get in properly. I'd have to creep past the superintendent's office, so we will, and if we can't, she's given instruction to one of the night staff to keep an eye on it. But it's still early yet. Someone coming towards her with a purposeful expression, which she was coming to recognise as an invitify next year. My father's a GP in Bristol. I'm Ronald Whittaker. Jenny Ross, she reciprocated. I'm just a nurse, studying hard. He chuckled as he swung her into a turn. Don't ever say just a nurse. You lot have been worth your weight in gold these last months of the Blitz. Couldn't have managed without a single one of you. Not the mess I've been getting into during the worst of it, she said, with a small, self-deprecating laugh. Dropping basins of water all over the place. Oops, sorry. She caught his toe, breaking his turn, but he hardly noted it. He was staring at her, slowing his steps down more to a walk. I know you, he burst out in revelation. Yes, during an air raid, in the basement. The basements had doubled as operating theatres and casualty, and now she definitely recognised him too, and the recollection made her blush. He had been assisting in stemming a hemorrhage. She had knocked into him as she hurried past with a basin of disinfection solution. The liquid had tipped all over the floor, so that she had been obliged to mop it all up, getting in the way while all around people cried out for relief from their pain. Later he had come over to ask how she was, all that had been going on around them, and he had asked how she was. By the end of the waltz, to her astonishment, he was asking her if he could see her again. I know we work in the same hospital, but I would like to see you. Thought might hold promise, had taken their own turnings, and she'd vowed to get on with her own life. Maybe this man was her new life, her future. Matthew certainly wasn't. He was the past. She found she and Ronald had something in common. He knew the Basingstoke teaching hospital, where she had been. He'd just left before her arrival. It seemed such a scoff. Don't be silly, of course I'm not. I wish I'd been born dark-haired. You've got gorgeous hair, Jenny. They sat in darkness on one of the few market stalls, breathing in the dank odour of cabbage leaves trodden underfoot earlier, and the sweet waft of beer from the pub they'd just left. He couldn't see her in the blackout, nor she him, but his hand moved up, and in the inky blackness felt its way across her short curls. I do love touching your hair, Jenny. He leaned forward, gave her a kiss. I know it sounds sudden, but you was another world, a closed chapter. She felt a little sad, but this was her life, and she had to take it with both hands. Sitting in the sunshine of her tiny back garden, overlooked by all the other houses around that were beginning to cast lengthening shadows across it, Jenny let her mind move gently over that third date. It had been far too early for him to start professing love. Had she felt the same, it would have been fine, But she hadn't. Nice as he was, she became angry with herself that even as he kissed her, Matthew, with his quirky smile, had floated into her head, making her merely suffer the kiss, thus allowing some past infatuation to spoil what could become something worthwhile. She found herself telling Ronald that this weekend she had to spend time with her mother. After all, duty came first. But was it really that there might be a slim chance of bumping into Matthew, or at least finding out how he was? She needed time to think about Ronald, about her life, to shake off this silly longing and grow up. Ronald was a nice person, but it was early days yet. A day or two away from him might clear her head and let her see things as they stood. Too easy to end up as an old maid in crying after something that couldn't be had, when what could be had was maybe staring her right in the face. "Jenny, dear, come in and have your tea." Her mother, calling to her, interrupted her reverie. "I thought we could take a little stroll in the park afterwards," Mrs. Ross continued as they sat together in the small dining room, with the sun pouring in through the window. "It's a lovely afternoon, and I don't usually care for going for walks on my own, but now you're here it would be nice for us. They don't give you half enough time off at that hospital." Jenny held back a sigh of protest. She didn't want to stroll anywhere. It had been peaceful just sitting in the back garden, relaxing in the gentle curve of the deck chair. So long since she'd been able to relax. Resigned, she went to gather up a cardigan. "No one would dream there was a war on," her mother murmured, as they passed the noisy Victorian drinking fountain, with its usual cluster of children around it, denying visitors a chance of peace or a sip of water. "Let's take a walk over to the other end," Mrs. Ross suggested, with a grimace towards the raucous, scruffy children. "It's quieter over there. I like the grottos and rockeries with all the rhododendrons. They should be in bloom." It was a long walk. The park was vast. Jenny let her mother chatter on as they wandered past the wide lake, with its twin islands designed as sanctuary for waterfowl. There was another lake, an ornamental pond near the main entrance, with fish and water lilies. But it was all beginning to look a little sad. Parts of the park had been turned over to allotments, rented by local men too old to be called up. Jenny could see some of them hoeing around their spring cabbage, lettuce, onions, carrots, stringing up runner beans, all bent on their work, everything else around them going unnoticed. Men who, no doubt, had once only ever got their hands in the soil for a hobby, now dug like navvies. Tomorrow, Sunday, they'd be at it again, bending their backs and flesh, another boost to a larder slimmed by rationing. The cricket field now had guns on it, multi-barrelled cannons that made a terrible row during the Blitz. It can't last forever. She didn't want to go back to some 9 to 5:30 job. Nursing, for all its restrictions, its rules and regulations, had given her, in its own way, a taste for freedom. She wanted more, and by the time this war came to an end, she hoped she'd have moved on, living a life of her own. That could be a long way off. The war, the way it was going, seemed to have no end to it at all. Night bombing had ceased for the time being, but that was no guarantee it wouldn't start up again. Everyone, for all they'd breathed a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, British merchant ships were being sunk, every day another one, tightening rationing even more. Even clothes had now gone on ration. The loss of seamen's lives meant it broke the heart to listen to the news. War in North Africa was now going badly. Troops had been pulled out from Crete. No one knew what would come next. She could be 30 by the time it all ended. "I know it won't last forever, dear," her mother was saying, clinging to her arm as though needing support. "It's just becoming too much for me, for all of us. Look at the breadwinner. Quite an elderly man who came. The bombing did such a lot of damage." We're lucky. People have had it really bad elsewhere. She thought of the injured brought into casualty, smothered in dust and grime and bits of brick, operated on hardly cleaned up. She thought of the gaping spaces left in blocks of tenements, just rubble now, still uncleared and beginning to settle, and weather greening with fast-growing weeds, places where people had once lived. All their possessions were now gone. Perhaps they themselves were gone. Yes, it's you, Jenny. I said to Freddie, I'm sure that's Jenny Ross. Didn't I, Freddie? How are you, Jenny? Are you still nursing? I'm fine, Jenny returned, formally now, surprised of seeing them had passed. Yes, in London now. I'm home for the weekend. They nodded without interest. Freddie's home on leave, Eileen said, while he smiled rather superciliously. If Eileen hadn't altered, he had, from the soft, love-sick youth to a man with a bearing that suggested arrogant confidence. Jenny turned her attention to the little boy in the pram. What's his name? Simon. He'll be a week old in 3 weeks' time. He's a handsome lad, Eileen. She cooed at him, but the boy merely stared back, solemn round eyes, regarding her with that peculiar stare most 1-year-olds adopt, their trusting baby smiles long since used up. He must be very proud of him. Freddie nodded and looked pleased, while Eileen bent forward over the top of the pram and touched her offspring's fair head with a fond and possessive hand. But her face had clouded. I wonder sometimes if this is a world we should be bringing children into, what with our boys bombing Germany and the Italians on their side and the fighting in North Africa and all this bombing. My mum and dad's house got a direct hit, you know, but they weren't in it at the time. Oh dear, she didn't fancy conversing about the Blitz. It was the past. And after all our RAF boys did last summer, fighting up there all alone in the air. You heard about poor Dennis Cox, killed in his Spitfire. Jenny had heard. She nodded solemnly. Damned waste, Freddie said abruptly. You used to be his girl at one time, Eileen said, looking pityingly at her. It must have come as a terrible shock to you especially. It was never serious between us, Jenny said, while her mother gave a sad sigh and murmured something about Dennis Cox being such a nice boy too. We were just friends, really. Even so, Eileen persisted lugubriously, making Jenny want to laugh. Like many who led uneventful lives, which was how Eileen struck her, she seemed to need to feed like a carrion crow on the tragedy of others. Doesn't seem possible, though. Poor Dennis Cox, dead. It's terrible. Yes, terrible, Jenny echoed. So many people dead, so many lives spoiled by loss, by permanent injury, by sights they should never have seen. Men in battle, civilians who should never have been anywhere near a battle. Children too young to be thrown into war, young people just leaving school with all their lives ahead of them. Their eager lives consisting of but a few short years after all. They shall not grow old as we who are left grow old. Jenny felt tears prickle her nose and sniffed them back, probably sounding as though she was making light of Eileen's pet word, terrible, for the tragedy that hung about so many people. But it was true. Having seen so much, tended to many dying and torn bodies, she couldn't find it in her reserve sorrow for Dennis Cox alone. But have you heard about Matthew Ward? Eileen had perked up. Jenny's heart gave a sickening leap, fear for him pounding like a hammer in her throat. What about him? It was all she could manage. got himself engaged to a Birmingham girl. They're getting married soon, apparently. Now he's the last person I'd ever have imagined would settle down. I said to you, Fred, didn't I? He'll end up a bachelor, I said, didn't I? And you said he'll still be chasing. He nodded. So you could have knocked me down with a feather when his father told me in his shop the other day. I don't think his parents are very keen. A girl from Birmingham. In the lounge, Lillian Ward glared at the letter which had arrived only moments ago. How could he? He hardly knows the girl. He's only just met her at all. Doesn't even ask if I want to see this, whoever she is. Leonard Ward watched her stalking back and forth between the leather three-piece suite and the coffee table where he sat with his breakfast cup of tea by the open bay window of the front lounge before leaving to open his shop. In summer it was nice to sit a while here with the morning sunshine slanting in, warming his chest that played him up so in winter, the curtains moving gently in a breeze off the park that brought the sharp scent of cut grass. From here he had a fine vista of the park, using it, this girl. Now he wants us to meet her. Says he's serious about wanting to marry her. We'll see about that. He's over 21, Lillian. Not much you can do about it. She was not to be mollified. It would take quite a bit of patience and understanding, perhaps even firmness, to calm her down. She'd always been a dominant we don't even know, and actually bringing her here for us to meet. No warning whatsoever. Leonard allowed a little longer for effrontery to cool before getting up and saying he must be off before his customers began to wonder what had happened to him. Opening up, his first customer had been Eileen Perry, who used to be giggly Eileen Wilcox. In just 2 years she had now become a plain, staid, contented housewife and mother. Her husband was in the forces, but a quartermaster or something that didn't see combat, so she didn't bear that strain. Oh well, the deed was done now, he thought, as he served customers with torches and fuse wire and round 2-pin plugs, and took in the odd wireless for repair, and wondered what his mother had dismissed with several sharp and disparaging snorts of disgust. Chapter 10. Ahead of her lay a wide gravel area bordered by small flower beds in full bloom and shrubbery. The bay windows displayed white lace curtains, each so perfectly pleated that they "Oh, Matthew, I hope they like me." She strove hard to say like rather than like, strove to keep her voice from shaking. Sing-song accent, so surely they would like it as well, and thus her. "Of course they'll like you," he laughed, taking her arm supportively as they went towards the door, a gesture for which she felt grateful. "They'll fall in love with you at first sight, just as I did." Reaching the porch, he planted a small, encouraging kiss on her cheek, looking at the two of them. An angular face, still with traces of beauty, topped by short greying hair, whose stiff waves looked as regimental as the pleated curtains that had twitched earlier. Turned her fear of the brittle blue eyes, so different to Matthew's soft brown ones. Susan wondered at his use of mum rather than mother. Mrs. Ward looked as though she should be called mother, or even risen completely by surprise. The woman was human after all. "I did begin to think you were just a little late." "You know what travelling's like these days, Mum." Matthew laughed easily and kissed. About this place there was a silence that seemed almost tangible, as if a cold ghost lived there. "Dad home?" Matthew queried easily as he and Susan followed his mother into the lounge. Susan wished he could feel as easy, but then he would feel easy, wouldn't he? This was his home. The lounge was huge. The furniture looked lost in it, sparsely and tastefully laid out, A parquet floor bordered a large, beautifully patterned carpet that looked sort of Turkish. Through the bay window, the high summer sun cast a minimal, vertical strip of gold onto one tiny area of the wood floor, missing the carpet completely, which Susan imagined would never be allowed to be touched and constantly faded by any lengthening shaft of autumn sunshine. Mrs. Ward probably had one of those posh blinds that well-off people used to keep damaging sunlight out. "He'll be home for lunch," his mother answered, "as usual, but of course he must go back afterwards to open up for the afternoon, Matthew, whether you're here or not." "So, you're the Susan we've heard so much about in Matthew's letters. He certainly didn't lie about you." Mr. Ward's appearance prompted a surge of relief after an hour stiff and fraught with tension. She took to him the moment he came in at the back door to immediately shake her hand and utter his hearty comment before turning to his son to ask how long he would be home. "We go back Sunday night," Matthew supplied, with a chuckle at the innocent stock question asked nowadays of every serviceman home on leave. Mr. Ward, too, gave a low chuckle, not unlike his son's, with a touch of mockery in it that could be taken the wrong way if one missed the whimsical gleam in his eye. They were slightly lighter than his son's, more hazel than brown. She could see who Matthew took after, glad that it wasn't his mother. But if he'd taken after his mother, she knew she wouldn't be here with him now. "Don't give you long, do they? Well, we've got you for the weekend at least. We promise to send you back all nice and clean." She had a feeling that as a young man, Mr. Ward might have possessed the same caustic humour as Matthew, but that it had mellowed, or been mellowed, by life. She wasn't usually clever enough to see inside people, but he was so much like Matthew in looks and manner, she felt she could guess at the person he'd once been, because Matthew had been a little bit like that when she'd first met him. It came to her that she still knew very little about Matthew as they sat down to a small but beautifully set-out cold lunch of salad and luncheon meat. All she supposed the Ward's food ration would stretch to. Dutifully, she had handed over her ration book, which Mrs. Ward had not waved away. They were making conversation from which she began to feel excluded. At ease with his family, he was a stranger to her. Why had she consented to come here, when his way of life was so removed from hers? There came a dull feeling that once back in Birmingham, it would be the end of her and Matthew. She didn't fit in here. She was yet to meet his sister, if she was anything like Mrs. Ward. Susan felt most uncomfortable, smiling when she thought she ought to, answering the odd question put to her, mostly by the friendly Mr. Ward. The afternoon when he would disappear back to his shop loomed before her like a prison sentence. Her alone with this woman. Mr. Ward left, saying he would see her later that evening. Mrs. Ward led them upstairs for Susan to put her case in the room allotted to her and freshen up, wordlessly. She'd never seen a bathroom. The sort of people she knew in Birmingham did not have them. At least this would be small refuge for her, where she could escape this woman's penetrating eyes. The landing had 6 other doors. 6. Susan had never seen such a thing. Surely, other than the bathroom, the rest couldn't all be bedrooms. Matthew said this was a 4-bedroom house, so the one at the opposite end to the bathroom might be a cupboard. "And this is your room." The door she had assumed to be a cupboard was opened for her to inspect her quarters. And what quarters! Everything became a pink and white blur, as blindly Susan stepped within as she had been bidden. A faint smell of lavender greeted her. It was neat and modest in size, though not what Susan would have called small by any means, with a single bed, a dressing table with delicate white and pink jars on it, and a mirror, a cupboard and a chair. The walls, curtains, bedspread and a fluffy rug by the bed were pink. All the furniture was white. and the linoleum brown, the only contrast. Susan stifled a gasp of awe, tried to behave as though she were used to this sort of room. "Thank you very much, Mrs. Ward," she managed in a whisper. Door and open it, but as his mother went out of sight down the stairs, he stepped back and came towards Susan, moving silently. "I'll help you unpack," he whispered purposefully, and instantly she knew what he meant. A knot of excitement formed deep in her stomach as she went into her room. Matthew followed quietly, no longer the stranger he had seemed during winter, intruding into either. "But if she hears?" But Matthew's lips, closing over hers, smothered any further protest. His weight gaining upon her, her body responded with waves of longing surging through it. "She doesn't like Susan, does she?" Matthew leaned with his back against the bench in the workroom behind his father's shop, the Blitz failing to return. Not that there was much to buy. Coupons, ration books, points had been paid to casual spending. People were forced to save up a certain amount of points to buy dress, forget shortages, loved ones overseas, the war itself. With the shop quiet, the opportunity for a heart-to-heart with his father presented itself nicely. Susan had popped out to get some sweets with the coupons she'd been saving for this weekend. She'd be back within a short while, and in that time Matthew intended to tax his father on his mother's reactions to Susan. No good asking her how she felt. She'd merely had given him a blank stare and remarked that it was his business at who he threw his hat, the remark full of disapproval. And he already knew by her attitude that she disapproved, so why ask? And he needed to ask, and now his father leaned back in his creaking swivel chair and, pressing dark, pungent tobacco into the bowl of his pipe with his thumbs, frowned in deep thought. "You know your mother," he said after a while, effectively avoiding a direct reply. "Never been one to show her feelings normal, like other people." "You mean she doesn't conform to your idea of normal? All sugar and spice?" There was reprimand in the quiet tone. "Does that mean she should be discredited? She's honest and upright and always has done her best for you and Louise, in her own way, the only way she knows." "Yes, I know. I'm sorry." He felt chastened. No one could accuse his mother of underhandedness or paying lip service to anyone. If she called a spade, everyone would be certain it was nothing else. But if only she had one gentle streak in her, let the rules be bent ever so slightly. If only she was capable of letting people down lightly with a little white lie now and again, together to get to know each other without his having to hold Susan's hand. But she'd begged to be allowed to come with him. Looking into the pleading of those blue eyes, he knew that to refuse her would have been like leaving a lamb to the lion's den. His father lit his pipe, its acrid smell mixing with that of solder and flux and dust. It brought a sense of nostalgia, of belonging that Matthew had once taken for granted, had thought would last forever, but now made his thoughts keen-edged with the knowledge that at any time he could be sent away to God knows where, perhaps never to come back. He felt his heart grow pinched and small with the fear of all this being taken from him. "Your mother," Leonard was saying, puffing a cloud of blue smoke into the air, "she has always had high principles from the day I first saw her. She frightened the life out of me, you know. Me always saw girls as soft, pretty creatures with no brains, whom men could command. To see a young woman come striding into my father's draper's shop as though she really owned it. Got up my nose at the time, but I couldn't get my mind off her. She fascinated me. She was a beautiful woman, your mother, beautiful, straight-backed, and she held her head high. I used to look for her coming, but I couldn't get up the courage to tell her how I felt about her. When I did, she turned me down flat. Leonard gave a small, quirky grin at the recollection, his pipe gripped firmly between his teeth. You could never know what that's like, to open up your heart to a woman when it's not in your nature to do so and be turned down the way she turned down me. But finally we did start walking. No, she's sweet-natured and loving. She's not pushy and loud, so why? The old chair creaked as Leonard leaned back into it again. Maybe she considers you both a little young and hasty. You and Susan have known each other only a few months. You've hardly had much chance to see each other regularly. Perhaps if you both waited a while longer. What's there to wait for? This was his life. They had theirs to look back on, had been fortunate. But what had he got to look back on so far, and how much future would he be allowed? Yes, the pipe stem clicked audibly against Leonard's teeth. This bloody war. The shop bell tinkled. To its peremptory summons, he hoisted himself out of the chair, knocking the pipe out on the bench. Matthew listened to the murmur of voices beyond the opaque glass of the dividing door, the conclusive note of a customer departing. The bell tinkled again, fell silent. Leonard came back into the back room, bearing a domed, fretwork-fronted wireless set, which he set down on the bench. He chuckled. It was your mother who was my widowed mother's mainstay. She made her sink what little was left into another shop after the last war, saying that electrical goods would be the coming thing. But a lot to thank your mother for. The last words had a ring of finality about them. There was no more to be said on that score. Besides, any minute Susan would come running in, waving her few ounces of sweets in triumph. Matthew changed the subject, nodding towards the wireless come in for repair. Bloody ancient thing, that one. It's a bit beyond it to me. Leonard grinned compassionately. She's a widow, can't afford much. Asked if I could do anything with it before Tuesday. Doesn't want to miss it, Ma. Tommy Handley's her only bit of pleasure these days. God knows she needs... Everyone's on edge. That's why. Leonard began unscrewing the casing of the wireless cabinet, lifting it up to reveal coloured wires and oblong valves. London blitzed to buggery. Coventry too. Then suddenly silence. Everyone's wondering what Hitler has up his sleeve next. Invasion, probably. I don't know. Matthew nodded glumly. He'd seen the scenes of devastation as he and Susan took a bus from Euston railway station to home. He'd rejected taking the Underground, not wishing to subject Susan to the wretched bits and pieces of the thousands who would use the platform as shelters during the nightly air raids, and who still stubbornly went down there at nightfall, refusing to believe the Blitz would not return. Above ground had looked just as dismal, pitiful. Through the bus windows they'd gazed at acres of blackened ruins still uncleared, walls precariously hanging, charred timbers, twisted girders pointing skyward with accusing fingers, the air still heavy with an acrid effluvium of burning that remained in their nostrils long afterwards, a memento of all London had suffered. And even in his own long road fronting an open park, some houses had gone, after those guns and searchlights sighted in the park itself, he supposed. He watched his father extract a valve from the set. Testing it, he shook his head with tacit sympathy, then replaced it with one salvaged from another old set, already beyond repair. Plugged in, the set crackled into life with tinny music. "Ah, she'll be pleased," he breathed. "Defeated by a dud valve. I won't charge her for that. Husband died 2 years ago, and she hasn't a soul to turn to. Though she keeps telling me her son's serving on the Royal Oak." "Is?" Matthew queried. "The Royal Oak was sunk at Scapa Flow, beginning of the war, all hands lost." "Exactly." Leonard nodded, replacing the casing. "Not a soul to turn to. I'll get this back to her this evening. She'll be pleased." The shop bell tinkled again. This time the back room door burst open, and there stood Susan, a small oval face, brighter and happier than he'd seen it all day, his mother forgotten. "I bought some toffees," she announced. "Do you want one, Mr. Ward?" As his father shook his head congenially, Matthew came over and put an arm around her, his mind on her alone. The poor bereaved woman, still living in the past, put aside. Her empty life wasn't his problem. Everyone had problems these days. "So, you're really going to get married?" Louise had come home on a weekend leave, declaring it fortunate to have fallen the same time as her brothers. She, as yet still in her wren's uniform, sat opposite him and Susan in the front lounge, regarding him with the steady, critical gaze of a 19-year-old who felt she knew the world. 2 weeks ago, she'd just seen one of her comrades break down after hearing the news that her fiancé's ship had been torpedoed. He had gone down with it. Her gaze was now fraught with concern as well. "Not much joy being in love in wartime, that's my opinion. But I wish you both all the luck in the world. I don't suppose it'll be a white wedding, but the result's just as to do with that. It'll have to be in a registry office, I expect." "Well, perhaps I might wangle some leave. When's it to be?" Matthew's smile hovered. "We're not quite certain yet. Whenever we can. Probably at short notice. You should know what the forces are like. It'll have to be in Birmingham, near where I'm stationed. And with Mum and Dad down here and Susan's people up there, I don't suppose there'll be many of our side there at all. It's going to be a rush in the end." Louise looked distinctly put out. "You don't want me there, that it?" "No, that's not it, sis." He was looking dark. "I want you there. I want all our people there. I'd have liked to have had a big white wedding for Susan's sake, and wish we could." At which Susan clung closer to him, his arm tightening reassuringly about her. "Him, my one and only brother." "That's unkind, Louise," Matthew shot at her, but it was evident she was disappointed. "Of course you're invited if you can make it. You'd be the first one to be invited. My one and only sister?" That last sounded dangerously like sarcasm, and probably was, and Leonard Ward looked at his son while Lillian stood aside, her face tight. But this was benign. "Where do you plan to live afterwards, Matthew?" It was a practical question, but one that betokened acceptance of his intentions, and Susan, feeling Matthew's body relax, realised it had become taut as Louise had railed on. "We'll get ourselves a furnished flat for the time being, where I can get backwards and forwards from with a special pass." Leonard frowned. "Not much of a start, a furnished flat. You need something unfurnished, something you call your own. Your own furniture, not sent away at any time, or, God forbid, sent overseas. Susan would always be welcome to come here and stay with us." Susan's face went blank, and Matthew hurried to her rescue. "That's nice of you, Dad, but we'll get by. Lots of married women have to manage on their own these days when their men go away. And I expect her own family will be there to help." "Just a suggestion." Leonard went to sit in one of the armchairs, but Lillian remained standing, her hands clasped firmly in front of her. "This is all very well. No one has any idea—" "Probably," he returned succinctly, at bay. Susan cut in, amazed at her own boldness. "We want to get married ever so much, Mr. Ward." "We'll try to make it up there if we can," added his father. He gave a small, apologetic chuckle. "That sounds terrible. I know. Try. But nothing's easy these days. Send us a telegram the second you know, and we'll be straight on a train. If I can get some extra petrol coupons..." Again he gave a chuckle, a somewhat knowing one this time. "We'll get that car out and use that. It's kept in good working order, you know, but we don't use it, at least very seldom these days. It's yours still, Matthew, sitting there, your 21st present. It's in a garage near the shop, waiting for the time you can use it again, Matthew. And talking of presents, wedding presents of any good quality being hard to come by, would money be okay?" "That'll be fine," Matthew said, a little tersely, making Susan look at him in surprise. "But I still have that trust grandfather left me. We won't go short. Just a token wedding present." Susan travelled on the train back to Birmingham the following day to be in camp by Monday morning. Susan taxed him on it. "You shouldn't have gone off like that at your dad, darling. He was only being kind. You acted as if... In my family we don't need to row. Never a raised voice, but the result's the same. No winners or losers. In a way it's worse than a full-blown row. No chance for anyone to release their pent-up anger." He sounded so dark that Susan quickly changed to a lighter subject. "Your dad said something about some money left to you." He remained thoughtful for a moment. "For when I was 21, about 5,000, but I haven't touched it. Wanted to wait until the war was over and I came out of the army. I expect many of us will come out without a bean," so he turned to her to put his arm about her shoulder and cuddle her close, prompting quiet smiles from the others in the carriage with them. Chapter 11. Jenny gazed through one of the pub windows near which she sat, many of them still damaged by the Blitz and patched up as best they could be until shortages allowed for new windows to be put in. God knows, days of footpads, so that they had no cover from which to spring out on passing horse-drawn mail and passenger coaches. Part of that wide road had, she'd been told, for this last 100 years, though, still tried to make deliveries when they could. But there was a lot more handcarts than in peacetime, and the horse-drawn wagon could be seen in great numbers. Across the still wide road, beyond the hubbub and movement, sat the London hospital, a serene potentate, quieter now that the nightly air raids had passed. The injured were being seen to and sent home, with no more being brought in to replace them. The hospital had started to get back to normal traffic of poorly children and the ailing elderly, those injured by accident instead of design, pregnant women needing treatment, and the ordinary sick. The outpatients department, too, had reverted to its normal routine rather than the unending stream of bloodied, bomb-torn bodies. Everyone now had time at last to let out a sigh of relief, Jenny included. She'd gone back to work after her first weekend off in ages, to find that even in the short time away, things at the hospital had quietened still more. "Penny for them?" Roland's warm hand closed over her fingers, and she quickly withdrew hers. "Not worth a penny." "Oh, well, a halfpenny then." His light brown eyes were searching her green ones as they looked briefly at him. They were full of adoration. No, on second thoughts, Jenny, the smallest thought as his hand closed over hers had been dwelling on the news she had received about Matthew while home, and then on the surprise glimpse she'd had of him from her bedroom window on the Sunday, his arctic urge to retain the memory in a moment of self-torture. Utterly futile, for all it made her feel nearer to the man she knew she could never have. Matthew would marry his Birmingham girl. His thoughts had raced through her head like a damned whirlwind, to be swept away. They departed the Birmingham registry office in a thin shower of homemade confetti and a host of good wishes. The reception had been short, a modest gathering filling the little room with perfume, cigar smoke and perspiration, taking Matthew and his new wife off into the unknown. It softened reflectively at the recollection of his son's departing words to him. "If anything happens to me, Dad, you two will look after Susan, won't you?" "Nothing's going to happen to you, son," he'd told him sternly, but who could be certain? "But it's wartime," Lillian's voice cut in. "They don't know what lies ahead of them." "It was wartime when we married," he reminded her gruffly. Nothing had happened to him, had it, apart from a dose of mustard gas. Left his chest weak, but he'd survived, and so would Matthew. The taxi going out of sight, he turned back to the registry office with the others to gather up the few belongings they'd left in service to get married to a man going off to join up. She, who'd always kept her emotions in check, doing such a headstrong thing. She hated being reminded of it. That was entirely different, was all she could find to say. Absolutely, Leonard gave a playful laugh. But we might not have married had I not swept you off your feet. Fiddlesticks, she shot at him, leaving him to smile after her as she marched ahead of him up the steps of the registry office to retrieve her hat that went with the smart suit that she'd bought with almost a year's worth of clothing coupons to see her silly, lovesick son married. In the taxi, Matthew bent towards his wife and tenderly kissed her. He did it not just because he was in love with her, but to reassure himself of their future together. He badly needed that reassurance. In the registry office, he'd stood beside her, smiling, feeling hot and sticky in his khaki uniform, as, with one eye on the large round clock on the wall, he received the felicitations of those gathered there. Susan had been dewy-eyed the whole time, overcome by the joy of her new estate, the centre of attraction. Her sisters had wept obligingly, her mother copiously, as though her dear daughter were being whisked away to the Devil's Island rather than wedded bliss. Friends and family on both sides had kissed Susan and shaken Matthew's hand before wandering off to try the tiny, practically fruitless wedding cake Susan's mother had made, rations not stretching to anything more. Its much larger, thinly iced cardboard cover was impressively decorated to emulate the fine wedding cakes of pre-war years. Susan's mother had looked overdressed in fluffy pink beside his own mother in a tasteful beige suit. Yet it was for his mother, rather than Susan's, that he felt somehow more embarrassed. The way she'd stayed aloof from Susan's mother, as though she were a lesser being. His father had been different again. He stood talking to Mr. Hopkins, oblivious to the man's rusty best suit, his tobacco-stained teeth when he smiled, the rolled cigarette hanging wetly from his lips. There'd only been Matthew's parents on his side, and Bob Howlett as his best man. The rest, Susan's relatives, friends, workmates, all laughing and gabbling away in incomprehensible Birmingham accents, filling the tiny room with noise and tobacco smoke. It had been a relief to get away, to be alone with Susan at last. His kiss in the taxi, a promise of that to come, in the small, one-bedroomed flat he'd found for them, their own little love nest. Susan returned his kiss, then broke away, pouting a little. I wish we weren't going to have to live in those two tiddly little rooms. Why? He grinned down at her. Pouting, she looked so pretty. Her sweet red lips, that he wanted to kiss again, pushed out invitingly. I was just thinking, Matthew, you coming into that trust your dad was talking about. I mean, surely, couldn't we got something better? You liked them when we found them, he told her, frowning. You called them adorable, cosy, our own little love nest. Yes, but that was before. His frown deepened as she paused. Before what, darling? Well, before. Oh, she tutted, shrugging. Oh, nothing. But we will get something better in time, won't we? Yes, of course. Matthew's brow cleared. He was being stupid about the money coming to him, having for so long conditioned himself against the help his mother almost selfishly tried to give him. Even this trust seemed somehow tainted with her influence, although he knew that too was stupid. And why should Susan be the loser because of his ridiculous obsession? Whatever he had was hers as well, and he shouldn't be selfish in his feelings about that. As soon as we get sorted out, I'll look for somewhere you really like, he promised. and was rewarded by her instantly snuggling against him, her surge of joy rippling through him as well. The taxi began to slow to his directions at a row of small terraced houses behind spike railings, with narrow patches of barren gardens in front. Worn steps led up to the sepia glass-panelled doors with names above each one: Rose Villa, Acacia Villa, Magnolia Villa. The taxi finally drawing up outside the one called Laburnum Villa. The driver leapt out, opened the taxi door for them, and, accepting Matthew's generous tip, called good luck before getting back into his vehicle and rattling away to his next fare. In the bright sunshine, they gazed at their new abode. The owner of the house, a Mrs. Robertson, had recently lost her husband. It was the first time, she'd said when Matthew had gone there, that she'd ever let rooms, and from her nervousness and the modest rent she'd quoted, he'd almost been tempted to offer her more. But a corporal's pay didn't stretch to such gallantry. At the time he'd been labouring under his ridiculous aversion to using any of the trust his grandfather had left him. He had kept his mouth shut and guiltily counted his good luck at the poor woman's expense, their door on the world and being alone together. He patted her hand encouragingly. "We'll find something much better later, but today's our wedding day. Tomorrow I have to go back to camp. Sent him a key when he paid the deposit, but motherly soul that she was, she'd been waiting for them, and now opened the door as they mounted the 5 shallow steps. "Come in, dears, do come in." Her voice was high, a little weak, a little weepy, that of a woman in her late 60s, still not yet adjusted to the loss of a husband after a long married life. "Now, you must don't ever think you have to stand on ceremony now. Come and go whenever you like. It's nice to know there's someone else in the house besides me. There's a little gas ring and portable stove upstairs, as you know, and there's a basin in the room. My dear George had it put in when we had the bedroom. But, of course, I sleep downstairs now. If you'd like a cup of tea now, my kettle's on the boil." "It's very nice of you, but no thank you." Matthew cut in, trying not to sound rude. All he wanted was Susan to himself. They had so little time together as it was, her thoughts, no doubt, on when she'd been their age, with all their life before them. He felt a surge of bitterness shoot through him. All her life before her. Did he and Susan have all theirs before them? Say, 40 years of marriage, as she'd had? Would theirs be cut short by the war? A quick, easy calculation, done automatically, told him that the woman had been married before the last war, but her husband had been lucky and survived it. Would he be as lucky surviving this one? A shudder passed through him and was gone, as, reaching the little landing, he shrugged it away and opened the door to the larger room that had once been a bedroom, now their living room. Susan paused on the threshold, looking in, not attempting to enter. To it, he lifted her and bore her inside, kicking the door closed behind him. With her clinging to him, any dejection she might have had dispersing. In one easy movement, and while she lay breathless and laughing, he sat on the foot of the bed, yanking off boots, then socks, battle blouse, shirt, trousers, leaving the clothes draped untidily over the brass bed rail. One or two burst of a glorious uniting, quite beautiful and satisfying. What more could either of them or anyone want than this? He opened his eyes. He must have dozed. Sunlight was touching one wall of the bedroom. The sun had moved round just a little, so it was still afternoon. He couldn't have slept long. Turning his and fall of her breasts, small and firm, with pale nipples. Her flesh stretched taut as she lay full length, legs outstretched, the soft darkness rising between her thighs such that he wanted to bury his face there. He felt his breathing come shuddering with a longing to make love to her again. It wasn't purely a physical need, but it wake. The sun had moved round, now playing on their naked bodies. He glanced at his watch. He'd slept another hour away, another precious hour lost in this one day together. And again he felt angered by the thoughts that had plagued him, by fate, by the powers that would soon tear him away from Susan. If only this moment could last forever. The sun hung in its present position, its light remaining warm and luxurious on their bodies. Susan's hand moved, caressing, not sensuously, but possessively, claiming him as her own, reassuring herself of his nearness. The touch brought him back to reality. In the morning he must leave her, go back up it, manipulated by the strings, pulled by some faceless power that had for this one day allowed the strings to dangle and leave him thinking himself free, only to pluck him up in the midst of his happiness, to bend him again to obedience. One small jerk on a thread could tug him from this girl he had made his wife. Another thread jerked would send him headlong into battle, to fight not for his own life, but for continuance of a way of life. And if he should fall, the strings would be severed, and he, like the toy he was, to have it all snatched away now came like a bitter taste in his mouth. He sat up abruptly, went over and fumbled in the breast pocket of his battle-blouse for a cigarette to calm his thought. At least moving about had dulled that sensation of panic he'd felt. Susan had gone back to sleep. That was, if she'd woken at all. Her hand on his thigh had likely been a purely instinctive gesture. He sat on the edge of the bed and watched her contented slumber. Susan lived for the day. She bent with the breeze like a bull by the bed. The small stab of heat scorched his finger and thumb, making him draw in a hiss of breath. Susan stirred, rolled over onto her side, and laid a loving hand on his arm. Her hand began to travel, conveying its own message. Arresting its journey with his own, he held it in a firm grip for a moment, then casting away the dismal thoughts, a greedy little pig. He made her giggle. She fought him as he took command, but only for a moment or two, and it was really she, with her gentle resistance, who commanded. Burned in his breast. Chapter 12. You're going through with it this time, then? I owe it to her. Matthew stared blankly at the dartboard, which they were playing in one corner of the little hut, where the navvies served refreshments to the ranks. Bob Howlett grunted and launched his 3 darts at the board in quick succession. Adding up his... Matthew fixed his sight along the line of flight. How can I let her exist on a corporal's pay, when I could see her more comfortable on an officer's? He sent the first dart on its way, as though pay and a lot more allowances for Susan. It meant leaving his best mate behind, but Susan's well-being took precedence over everything else. Ever since their marriage last month, she'd been worrying about that bloody trust that had come his way. Yes, he could have dipped into it, and yes, they could be living well, but there was after the war to think of. After the war, he'd have to get himself a job. And if tales of the last war were anything to go by, getting a job with thousands piling out of the forces could take months, maybe years. That trust would be needed to stand him in good stead while he hunted. Ogle-eyed at the idea of £5,000, Susan naturally hadn't been able to see beyond the end of her nose. It was up to him to think ahead for both of them. A pip on his shoulder, perhaps 2 in time, would keep her better contented until the war was over. Bringing his thoughts back to the game, he licked his lips and took aim 6. Matthew swore, while Bob grinned. "Double 3 you want," he blared in triumph. If the last dart landed in the single 3 section, 1 double was of the double 6, as though put there by hand. "Yes!" he exploded. Susan, his interview with the CO, his ambitions for a commission for the moment forgotten. Really. Did your Susan ask you to be put in for an interview then? No, it was my idea. To avoid Bob's eyes, he gazed around the white-painted walls of the Naffy hut. I'll be with you to change your name to mine. Mouths hung open, cigarettes burned away in tin ashtrays. Some day in May I'll come and say, happy the bride, the sun shines on today. I'll miss you, you know, Matt. Matthew wrenched his attention back to Bob. No, you won't. Balls. Well, I suppose I'll miss you too, but I don't think I'll miss any of the others. Bob was contemplating the sticky black sludge at the bottom of the thick, straight-sided cup he held, as though expecting to see a gold nugget lying there. Them too, I expect. Certainly not muck like Farrell. The man with his coarse turn of phrase had always made a point of taunting Matthew and Bob as snot-nosed college boys, a jumped-up pair of pricks, fairies, a couple of queers, and had more than once referred to Susan, whom he'd never seen, as an easy bit of skirt, until Matthew once almost punched him. Bob had leapt in and pacified him with the assurance that Farrell wasn't worth wasting the skin of his knuckles for. Bob gave a small, sagacious smile. You'll meet muck wherever you go, in all walks of life. Muck isn't reserved entirely for the ranks, old son. They fell silent, while across the group of square tables the singing floated. Church bells will chime, you will be mine. Anyway, he said as they left the hut, Susan will be pleased if I get a commission. Monday morning, 6:30. October rain coming down in buckets, marking the tag end of summer. Matthew trudged from the bus stop to the main gate of the camp. Ye gods, what a morning! The collar of his greatcoat wet against his neck, he thought of the cosy flat he left behind as he displayed his pass for inspection. Last night he and Susan had snuggled up together, the curtains drawn while rain spattered unseen on the window panes. She'd be getting up now, getting ready for work. Every morning until next Sunday, when he, hopefully, would be back with her, granted a sleeping-out pass. He supposed he could count himself lucky. Most could only dream of their wives far away. She'd been over the moon when he told her about his name being put forward for a commission. She'd squealed in delight and clasped him to her, and they'd made ecstatic love. But the weeks had dragged on with nothing more heard. He'd seen his CO, Major Diggs, again, who'd said that the wheels of the army protocol turned rather slowly sometimes, but he would hear eventually, and not to worry. Matthew had nodded and come away, visualising his name lying on some desk at the bottom of a pile of others. Men were moving around the parade ground. The rain brought up the smell of wet tarmac. Matthew straightened and threw up a salute to a couple of officers as he passed them. They barely glanced at him, swagger sticks in gloved hand, half lifted to their caps as they walked on in deep conversation. Elegant, relaxed, the rain seemed hardly to touch them, whereas it pelted with malicious glee on other ranks. How long before he would saunter past some poor bloody corporal, hardly noticing him as he turned the stiff salute with a casual lift of a swagger stick? If he were accepted, that was. Depressed by the weather, he couldn't see it happening. Bob was waiting for him inside the mess hall as Matthew pushed his way in. The place echoed to the bass babble of men's conversation, the rattle of crockery and scrape of cutlery across plates. His nostrils were assailed by the clogging odour of cooking grease and the sharp tang of burnt bacon, over which hung the faint reek of the fish from yesterday's dinner. Soaked from his own dash to the hall, Bob looked like a very thin Great Dane that had been doused by a bucket of water, his long face drooping. Matthew immediately felt for him. He could only have received some bad news, perhaps from home. Had something evil happened to Bob's wife, his children, his parents? Matthew hurried up to him. Something wrong? Bob's expression didn't alter. Can you stand a shock this time of the morning? So, it wasn't bad news. Not that bad, anyway. Matthew grinned with relief for his mate. Fire away. We're moving out, the whole unit. Matthew gazed up at the pale grey eyes. Dismay had already begun to creep through his stomach. Uprooted, after just 3 short, settled months of marriage. You sure? Where to? When? No idea, but soon. Bet your boots on it. Peggy let it out last night. They joined the queue being doled out breakfast. Matthew never had breakfast with Susan, needing to be back at camp on time. He looked with distaste at the congealed mounds of dried egg substitute in the trays and the frizzled bits of bacon, the sticky mass of baked beans and the half-burned slices of toast. A couple were being dumped on his plate with the sound like wooden discs, a dollop of dried egg and a portion of beans unceremoniously plopped on top of each blackened slice, a piece of bacon rattling beside them. Bob surveyed his breakfast with equal distaste. Happy as a bloody sandboy is our Sergeant Peg. Said that's just what college queers need like us. A bit of action. Action? What action? It's only rumours so far, Bob soothed, even though Peggy delighted in telling us it could be overseas. Silly arse, he should know about careless talk. Trouble is, old sweats like him seldom get things wrong. They develop a sixth sense about rumours after 20-odd years' service. They found a table and put down their mugs of strong tea. Matthew sat staring at the cooling mess on his plate, his appetite gone. His earlier dismay at Bob's news already turned to premonitory fear. As Bob said, old sweats were seldom wrong. Taffy asked, seeing Matthew's tight expression. Abroad, it looked like. Think we'll get embarkation leave? Farrell spit bits of half-chewed bacon in every direction as he spoke. Gonna do my missus every night till I get back. Give her something to bleeding think about. Another kid. She's always going on about bleeding bored. He guffawed at his own joke, feeling after him. The passing days saw rumours gaining momentum. Someone had seen Tropical Kit being sorted in the QM stores. 2 words from a snippet of conversation had been overlooked. He'd left things just that bit too late, had been far too bloody complacent, thinking his luck would last forever. Susan stood in the passage on the doorstep, explaining the reason for being laden down with full kit. She still felt dazed, had spent much of her time weeping in secret in the bathroom they shared with their landlady, hoping Matthew would not hear her or notice her red and swollen eyes when she emerged. Had kept her head averted from him as much as possible in case he did notice. If he did, he held to keep her thoughts to herself. But in the taxi, she couldn't help herself. Clinging to him, she buried her head in his shoulder. What am I going to do, Matthew, when you're gone? I'll be left a ward, perhaps one of them. Never to see Susan again. She would become a widow when she'd scarcely become a wife. The thought stayed with him throughout the interminable journey to London. Their train stopped and started, which seemed the normal thing these days. The delays got worse still as it hit fog just after Watford. The thought persisted even as he smiled greeting at his parents, his mother taking Susan up to his old room, which would be hers now until his return. If he returned. What would happen to Susan if he didn't? Where would she go? She'd marry again in time. God, he had to stop thinking about it. Think positive. Of course he'd come back. But a premonition that he might not haunted his trouble. In scarves and warm coats, she and Mumsy walked down to the shops, her mother hanging on her arm in the jaundiced mist of this October Saturday morning. So long as she didn't have to do it every time she had a couple of hours off. Mumsy, on the other hand, would have relished every second of her free time. But Jenny needed some time with her friends. And there was Ronald, too, their off-duty hours coinciding so seldom. What chance they did have to go out together, they usually spent going somewhere to eat. Hospital canteen food tasted disgusting, and there was not much of it. A 48-hour week, and sometimes 8 weeks of night duty, when all she wanted to do was go home to sleep, exhausted, until it was time to catch a bus back, took away any desire to go rushing off to see Ronald if he was too off-duty. Time off came seldom enough, and if he wasn't available, it was fun spending it with friends now and again. While she made her way home, which was only a bus ride away, there were plenty of them, wives whose husbands had been called up, elderly widows, spinsters, all knitting socks and scarves for the boys, or planning charity events, all an opportunity. Perhaps you can come with me. I'm a nurse, Mumsy. I can't have afternoons off whenever I please. She had hated the reluctance that made itself felt. Wished she didn't have to feel so glad at having an excuse not to have to sit with those women with little else to do but discuss children, home life, and the ever-tightening restrictions on food rationing as they knitted or planned their events. Her mother would never understand. Hospital was another world, a little kingdom behind whose walls existed a strictly graded society of dock creatures once they came in, lying in their beds in stiff rows, obedient to the ward sister. But Jenny loved it. Soon to be a second-year nurse, like balloons, and her back aching from long hours on her feet. She could take 12 hours on them almost, if not quite as lively as when she'd begun. She could fold counterpane corners to perfect angles. Her mistakes were far fewer than they had been once. Her intricate cap folded just right. The leg o' mutton sleeves of her uniform perfect. She'd be sitting for her second state examination early next year, and after that her preliminary. Still a long way to go, but she would get there in the end, in spite of Mumsy looking towards the day when she'd be leaving nursing and being as acute as ever, for all the girl with him. There was a noticeable tightening of his features, but he grinned, she was certain, with forced cheerfulness. When he spoke, it was innocent. Her next question, "Where are they sending you?" sounded stupidly superfluous. How could he know that? He obliged with a shrug, then collected himself and turned to the small, neat girl beside him. "Jenny lives nearly opposite my parents." His use of her full given name, the first time she could ever recall, now spoken so formally, so neatly severed her from him that she actually felt full of adoration as she glanced up at him. Jenny could see clearly why he had married her. "I'm going to live with them while he's away. You live in so near, then I might probably safe and..." Words echoed inside her head, the sharp recollection of what he had once said to her. "And whatever happens, you'll always be one of my nicer memories." She'd once had the audacity to think they might have been words of affection, a prelude to something more, but they'd not presaged anything. She'd nearly begun to repeat them word for word. Would he have recalled himself saying them? And if so, would he have thought she was just being a little bit bitter? No, he'd probably forgotten, had never really meant them in the first place, flippant as he'd been those days. And yet her mind conjured up the look in his dark eyes at the time. He'd meant them when he said them, she was certain. But much water had flowed under the bridge since then, and now he was married and in love with his wife, his Susan. That could be seen with half an eye. "And come back soon," she finished instead, hardly realising that her voice had dropped to a whisper, almost a prayer. a secret shared between himself and her. But he hadn't noticed as it was necessary. Was there a spark remaining of that which she thought she'd seen in his eyes that day? Silly fool. It had to be her foolish imagination, nothing more. After they parted, she repeated those last words to herself. Come back soon. Now they had become truly a fervent prayer for his safekeeping as she fought the heavy lump in her heart. Chapter 13. He had meant to make his last night with Susan memorable. Instead, beset with anxiety, he'd failed her the first time ever. She'd been wonderful about it, told him it didn't matter, but he knew she was tearful when she finally left unsaid the words he needed to say. Awakening to grey light filtering through the curtains and immediately conscious of a deep anger at sleep itself, having robbed him of those last few hours with her, he turned to gaze at her sweet face on the pillow beside him, the full lips in gentle repose. He was about to awaken her, and would have made perfect love to her, but for the knock on the door and his father entering in response to his reluctant bidding with a cup of tea for them. From then on, things took a sense of urgency. Washing, dressing, packing his kit, forcing down the boiled egg and toast his mother insisted would keep him going, everyone's conversation stilted, shallow, tense. It had been agreed they'd say their goodbyes here in the privacy of their own home, the severing made clean. But at the last moment Susan pleaded to be allowed to accompany him the whole way to Charing Cross, where he was to board the train for Southampton. The prospect of seeing her standing there, a small, isolated figure amongst the seething crowds in that vast station as the train took him from her, was more than he could bear to contemplate, shattering him as well as her. He took her in his arms. "No, darling, I want you to stay here. It'll only be dragging things out if you come, and the end will be just the same. On top of that, you'll have to come all the way home without me." She would not see it. In fact, his final goodbyes turned into something like pandemonium. Having said farewell to his parents, his father gripping him firmly in a bear hug, telling him to watch himself, his mother kissing his cheek, assuring him she would look after Susan, charging him to look after himself in that cold, stiff manner which he knew hid emotions she had long ago taught herself never to show. Susan, standing away from him with her back pressed against the wall of the hall, her naturally pale face now chalk white, her small, slender body as rigid as the wall that alone seemed to be holding her up. She flew at him as though unseen hands had suddenly propelled her forward. "Matthew, don't leave me! Oh, don't! Please don't leave me!" He had to struggle to extricate himself, physically handing her to his mother, who held her in a firm grip, her older face like granite. He wanted to crush Susan to him, but her demonstration threatened to undermine his own resolve to eat after him as he stood now on Southampton docks, amid long, snaking, khaki queues, waiting to board the ship that would take them to God knows where. No one knew as yet, except that they all carried tropical kit. A fine drizzle sifted down upon the shoulders of the slow-moving queues, upon the loose piles of kit bags ready to be loaded on board, and on trucks and on other equipment to be transported the several thousands of miles to... where? North Africa? India? It might be India. Matthew prayed. Far away from any war zone, every man here must have loved ones on his mind, but knew better than to give too great a thought to it. Pushing that last sight of Susan's tear-ravaged face from his mind, he looked down at the oily green swell rising and sinking between the troop ship and the quayside. It was like some slow-breathing animal waiting to engulf them all. From it rose a reek of ditches up the 3 sets of gangways. "Get your horse away from there," Sergeant Pegg interrupted his reverie. "All of ya, this way." Follow sea to lurking U-boats, their quarters thus promising to become hot and unbearable as they approached the tropics. A place where narrow wooden bunks had been built, or facilities for paying passengers, now to be called latrines, had all but their basic amenities torn out, even their doors, and were painted overall grey. They needed to accommodate 4 times as many troops. A line of convenient buckets fixed nearby to make up for the lack of facilities would soon waft their stink to the quarters as they filled before being emptied by fatigue squads. It was a place where snoring, coughing, farting, scratching, conversation and talking in one's sleep would be no secret from anyone. In this impending claustrophobic atmosphere, Bob dropped his kit down on a so far unclaimed area, once beautifully carpeted, now mere metal deck, where he and the funny. Settled on a top bunk, Matthew wrote his first letters home. The first a brief one to his parents, the second to Susan, pouring out all that he had been unable to say to her face of his coming back to her. He worked on retaining that vision. It was one he must carry with him to whatever ends of the earth he was bound for, as with the clanging of bells and the deep rumbling of engines vibrating through his whole body, diminishing, then building up again, the great ship began to slide away from the dockside. His letters sent on their way, Matthew went up on deck, better than meditating below, to watch the huge one-time P&O liner do its majestic about-turn in the incredible work, rest and think for weeks to come before again setting foot on terra firma. Jenny sat on the cold park bench, staring, who now held it up for her inspection, ready to be slipped onto her finger. But she'd had her gloves on. Was she supposed to take them off? Or would he? It all threatened to become a clumsy business, stripping it of any romance there might have been. Romance? Really? She wasn't sure she loved him enough to accept his ring. The thing was, she'd let him make love to her. Well, not actually make love, although he'd seen more of her than she'd intended him to see, for every time they got into a clinch, something stopped her, almost as if she was saving herself for someone else. It's pick. But he'd chosen her. What did he see in her? What did he see that Matthew had never seen? Yet, handsome as he was, there was something missing. What it was she couldn't say. Whatever it wasn't right to hurt him. "Ronald, I don't love you." "I suppose I should have expected it," she answered instead, December air touching her exposed hand, and held out the hand for him. She watched him slip the ring over the knuckle of her engagement finger with a sort of ritual reverence. Hardly giving her time, sitting there in Green Park to admire what glitter the stars afforded, the diamonds with no other lighting, not even a moon visible, he gathered her into his arms. "Darling Jenny, you've made me the happiest man. The first moment I get, I'll take you to meet my parents. They'll be so surprised." Silently, Jenny allowed herself to be held, leaning against him at an awkward angle. Seeing her ring glittering but faintly in the darkness over his shoulder, she thought of what lay ahead. His parents lived in Bristol. All she could think of was having to go all that way to meet them, of being introduced into his life, quite expected to leave her own life behind her. There was her mother to think of. She had no one else but her. Left behind. He looked so taken aback she could have cried, but there was no altering what she'd said. "I really can't, Ronald." "Why not?" For a moment he looked stupid. Then he relaxed a little, even grinned. "Come on, darling. It's a bit frightening, I expect, saying yes, but it'll be all right. Let's just sit here quietly for a while. Let you get used to the idea. I shouldn't have sprung it on you like that. But we don't have to get married immediately. A few weeks, a couple of months perhaps. But there's my mother. She doesn't know. Me giving you a ring and you accepting will be... I haven't accepted yet, Ronald. What? I haven't accepted. You put the ring on my finger, then you grabbed me and cuddled me. You let me put it on. You let me cuddle you. I wasn't thinking. You took me by surprise. It all happened too quickly for me to say anything. Comprehension was creeping not so much into his expression, which in the dark she could not see properly, but into his voice, the stiffening of his posture. You mean you don't want me? You don't want to marry me? His consternation mounted as Jenny remained silent, unable to trust her voice. But we get on so well. I know. She had to say something. I don't know. You don't love me enough to marry me? Oh, Ronald. What was she trying to appeal to? He got up, took her hand, and gently pulled her to her feet. We should be getting back to the hospital. I'm on call tonight. What about the ring? It was as though they were discussing work. Keep it for now. See how you feel as time goes on. I suppose I did jump the gun a bit, but I do love you. I know you do. How could he stay so calm? Another man would be ranting and raving at her by now for letting him down, making a fool of him. Don't you love me at all? Was all he said. Her heart went out to him. How could she say to him, I like you? How could she insult him like that? In a way, she did love him. If only that other face didn't persist in floating before her eyes. Ronald made her feel good when he was around, feel wanted, feel important. His touch did excite. But when he wasn't there, she didn't think about him at all, had never found herself yearning for the time to come for them to meet. So did she love him or not? It seemed she didn't. Yet when she saw him, her heart leapt with pleasure of seeing him. They got on well together, never quarrelled. They could chat until the cows came home. She felt easy with him in a way she'd never done with Matthew Ward. But Matthew, though claimed, still haunted her. You took me by surprise, she said, miserably, for an answer, as they began making their way out of the darkened park, whose gate stood open all night so people could gain access at a moment's notice to the air raid shelters built there. Don't be annoyed. I'm not annoyed. No, he wasn't annoyed, just deeply hurt. I need time to get used to it. I will keep the ring for a while. I will think about it, Ronald. I promise. After all, she must. Theirs would be a stable marriage. She knew that by just knowing him. She'd be a fool not to say yes in the end. Good girl, he breathed, his confidence returning, and gave her a thank you peck on the cheek as they walked on through the darkened streets. Bombay had hit the troops newly arrived from the sedate, restrained British Isles, most never having set foot on any foreign soil before, not even in France, like a bomb. It was an exotic, disturbing place, full of disquiet and upheaval. Fine buildings rubbed shoulders with such squalor as Matthew could never have imagined, and made him at first. His eyes became blinded to all but the worst of sights, and all his prayers were those of gratitude that their final destination had been here and nowhere else. Amid speculation, they'd sailed onward, not into the Mediterranean, as had been expected, but south, down the coast of Africa, pausing at Cape Town, then round into the Indian Ocean, where they finally disembarked at Bombay. In the pleasant warmth of an Indian November, Matthew sat on his bed, writing letters home, to say where he had landed up and thought of the chill sleet of England, and of the commission he'd narrowly missed by being too complacent and seeking it too late. Now he saw it as providential that he had not done so. Had he got a commission? Who didn't? Yet feeling a compulsion to look over to the ward's house every time she came home. She told herself she was only coming home at every opportunity for her mother's sake, yet a tiny voice inside her kept repeating the true reason for her visits. That tiny voice was telling her now of the truth behind the avid eagerness with which she called out. "Hi there!" The girl sprint. Susan shook her head rather solemnly. "I haven't been out a lot." "Well, I only get home at odd times, and that's a nurse's life for you," she laughed. "You're in to mention her job to his wife." But then he wouldn't, would he? "Where are you off to, then?" she asked, and saw the girl shrug. "I don't know, really. I just had to relish being closeted with Mrs. Ward for days on end. Her own mother, with her constant small complaints of loneliness, was enough to endure, but Jenny reckoned Mrs. Ward could knock spots off Mumsy for driving a person away. "It's a bit chilly for walking," she observed, as she fell in beside her. A thin fog was threatening to thicken. It clung with cold fingers around the cheeks and lips and penetrated the shoulders of the heaviest coat. In mid-November, elsewhere on the continent, flurries of dry snow probably covered everything in glorious, pristine white. She still felt a thrill at new, fresh snow for all its inconvenience. But here it only got damp, and any snow that might fall would soon melt on this sea-washed Jenny. Far, far away from any fighting. Thank God! Oh, thank God! "That's good," she said evenly. "I bet you're glad." Susan nodded. "I was holding to his face and seeing it all light up. I'm going to have a baby." "Oh, I'm so glad for you." It was even more of an effort to keep her voice steady. Marriage, now cemented by a forthcoming baby. "You must be very thrilled." Susan didn't look thrilled. "I would be if it wasn't for her. His mother. She's really pleased, of course, but she's started making plans for it already, telling me what I should and what I shouldn't do. I really feel like I'm in a prison." The same as Matthew had felt. His mother's over-eagerness to guide and help had only been instrumental in sending him away from her. She felt suddenly sad for Mrs. Ward, only able to express love by small frame. "She watches me all the time, everything I eat, everything I do. I was sick first thing yesterday morning. That confirmed it, but she carted me off to the doctor to be sure. I hate doctors. I hate the smell of those waiting rooms and ill people all round the room." She seemed bent on unburdening herself to someone. "I was sick again this morning, and she said I should stay in bed. She kept coming in every half hour to see how I was. I don't want to stay in bed. She said I wasn't to go out and catch cold, but came out all the same. A waif." "Perhaps some evenings when I'm home," Jenny offered readily. "If you want to come over to us for a chat, you're welcome. To get you out of that house." She felt she'd never seen anyone look so grateful. "Could I?" Of course. Also, Susan would keep her abreast of news of Matthew, though Jenny didn't admit to it even herself, for all the years were stretching on. She hadn't told her mother about Ronald yet. The first thing she'd do was she'd start fretting about the impending loss of her daughter, as if Jenny would forsake her entirely. Maybe all mothers felt that way, but most wouldn't make a meal of it. Not that Mumsy meant to drag on her, but Jenny found herself dreading the day when she must tell her. She was ashamed to realise, constantly telling herself off about this idiotic wishing for something that couldn't be, but in a comfortable way, which common sense told her would last and last. It did seem a shame to keep fobbing him off so. Perhaps she would tell him her decision when the spring came and the spirits rose with the climbing of the sun. These days she had no deep feeling for love or anything approaching it. The weather stayed too cold for strolling in parks, so she went to the Natural History Museum, had tea in its restaurant, talking of this and that. He held her hand and gazed at the ring she'd begun to wear when with him, capitulating at last. He spoke of marriage, of future together, again broaching the subject of her coming home to see his parents. If not Christmas Day, then Boxing Day. "I know it sounds churlish," she told him, "but my mother's all alone. I couldn't dream of leaving her as soon as Christmas is over. She's made a Christmas pudding, too. Saved up her dried fruit coupons all year for the thing. She'd be left to eat the rest of it all by herself on Boxing Day. They don't keep, you know, not like they used to before the war." For some reason he thought that funny. His laughter annoyed her, yet for some other unaccountable reason. "I just couldn't leave her," she stated huffily. The pudding had just been an excuse. It wasn't funny, at least not all that much. Even less, again, for some unknown reason, when she remembered that there would come a time when he would insist on naming the wedding day. Why did her insides crawl with reluctance at that thought? Later, as she melted into his arms, she wondered why she felt so reluctant. This was what she wanted, or what common sense told her she must want. Security, friendship, someone to be with, all of those things, and of course love. She did love Ronald, she told herself severely. Monday came again, one more week nearer to Christmas. Jenny was working, swatting for her second state examination, as she had been doing these past months, while Ronald worked and studied towards becoming a GP. She had been nearly 2 years doing practical work on the wards. A couple of years had to pass yet before she could add SRN after her name, though perhaps in wartime it might come quicker. But would she ever get it, now that she appeared to be Ronald's fiancée? She was just going on the ward when a nurse came hurrying towards her. "Telephone call for you, love. Better cut short whatever it is you're doing, or you'll make yourself late." Did they say who it was? Jenny called as she made her way to the old-fashioned phone, fastened to the wall down the passage. Her heart had begun to beat. It could only be bad news. Her mother. She'd been all right when she left home an hour ago. "Didn't say," came back the answer. But Jenny was already there, her ear to the earpiece. "Hello? Hello?" A girl's frantic voice assailed her ears. "Jenny? Oh, thank God it's you. I've tried to get you before you left, but you'd already gone. I had to talk to someone." "Who is it?" Jenny interrupted the tirade, not recognising the voice. "Susan, across the road. It's belonging to America, called Pearl Harbor in the Pacific. Matthew's out there in India. I'm so worried." Jenny's mind flitted over past world atlases of her childhood. The Indian continent marked in pink, Siam and similar countries further east in yellow, then pink again for Malaya, Borneo, Australia. The Pacific, light blue, dwarfed all else. Where Pearl Harbor was, she had no idea, but it belonged to the USA and was probably somewhere in the Hawaiian Islands, far away from India. Matthew was safe. England, he'd be nearer to a war zone, so there's nothing to worry about, nothing at all. The voice at the other end had calmed a little. "I've sent off an email letter to him to tell him about—" joined the chorus to come forward. All the acting roles had, of course, long since gone to those who'd been stationed there some time. "Go on, Matt," Bob urged, hearing about it. "You've not got a bad voice. It should come any moment. But in the meantime—" He looked up, gave a small, explosive chuckle of self-derision. "One sound from me, and I'd be given the about turn. Don't be daft. You're not half bad, your voice. Now, me, I'd turn lemon sour. Go on, have a go." Again Matthew chuckled, but the idea was tempting. He was bored. Life here was one round of ticking over, being given jobs just to kill time and keep men occupied. In the soporific air of old colonial India, they painted flagstaffs, whitewashed stones around Brigade HQ, cleaned windows, swept paths, spit and polished equipment, attended parades, and spent the hotter parts of the day in cool schoolrooms, the strong sunlight thwarted by fretted shutters, the still air stirred by squeaking, slowly revolving fans. With time to laze in the shade, seek somewhere to booze away an evening, what at first seemed delightful had quickly palled. He was about to say he might think about having a crack at it when Ronnie Clark came bursting into the barrack room like a tornado. Unable to take in quite what he was blabbering about, those absorbed in reading tatty paperbacks, writing letters, darning socks, looked up. "Who's bombed what?" "The Japanese. They've gone and bombed Pearl Harbor." "Where the bloody hell's Pearl Harbor?" "It's an American naval base in Hawaii," Matthew supplied, dropped open in awe. "Bet you're glad we didn't go down there as you wanted to." "The Yanks will come into war now, won't they?" Eddie Nutt said. "Bugger the Yanks," somebody snapped. "What about us, opening up a second front? Now we're into another bloody war. Ain't it just fair?" It was Sergeant Pegg who put it all into perspective for them. "What you lot worrying about? Dreaming over?" Now there was no time for dreaming. What he'd written would have to be sent off as it was. He hadn't heard from her yet, but with all this sudden moving out, hers must still be catching him up. He'd get it sooner or later, but it was hell not hearing. "Knowing the army," Bob said as they strolled through the paved courts of the ancient Shui Dagon pagoda on their first another couple of months for the next lot, Matthew agreed. Pensively he gazed up at the scores of lesser pagodas that surrounded the great stupa of the Shui Dagon, its graceful curves clad in pure beaten gold. His ears filled by the soft slap of bare feet on warm tiles, the low murmur of devotees at prayer, the droning intonation of Buddhist monks, the twitter of birds and the gentle tinkle of tiny bells. He watched a group of Burmese women at their labour of devotion, sweeping the smooth paving with flat, fan-shaped brooms. In crisp, straight blouses over colourful skirts, longis that wrapped tightly around their legs, their shining black hair pulled into a bun at the back. "Yes, a regular cook's tour, not costing us a penny," said Bob appreciatively. "Just look where we've been at the expense of the army. We've stopped off at Jib, West Africa, Cape Taffy had joined them, coming from a side street with a wide grin of self-satisfaction. Matthew gave him a disparaging look. "Not in the middle of a Sunday afternoon." Taffy's grin widened even more. "Best time for it, isn't it? Make a pretty thirsty mind." He'd eyed one of the many water sellers squatting on a corner beneath the shade of a tree, clinking a metal cup against a container with "Tell fortune, soldier," she croaked in English. There had been a British garrison here long enough for those like her to have a passing knowledge in their language. Dusty feet splayed from beneath a rusty longi, the old fortune-teller beckoned with clawed hands. "You want to know of long life, soldier? Love? Ha!" On impulse, he squatted in front of her, extending his hand, but the woman waved it away. "You pay, you pay." A couple of coins dropped in her palm quickly appeased her, and the old witch grabbed his hand to scrutinize it. Tracing the line of his palm with a piece of indelible pencil until most of them were linked in mystical triangles and trapeziums, she stuttered. "I bet she says that to everyone," Taffy interrupted with a chortle. Matthew was about to ask, "What, baby?" but the woman went on. "One more, lady. Has No, dark," Matthew corrected. The black eyes, like polished jet, glittered angrily. She glanced round and pointed at the distant Shui Dagon pagoda, glinting like a gold nugget in the sunshine behind the low buildings. "Bright," she waggled her old head, lest her prediction be contradicted again. "Like that thing here. Binding rope. Bad thing."
"The ball and chain, that is," laughed Taffy. "You don't need a hand read to know." A baby! Ye gods, she was right. Matthew stared at the letter that had at last caught up with him. He waved it in Bob's face. "That old bird who told me my fortune said she saw a baby, and Susan says here that she's pregnant." For hours last night he had lain beneath his mosquito net, studying his poem. "I'm going to be a father." Bob, a father of 3, regarded him as an old dog might a boisterous puppy. "Well, if she's pregnant, obviously you—" He thought again of that old crone. Binding rope, she'd said. Of course, a baby was binding, tying him and Susan together. Of course. Last night that prediction had worried him. He'd been their stock in trade. Make it enigmatic enough, and you can read anything you want into whatever they tell you. 2 shots in the dark? No, there is something in it, Bob. While Bob chortled, Matthew returned to reading the rest of the letter. It said she was 2 months pregnant. The letter was nearly 3 weeks old, so it had happened on his embarkation leave. She'd be having the baby, and features were wreathed in smiles of joy for him. Could be. One never knows. I tell you what, we'll have a drink tonight to celebrate you being a prospective father. Wet the baby's head. Drinks on you, of course. Thanks very much, Matthew chuckled. But Bob, corroborating his own certainty of being home by next summer, heartened him even more. In this frame of mind he began on his reply to Susan. But it wasn't easy to put into it all he felt. He was in danger of writing a load of drivel, and finally had to put it away until the next morning, when he might be able to collect his thoughts better. It was the 20th. Throughout Christmas and into the early days of 1942, Rangoon continued to be bombed. Detailed to help supervise hordes of terrified refugees pouring out, the city would surely be next to fall. Any time Matthew had, he scribbled words of reassurance. Above all else, Susan, pregnant, must not be alarmed. He assured her that the bombing had been minimal, no matter what the wireless said. But whether some censor would allow that piece of information in his letter to get through was out of Matthew's hands, though he felt better having put it in. By the middle of January, very much indeed of a signals unit, had ordered forward to establish a line of defence just east of the Sitang River, which ran into the Gulf of Martaban, some 80 miles away. Gathering up their kit, boarding trucks, they had no time to send last letters home, even if they had been allowed to. By the time Matthew was able to scribble a page to Susan, Moulmein, to the south, was in enemy hands. So fast the Japanese moved through what had been thought impenetrable jungle. 2 weeks later the letter still lay in his shirt pocket, darkened by sweat, as he crouched by the side of a dirt road, passing on crackling coded messages over his field radio. His nerves jumping, his eyes alert to any movement from the dim jungle on either side of the road. As yet they'd seen no action, the enemy being busy around the Bilin River 15 miles away. But everyone knew by now just how swiftly that enemy could move through this warning. It had happened more than once these last few weeks, and no one wanted to be caught napping. Orders had come to withdraw to the railway bridge over the Sitang, to guard it until the transport and equipment envelope spoke volumes in any language. Stretching out a hand, the driver took it, nodding, understanding, and tucking it into his uniform, sped off westward in a cloud of dust. 3 months she'd been here. 3 months, and still a guest. Not one bit a part of Matthew's family. And she wondered if, in fact, she wanted to be. Yeah, that made Susan feel like an outsider. She yearned for home, for the noise and laughter, for her father's uncouth manner and her mother's brassy warmth, the sharp quarrelling of her sisters and the tormenting of her younger brothers, neighbours coming in and out as free as they liked. Their own doors, too, were open to anyone who wanted to come in for a chinwag and a cuppa. 3 months' own friends, and no doubt some young man, to come home at all at the right times. Susan had seen her only once since that time they'd spoken together, but it had been cold with the threat of more snow, especially as it was obvious Jenny Ross was eager to get indoors and relax. Life, with winter closing in, the sounds of the world deadened by the first snows, was turning into a jail seldom she could get away with. Mr. Ward, whom she did feel she could happily have called Dad, except that she couldn't address one in-law that familiarly without the other, was so different. He had the same way of looking at her as Matthew had, as though concealing some joke. He said little, but possessed a sort of warmth his wife did not have, and for Susan any tiny port in a storm was a haven. When the weather had been more clement, she had been able to take a walk down to his shop and spend time there with him, helping a bit, making tea or serving customers with small items, or talking to him in the back room when things were quiet. Now that the weather had turned foul, she was stuck here with her mother-in-law, yearning desperately for her own mother. But her mother was far away, did not master her awe of her. And when she found herself pregnant, she also found herself practically in close confinement, watched over night and day by a woman with the eyes of a hawk, watching its heavy and cause the baby an injury. I'll do it for you. Don't upset yourself so about Matthew. It's not good for you in your condition. Try to content yourself more, my dear. There's plenty you could make a start. And this, when she'd only been 2 months gone. No better, in fact, worse, now that she was 4 months. What would it be like by the time she was 7 or 8 months in the Far East, that Pearl Harbor and Singapore, which had been bombed at the same time, were far, far away from him? Mr. Ward had confirmed that, adding, she suspected to make her feel better, that Matthew was probably living it up in India. Not that she didn't want him to enjoy himself, wasn't glad he was in no danger from this distant war. She just wanted him back here, out the walls of her stomach. She needed to get out of the house without Mrs. Ward there to hold her firmly by the arm like some sergeant major. That woman, why did she behave as if she had to be responsible for everyone else's well-being? Was it because she herself lacked something? Was nursing the sense of inferiority, deep inside needing to combat it? Imagine her at 4 years old, bossing all the kids about, even them managing everything for them. Could imagine her in her crib, consciously manipulating her mother with a cry, a squeal, a smile. Lillian Ward had been born managing, but she wasn't going to manage her. Susan made up her mind. The weather looked passable. Mrs. Ward was upstairs clearing out a cupboard in one of the back rooms, which he loved doing on Sunday mornings. Mr. Ward looked ready to settle back with his Sunday paper, which he was never allowed to read over breakfast. Susan had gone to lie down in her room for an hour, though there was a chance she might look in to see if she was all right. There was never any need. Susan felt her health was magnificent. Gone was all that dreadful morning sickness when Mrs. Ward would hurry into the bathroom after her, embarrassing when she was being sick, to wipe her brow and advise on how to prevent morning sickness. Drink cold water, eat an apple. "Is that you, Susan?" Her mother-in-law's bat hearing had detected the door opening. Now she must answer. "I just thought I'd wander down the road a bit. I need some—" It was all she cared about. Susan thought uncharitably. The baby. The mother just an incubator for her son's child. Someone else for her to fuss over, think for, do for, the way Matthew had described on one occasion. "I just want to go out," Susan blurted. "I need to go out." "I'll come with you. I think I need a little fresh air myself." There was only one thing Mrs. Ward really needed, to keep an eye on her. Slumping a little, Susan waited as the spotless flowered apron was taken off and outdoor clothes put on, the lightly greying short hair given a brief tidying pat and a hat put on over it. Mrs. Ward had a wonderfully clear skin, virtually unlined, and Susan thought as she waited for her that when young she must have been a very handsome woman. She still was, but so forceful. Meekly, Susan allowed herself to be conducted a short way across the icy road, in through the park gates, as far as its nearest bench, and then back. A distance of no more than 500 yards, not really a walk at all, and all the time with the woman's arm stayed tucked through hers, practically holding her up, as though she were crippled or something. Susan was glad to get back indoors, if only to escape to her room on the pretence of a lie-down after the walk, Mrs. Ward approving wholeheartedly. She had hardly closed her door and gone to her bed than she heard voices slightly raised downstairs. While Mrs. Ward's voice had a penetrating quality to it, her husband's was always soft and thoughtful. Now, however, his could be heard above hers. Susan got up and opened the door again, the better to eavesdrop on this mystifying rise of voices. "I think we should let her sleep on, rest, before we say anything," he was saying. "I think she should be told immediately," came the reply. "I don't think so, Lillian. You know how quickly she gets herself into a state." They had to be talking about her. What had she done to cause an argument? They had her damned cheek discussing her when she wasn't there, becoming angry. She crept out onto the landing. "Even so, he is her husband. She has a right to be told, and as soon as possible." Susan made for the stairs. What had Matthew done that she must be told immediately of it? He hadn't found someone else all those thousands of miles away. She felt sick as she ran into the living room. The two people were standing, their backs to her. What mustn't I be told? They had turned, were looking at her with a sort of dumb fear in their eyes. It was Mrs. Ward who moved towards her first. Susan noticed that Mr. Ward was holding the Sunday paper, half folded, half crumpled. "My dear," Mrs. Ward began. Her voice broke. She reached out and took Susan's arm in a vice-like grip, but which Susan felt had been meant to be comforting. "My dear, you must be strong. You mustn't allow yourself to become too panicky." "What is it?" Susan asked, her heart already pumping like a little frightened animal behind her ribs, although she had no idea why, except the two people before her looked frightened and anxious, lending their anxiety to her. "It's Matthew," Mr. Ward began, then checked himself. "Well, not exactly Matthew, but it concerns him." With that, he unfolded the newspaper and held it out for Susan to read. She had read with dismay of the fighting that had broken out in Singapore, how the Japanese had come down from the north through hundreds of miles of tangled jungle, hitherto thought impassable for any human being, taking that city by surprise, and she had been mildly worried. But Singapore was still a long way from India. Taking the paper from him while Mrs. Ward turned away to gaze out of the window at the bare trees of the park opposite, Susan stared at the large black headlines. "Singapore falls. General Percival surrenders on orders of Mr. Churchill to prevent loss of life." And then a smaller heading. "Churchill to address nation tonight on radio." Susan looked up, imploring the couple as though they might be able to do something to make it better. "But they said Singapore could never fall. How could it happen?" With the Japanese capturing Singapore, would Matthew be with all those sent to recapture it? He would have to fight, and she had thought him safe. He could be wounded, killed. She'd never see him again. The thought filled her whole being, as though glue was being poured into her body. Susan felt herself beginning to sway. The baby seemed to be jumping about inside her. "I don't know," Mr. Ward was saying. "All their defences point out to sea. They were so sure no enemy could ever come from the north. But they did. That's all I can say." But she hardly heard anything he said, for the buzzing in her head. The room had begun to spin.
The floor was coming up to meet her, and she felt her body grow limp and lifeless. She vaguely felt someone catch her, felt herself being picked up and carried upwards in a jerky manner, guessed in her faint that this was the stairs. But her faint had become complete before Mr. Ward ever laid her on her bed. Chapter 15. It was a day of stifling heat. Vehicles lurching from one bomb crater to the next sent clouds of dust over the sweating soldiers of those trying to clear the road of stricken transport on this 22nd day of February. The railway bridge over the Sitang River, hastily converted to allow single-file traffic, made making progress slow and hazardous, on top of which a truck had run off the temporary decking, hopelessly blocking the bridge, the tailback now grinding to a standstill. They were at the mercy not only of enemy aircraft, but of Allied planes who had been ordered to attack the advancing Japanese, but not informed that any troops west of Chiteo would be British, and thus were strafing the waiting columns out of hand. With more transport being knocked out and more men being killed and wounded, the state of the road became steadily worse. Beneath a smoking carrier, a dozen men lay huddled, heads down, as dive bombers screamed over the muddle of men and machinery. Bullets, whining like angry hornets, ricocheted off the metal sides of the vehicle, and in the ensuing din, Bob Howlett's voice had as much power as the squeak of a mouse, begging that they make a run for it to the safety of the jungle. Some had already sprinted for the trees, looking for an easier way to the river, but orders were to hold the bridge for as long as needed to get the transport across before they were all cut off. Matthew held onto Bob's shirt to prevent him from making for the deceptive shelter of tangled greenery each side of the open road. "Stay put. The Japs could already be there. A whole platoon of them would be on top of you before you could see them." Scarcely any of his mob were left. Taffy, poor libidinous Taffy, back there along the road, both legs gone, had grabbed Matthew by the shirt front and pulled him close, his bullet head unbowed, his eyes still glaring through his pain. "You're in charge now, Ward," had been separated. Of the survivors lying there beneath the shielding carrier, none of them were worth a light. Jeff Downey, with chubby cheeks, flabby and pallid with terror and fatigue, one side of his shaved, but becoming rapidly shell-shocked. A few men he didn't know, and himself, feeling as little like a leader as any could, his eyes sore from dust and lack of sleep. His throat clogged and bombers seemed to expand inside his brain, smothering all ability to think. A bomb blast threw earth and rock high into the air, beside the carrier with an ear-splitting fulmination of blinding light, making the vehicle jerk alarmingly as blast and chunks of white-hot metal slammed into it. One piece hissed past Matthew's cheek. Behind him came a gurgling, high-pitched shriek, a brief threshing about. Then warm liquid gushed onto his back, and he saw the victim flop and lie still. Beside him, Bob was curled into a tight, fetal position. Matthew threw himself on the man, hung grimly onto the squirming body as another string of explosions rocked the vehicle. "You'll die all right, out there." Much less half a dozen panicking men, he felt utterly hopeless. The aircraft were wheeling off, leaving a strange silence. Ears accustomed to the din felt as though cotton wool had suddenly been stuffed into them. The planes would be back. Or perhaps they'd realised they were bombing their own side. Oh, God, he hoped so. The panic under the carrier had melted away into shuddering breaths, trembling grunts. But for the moment it was safe to creep out and take stock. Slowly, buzzing, deafened eardrums began to pick up sounds. Bob ahead of him, Matthew crawled out, stood up, his legs feeling like rubber. Shattered transport lay everywhere. A truck with a cargo of wounded under a shredded tarpaulin had slewed across the road, its rear wheels in a bomb crater, gripping nothing while its excited Indian driver was revving the thing like a madman. Behind him, an officer was leaning from the cab, yelled, "Give a hand!"
Matthew stared blankly at him, as yet incapable of response. "We've hurt men here. Get 'em aboard and get this damned thing moving." The order brought Matthew back to his senses. No longer needing to be a leader, he could take relief in letting someone else do the leading. He and Bob, now coming back to himself with an apologetic grin for his previous show of weakness, helped get their own wounded aboard. Farrell was the first to climb in. Men's weight was pitted against machine. 1, 2, 3, heave! The officer shrieked. The vehicle lifted, its back wheels back on firm ground. The driver touched the accelerator. The wheels spun, briefly spraying dust over the men, then slipped back. "Hold it! Hold it!" The officer's voice was full of panic. "Again! 1, 2, 3, heave! For Christ's sake, heave!" From the direction of the crossing came the sudden, rapid hammering of Bren gun fire, followed by the staccato crack of rifle fire. Caught by the knowledge that those at the river were having to turn and fight an enemy that had crept up on them, the men struggling with the truck paused. The unsuspecting driver braked frantically but ineffectually, and the vehicle slipped violently backwards. Cries of pain came from the wounded, unceremoniously thrown about. Eyes rolling, the Indian soldiers exchanged cries of alarm in their own tongue, but it was Farrell, leaning out over the tailboard of the stricken truck, who said it explicitly. "Oh, my bleeding God! We're cut off! We've had it!" Very agile for one who a moment ago had been counted among the helpless injured, he was over the tailboard and off, bolting towards the jungle. "Stop that man!" To the officer's yell, Matthew added the power of his own lungs. "Farrell, stay where you are." Farrell paused, army training prevailing for all his panic, but his face, as he turned, twisted in an animal snarl of fear. "You can't stop me. I've got a right to get back to my own lines. I'm pissing off." In one quick movement, Matthew unslung the rifle he still had on his back, levelling it at the man's groin. "You do, and I'll cripple you." In that moment, he knew himself capable of carrying out the threat. It was as though he were another person, not because of his dislike of Farrell, but cold, clinical, the indurate soldier. Army-crafted, and box shapes roared over the rim of the trees, their shadows passing between the sun and the men below. A clatter of machine-gun fire scattered men in all directions. As though a sword, the truck was ablaze, now interlocked with a 10-tonner that had come from nowhere, it seemed. From the smoking cab, the officer's body hung amid shreds of burned clothing, gently wafting away in the upcurrent of the heat from the vehicle. Of Farrell there was no sign. He'd legged it into the trees and was gone. The sun, going down, saw the waves of planes depart, detonation of a mortar bomb. At one time he fancied he could hear the hollow cough of a bomb as it left the mortar's barrel, the enemy too close for comfort if he was right. After a while it ceased. They bent double, weapon held tense, as they tried to probe the shadows either side of the road. It made the flesh creep, the sensation of being watched, imagination magnifying fear tenfold. But fear had no place here. There was work to do, a way to be made for vehicles laden with the wounded and supplies to get through to the bridge, a packet of men locked in battle. At least while the sound of fighting continued, there was hope of getting through. Should it cease, it would mean the enemy had taken control. It was with relief that he saw a staff car approaching out of the darkness, followed by a lorry full of Indian troops. The staff car held 2 obvious junior officers, even though they'd ripped off their lapels and thrown away their caps, and a burly senior officer, also minus his insignia. With the road narrowed by the shattered 10-tonner, the car stopped. The burly officer got out. "Where's your officer, Corporal?" Matthew indicated the body hanging from the burned-out truck. The man sighed, surveying the tangled wreckage. "Not having much luck here." As Matthew explained his lack of men and tools, the lips beneath the dusty moustache gave a small, tight, tired smile. "My men will take over, Corporal." "A Corporal—" "Ward, sir," Matthew supplied. "I'm Captain Wetherill. You and your men get some rest. You may need it." He nodded towards the flashes around the bridge up ahead. "By the way, the Japs have cut the road at Mockpelin," he added, as calmly as if announcing a cricket score. Mockpelin, only 3 miles back, meant they were virtually cut in a neat pincer movement. It came hollow. "You mean we're trapped?" The sound of that voice returned Matthew's sanity to him in a rush. "We're going to get out okay," he said, more to still his own fears than to reassure Bob. His mouth sour, he lifted a hand to his eyes and with finger and thumb grubbed out the cake dust that had collected in the inner corners. To ease the ache hollowly. How grand to have been able to wash, if only his face. To think of millions of gallons of fresh water flowing by just half a mile away. He listened to the frightened. "Easy, lad." Wetherell stood over him. "Be light in a few minutes. Get your men together." Firing could be heard from the bridge, a little more energetic in the fast-brightening tropical morning, cube of the corned beef, when a terrific triple explosion rocked the already pink dawn. For a second or two, the firing from both sides stopped, as though paralysed by the tremendous paroxysm running over. Wetherell's answer was one of incredulity. "They've blown the bridge!" A pall of smoke was spiralling slowly above the treetops. The other man's voice shook. "Bloody HQ! Couldn't wait for us. Left us in the lurch, thousands of us. They panicked." Wetherell didn't dispute him. Headquarters had probably had no alternative if the Japanese had been doomed with an even greater ferocity. Each man now desperately fighting for his own life, gone all thoughts of saving transport and artillery. Wetherell lost no time. "We'll try the river further upstream. Thank God this isn't the monsoon. The river should be low." "What about the wounded?" Matthew asked. The enemy, it was rumoured, had its own methods with casualties. Wetherell didn't even look at him. "If they can walk, and if they can be quiet, they can come too." His words were met by silence, the men around him knowing there was no other suggestion to be made. He waited a moment or two for any there might be, then turned and without a word moved towards the trees. The others followed mutely, the green world closing in barely 30 feet into the trees, hiding the abandoned wounded quickly from guilt-ridden sight. Here even any continuing rifle fire was muffled, the canopy 100 feet or more above them cutting out all sunlight in a tangle of vines and parasitic growth, echoing only to the whirring of insects and the bell-like early morning calls of forest birds. Grey-wreathing mists of morning lay in motionless flat layers. But as the sun rose, they turned delicate pink and lifted steadily through the ceiling of miniature jungle above to disappear. Within minutes that ceiling was pressing the heat down on the men, saturating them with sweat, the soft and spongy earth under their feet smelling dank. Progress remained snail-like. In some areas, the great mottled tree trunks stood like dead straight pillars of some vast cathedral. Lianas draped from one to the other, with curtains of green moss hanging from them. Risingly undulating terrain, from somewhere to their left came the gurgle of water. "Should see some open space soon," Wetherell predicted in a whisper. "Paddy fields, probably. We could be easily spotted. Keep your heads down." After 10 more minutes pushing through the undergrowth, they came upon a proper path, the forest beginning to thin. In the sudden brilliant sunlight, Wetherell crouched just off the path, beckoning to his men to follow suit. "I think there's a village ahead. Could be sitting ducks if we blunder in there. We'd best skirt it, find the river, and somewhere to swim across. Come on, but quietly." He stood up, the rest taking their cue from him.
A sudden movement of foliage, the metallic sound of hands on rifles, froze the group. In a strange language, a guttural voice grated out a command. From nowhere there appeared small men in drab tunics with double belts, short legs bound in puttees to the knee, and split canvas boots that divided the big toes from the rest. Black shoe-button eyes trained on the group from behind levelled rifles with incredibly long bayonets. The surprised men let their rifles fall and lifted their arms in the time-honoured abject signal of surrender as their captors moved closer. There were some 25 of them plus their officer, that many moving so silently no one had heard them at all. With a sickness pounding in his chest, Matthew lifted his arms with the rest, submitted himself to be searched by a soldier reaching only to his shoulder in height. His pockets and ration book were emptied of all he possessed: silver cigarette case, lighter, little Burmese money, a photo of Susan. It was the photo that hurt most, seeing it scrutinised, then torn into 4 pieces and flung away. The silver cigarette case and lighter were handed to the Japanese officer, who immediately pocketed them with a satisfied smile. Susan eyed her mother-in-law, just managing to hold back the tears that threatened, and which always annoyed the woman. But every time she thought of Matthew's last letter, she couldn't help them rising to the surface. The one prior to that had said that he'd been over the moon about her news of the baby, and she'd been so happy that he was happy. It had said they were leaving Bombay, though with more soiled envelope, telling her not to worry, he was all right, that in itself worrying her more, although she wasn't sure why. It bore a military Rangoon postmark. Rangoon was in Burma, Mr. Ward had told her, and she had heard fear echoing in his tone. Her geography never good, she quickly consulted an atlas, alarmed how near the fighting Matthew had been sent. News from that part of the world had all been disaster. The sinking of 2 large Royal Navy ships, the Prince of Wales and the Repulse. The fall of Hong Kong on Christmas Day, then Singapore on the 15th of February 4 weeks ago. Now it was March. There was fighting in Burma, and Matthew's last letter, grubby and stained, made her shiver with imaginings she daren't voice. Without a pause, about all sorts of things, completely at ease in his company. Yet the very anticipation of going to meet him never failed to fill her with strange reluctance, wishing she didn't have to go, of a sinking feeling, a wish to be doing anything other than meeting him, even preferring to go home to spend a dull evening with Mumsy. There was none of that excited palpitation a girl in love was supposed to experience. The way she used to feel all those years ago when Matthew Ward came into sight or inadvertently touched her. The touch of Ronald's hand on hers did not. What could she say? Of course I do. But she was lying to him and to herself. They had had their very first row, as far as it was possible to row with Ronald, who was always even-tempered. Then, for God's sake, why delay it? It's not as if we've got nothing to offer you. My family's pretty well off. My father's a GP. Soon I'll be one as well. She knew that. Perhaps it was that made her so reluctant about marriage, and the assumption that she would accompany him to Bristol. Meant leaving her mother, who still deemed herself lonely after all this time, with Jenny not getting her mother's practice. I shall end up in Bristol, she argued obstinately, and saw his lips tighten a fraction. There's my mother to think of. I can't leave her on her own. She could have suggested he said, "See you tomorrow, then. I'll see you to the bus stop." This week, during another quick drink in the pub opposite the hospital, the row that had been simmering exploded. Quietly. But I don't want to go and live in Bristol all that way away. I can't go without you. And now she must add, then can't you try for practice somewhere local around here? There, she'd said it, had burned her last bridge. Ronald looked at her, his brows meeting in anger at her selfishness. You want me to scratch around here looking for some half-baked practice that'll take me years to get anywhere with, when I've an already made place with my father?
You must be mad, Jenny. Don't you want to see me get on? Of course I do. She felt lame. Don't you love me? Yes, Ronald. She wished he wouldn't keep pushing that question. Well, it doesn't sound like it to me. A group of American servicemen with smooth, smart treatment a little more audibly. It doesn't sound like it to me. Because I won't go traipsing all the way to Bristol, leaving my mother. What is this, Ronald? A demand for what's best for our future? Can't you see that? If you really love me, Jenny, it wouldn't seem to you like self-sacrifice, as you call it. There came screams of laughter from the GI's girls. Jenny felt tears come into her eyes. If that's what you think of me, Ronald, the little lamb ready to follow its shepherd up hill and down dale, I've got a career too. I've studied hard, and I've still got a lot of studying. This was the Queen Alexandra's Imperial Military Nursing Service Reserve. She hadn't really thought about going into the QAs before, but she thought of it now more out of anger than ambition. Ronald was staring at her. The ruckus from the GIs and their girls was getting worse, but they had good money to spend and the landlord would suffer them. The look on Ronald's face tore at Jenny's whole being. I had no idea that was all you cared for me, Jenny. You'd sooner join up than marry me. No, darling, that's not what I meant, visualising what was going on in his mind, her protestations fallen short. Then he stood up and got her coat, as always helping her on with it, for he was a caring man, even when hurt and angry. Wordlessly, she let him guide her from the now noisy pub. Outside, he took her in his arms and kissed her. Perhaps I have been rushing things, he said in the quiet night, the sounds from the inside muffled by the closure of the pub door. What I want to tell you, darling, is that I got my results today. I've passed. She leaned back from his embrace. Why didn't you tell me? I don't know. I was going to, but somehow we ended up discussing something else instead. He wouldn't say anyone. But I love you, and I think deep down you love me, but there's something in the way. Maybe it's your mother, but you must break away from the hole you're stuck in. So I think about coming to Bristol. I'll be waiting. I'll keep on loving you, Jenny. I won't give up hope. I just want you to think about everything and what we're throwing away. Tears were streaming down Jenny's cheeks. Now was the time to burst out that she did love him, that she wanted to go with him. But she didn't, for the most futile of reasons, and the moment vanished. A bleak spring had followed a bleak new year, that first elation at the United States coming into the war dissipating. Everywhere Jenny saw set-faced Benghazi. At sea, the German battleships Scharnhorst and Gneisenau slipped their hideout at Brest under the very noses of the British Navy, and in attempting to sink them, the RAF lost 40 planes. Ceylon was raided by the Japanese. The British Eastern Fleet withdrew to Kenya. Britain had abandoned the Far East. The London hospital's outpatient department seemed to be full of women showing the strain of trying not to dwell on loved ones away. Women with drawn faces, complaining of backache, neuralgia, stomach pains, stiff necks, strange agitation, trembling hands. I can hardly keep myself still in the morning, Doctor. I'm fair sick of this bloody back of mine. I've got these legs, Doctor, what keeps on sweat still at home. Shoppers needed to be ever more watchful for opportunities to present themselves in the food line. It wasn't unusual to see whole streets come to life with hurrying women, cope the unending search for something nutritious to fill a plate. Horse meat, goat, stringy, fishy-tasting whale meat being tried out. I got a little bit of goat meat, Jenny's mum told her on one occasion. Succulent, tender meat it was too, except unused to such rich fare, they were both sick. Jenny stayed off dutable meal of goat meat She met Susan wandering along by herself, her coat tight about her stomach. The early March evening was still light, summertime's extra hours still prevailing. Susan looked wan and hardly smiled as she saw Jenny coming towards her from the bus stop. "Have you heard from Matthew yet?" was the first question out of her mouth. Susan shook her head. "Nothing yet. I hope he's all right." "He's bound to be. Otherwise they'd have said. You'd have heard." "It's been nearly 3 weeks. I've not been out of the house for ages. I'm so fed up. I'd like to go to the pictures or something, but his parents don't go. Can't go on my own, so I'm stuck." Jenny found herself amazed at how easily the girl had slipped from concern at not hearing anything from Matthew to talking at far greater length of her own boredom. She would have thought the former worry would oust everything else from her mind. "If you like," she offered, giving Susan the benefit of any doubt, "we could go to the pictures together. I'm off next weekend. A Casablanca's on at the Regent in Mare Street. There are bound to be long queues, but we could go early on Saturday afternoon, if you can stand lining up." Susan's face was a picture of eagerness. "Oh, that's ever so nice of you. I'd love to do that. I really would." "Then that's what we'll do." In her bedroom, Susan stared into the mirror at the hardly noticeable lump. It would get larger and larger, and she'd never be able to escape. Going to the Regent with Jenny Ross looked like being her last trip out, with Mrs. Ward getting ever more attentive. Just over 4 months pregnant and being slightly built, even that tiniest bulge made her look dreadful. There was no one to reassure her that she still looked beautiful, no one to lay a loving hand on her stomach or to gaze on her with pride in her and himself at what they had achieved. No one to tell her that she was a clever girl and that he adored her. When this baby was born, there'd be no one there to hold it and gaze down on it in wonder. Only God could say when Matthew would return home. As yet, she'd not heard a thing from him since that last letter at the end of February. It was March now. Early March, it's true, but waiting made it seem longer. She trembled for him, dared not think of his never coming back. Whatever would she do without him? The thought made her feel sick. Hastily she turned from the mirror, trying to push such dreadful thoughts from her, and feverishly got dressed. They'd get his letter soon. Military mail from that part of the world was a bugger, the time it took. A ring on the front doorbell swept away all her dismal anxiety. Maybe it was the postman. Hurrying from her room, she leaned over the banister in time to see her father-in-law close the door. Aware of her standing there, he looked up, his eyes wide as though with guilt. But she knew it was fear, for she had seen the telegram he held. Even from here, the blurred, bold black letters OHMS leapt out at her, searing through her brain, sending her rushing headlong down the stairs. "Matthew! It's about Matthew!" Leonard caught her as she reached him, took her arm and guided her into the lounge, through which the early March sunlight was slanting. "Lillian!" he called as he sat Susan down in one of the armchairs. She felt struck dumb with growing terror. "Lillian, come here, dear." Susan's voice rose to a scream. She leapt up, tore the telegram from his hands, but the words blurred, her brain seeming to be exploding, and the scream that came from her lips seemed not to be taken on a blind, headlong rush from the room, though where she was going she had no idea. She found herself clinging onto the newel post of the stairs, unable to let go of it. And still the hollow, "We must cling to that hope. You must cling to it, for his sake, for the sake of his baby." "That's all you care about," she burst out in her grief. "His baby. A baby to take his place. You don't care about me at all, how I feel." "We do, Susan." They didn't, but she had no strength left to argue.
saw Mrs. Ward's expression of sympathetic concern change to one of apprehension. "The doctor said it isn't what we thought it might be, but that you're upset and probably strained yourself when you lost." Susan's voice rose in terror. She had a naked fear of hospitals. It dated from when she had been a child and had her tonsils out. It had been an awful experience. The smell of the place, the mixture of antiseptic and ether, its green and cream-tiled walls and age-yellowed ceilings, all pressed in on her, and the hush of the ward as night had come down emphasised the feelings of being away from her parents, shut away from the cosy world outside as though it was a different place, as hell might be, or death. She'd cried for her mother and she wasn't allowed to eat, and when she cried, another nurse had told her off. And all the time, that peculiar rustling hush and muted voices and that horrible disinfectant smell. She'd never been near a hospital since, unable even to bring herself to visit anyone in there. The mere thought of going into one brought back the memories of its smell. It must have done something to her, because to this day her whole body would cringe from anything savouring of it, from those with a hacking cough or to someone with a cut finger. Even an unsightly scar could make her body tingle with revulsion. How Jenny Ross or anyone could bring herself to be a nurse was beyond her. Mrs. Ward was looking down at her. How could she be expected to understand? Bidden by the doctor to lie as still as possible in bed for the next week, she did all that was asked of her, determined no one would get her anywhere near the gates of any hospital. Mrs. Ward wrote to Susan's parents. They came hurrying down from Birmingham. The content of Mrs. Ward's letter had frightened them. They found Susan looking much better than they'd thought, with the pain almost gone. But she was still confined to bed, just in case, said the doctor. As soon as Susan saw them, she burst into tears, and when Mrs. Ward prudently retired from the room, she threw her arms around her mother to be cuddled. Her mother let go of her slightly to gaze around the pretty pink bedroom. "Whatever for, love? This is really lovely. Matthew's parents look after you so well, better than like I ever could in our crowded house." "Don't talk of Matthew," Susan pleaded tearfully. "The telegram said he was missing, but it's only another way of telling us he's been killed." "Don't say things like that, Sue." Her mother leaned back to look up at her husband, seeking help from him, to which he responded in his usual way, merely repeating what had already been said. "War's all over, love. You and him. You'll both pick up like where you went off, and you'll have a little baby then to look after like. Though you've got to be strong and look after yourself for Matthew and for his baby's sake." "I could do, at home," Susan whimpered, as her mother gently broke free of her arms, although she were glad to be. "Sue, love, he ain't gone. He's alive somewhere, waiting to be found by the army. You make it sound as if you think he'll never come back. And look, love, we couldn't have you home with us. You know there's no room. There was hardly no room when you was single, much less now you've got a baby with you. And honestly, ours, Sue, look what you've got here. No, love, I do think you're better off here staying with Mr. and Mrs. Ward. They're really nice people, and you're being so well looked after." So that was that, abandoned by her own family. Over the next couple of weeks, she rested, slowly recovering, the baby still firmly entrenched inside her. There'd been moments when she would have put her hands together if she couldn't give her love to a baby, when her love for Matthew was of no use to anyone any more. Then, as she recovered, she wasn't so much glad as relieved that she hadn't lost the baby after all. It hadn't grown so much that she was yet attached to it in her mind, but if Matthew had really been killed, and was at this moment actually looking down on her, for the time being go out and enjoy herself, still go off to dances, perhaps dance with some of the young servicemen, Yanks, Canadian, the Free French, the Polish, and the British boys, and still be admired in love. She'd pretend he was making love to her, but it brought such wishing that she tried not to imagine it too much. Then she'd throw the book down and weep with loneliness, stifling her sobs in her pillow in case Mrs. Ward came hurrying in to see what was the matter. As if the woman couldn't see why she was crying. As time went on, the wish had diminished. The dilemma's sharp edges had blunted somewhat. His departure had left a hole, but had she truly loved him, surely it would have left a much larger hole. That would have taken a lot more to fill. And that impulsive statement she'd made at the time about joining the QAs, then just a silly idea to get out of a spot, began to take more shape. The more she thought about it, the more attractive it was becoming. She'd be given a chance to travel overseas, to see the world, to meet new people, to expand her life. Mumsy wouldn't be too pleased, but she had to get out of the rut that Ronald had accused her of being in. The QAs had such smart uniforms too, grey and scarlet, with ties and snappy-brimmed hats, unlike the drab dress of the ordinary nurses. She'd be tending fighting men instead of, now the Blitz was over, ordinary civilian ills and ailments. But first she had to pass her remaining exams. Prepared to work hard, she'd thrown herself into her work and looked very like passing her exams with flying colours come summer. All that would remain then, Susan was saying, sitting back in a fireside chair, nursing the growing bulge over her stomach. She looked particularly down this evening. His parents have made lots of inquiries, but he's never been traced. They can only guess he might be a prisoner of war, but the Japanese aren't going to give out any lists. But they should, Jenny said aghast. She'd felt the news of Matthew, or lack of it, as keenly as anyone, and in private had shed tears. The Geneva Convention says all sides must declare lists of prisoners. The Japanese apparently think they're exempt because they never signed anything or whatever, so no one knows if Matthew's been captured or gone missing or been, you know. Tears flooded the deep blue eyes. You mustn't give up hope, Jenny said, in an effort to console. What's the point? Susan got up and began pacing the room, going to fiddle with the heavy curtains that concealed the blackout material, drawn now with the gathering dusk outside. Jenny watched her. If he's been taken prisoner, that has to be better news than it might have been. Meant to give comfort, it only came out clumsy and tactless. She tried to amend it. You've just got to hang on to hope. Susan swung round almost viciously. Hope? It's all right for you to talk. You didn't love him like I did. So how do you know what it's like not knowing what's happened to him? To combat the pain that retort invoked, Jenny got up and came to stand beside her. When she spoke, her voice sounded flat even to her. Can you be sure that no one knows how you feel? Susan gave a sullen shrug. All I know is that if he's prisoner of war, it'll be years before he ever comes home again. Not till the war's over, and that could be God knows how long. And in the meantime, there's me stuck here. If I go and live in this mausoleum much longer, I'll go mad. I've got to get away from here before I get any bigger, and I can't at all. Again came the feeling that Susan wasn't thinking so much of Matthew, possibly in danger if indeed he hadn't been killed, as of herself and the loneliness she felt. Everyone was lonely who had a loved one away fighting, not knowing if they'd been killed or captured, but usually kept it to themselves. Susan was too outspoken for her own good. It made her look bad. Where would you go if you left here? She asked. Home, and as soon as I can. Trouble is, there's no room at my mum and dad's, with our Robert and Les, and our John there, and June and our Beryl. I'd rent a room somewhere nearby, but at least I'd be near my family. I'd have my mum near me.
If only I wasn't having his baby. She broke off, not in shame at what she'd said, but swamped by the injustice of it all. Jenny could hear it in her tone. The girl's next words confirmed it. Why did all this have to happen to me? It's not fair. Landed with a baby, and Matthew God knows where. She began to pace around the room again, while Jenny followed her with her eyes, the sympathy she had initially felt for the girl draining away. Haven't you stopped to think how dreadfully unfair it must be to Matthew? She couldn't control the anger in her voice. Wherever he is, he can't be having much of a time either. She refused to think of him as dead. It was unthinkable. One day he would come home and take up his life again. That was all she ever wanted, to see him come home and be happy. The wish for that caught her like a pain, but not as great a pain as being compelled to keep her feelings for Matthew to herself when all she wanted was to sing them from the rooftops. The day didn't go by that she didn't pray for his safe return. The notion of never seeing him again tore her to pieces. It was bad enough to know that if and when he did come home, he and Susan would go off into the blue, that she would never see them again. But take the news of his being missing as though she alone suffered. Her loneliness, her grief, her plight. Not his plight, not the worry and grief of his family, but hers, in terms of herself. Wherever he is, Susan's voice had ridden in near hysteria. Wherever he is, don't you understand? He's dead. Matthew's dead. And here I am trying to be a wife, living with people that mean nothing to me. You're carrying Matthew's child, his parents' grandchild. That's what they should mean to you, Susan. Well, they don't. Everyone keeps saying he's been taken prisoner, but I know he's dead, lying out there somewhere in that terrible jungle where no one can find him, his body being... Don't talk like that. Susan had conjured up visions in her mind too awful to bear. There had to be others with him. They'd be reported. I don't care. All I know is he's not here and I am, and I can't take much more of this living with his parents. The door opened. Mrs. Ward, in hat and coat, came hurrying into the room. Susan, what's the matter? I could hear you shouting as I came in. Mr. Ward had followed her in, also alerted by the cries. Position in the chair. This happens each time someone tries to offer sympathy, she said sharply. Jenny might have taken umbrage had she not seen the girl's reaction for herself and heard the things she said. Come on now, Susan. Mrs. Ward was ordering as Jenny stood aside, unsure whether to stay or go, both of which seemed ill-mannered. Pull yourself together now. We're all worried and anxious, but it does no good to give way like this. We all have to be strong. We all have to believe he'll be returned to us. You're doing yourself and the baby no good. Matthew wouldn't want that, she said, with a small, cold smile, which Jenny could only take personally, this time smarting from the rebuff. But the things Susan had said made Jenny herself prefer not to pop in and see what. She left a scribbled note to Mrs. Ward on the kitchen table, lacking the courage to face her. Retrieving her ration book from the shelf where they'd been kept, she silently let herself out. She had been in London at all. It was a morning that should have been savoured, but it only made her shiver. Alone in this empty road, all the large bay windows of the bedrooms looking down on her like empty eye sockets, witnessing her flight. For a few seconds, Susan stood uncertain, fighting the impulse to run back indoors, away from those accusing, silent windows that sun back was growing stronger. Then she thought of the woman becoming even more dictatorial once the baby was born. With a final shiver, not at the silence of the morning, but by the time Susan got there. Panting engines, the sudden shriek of released steam, the rumble of trolleys full of mail and parcels deafened her. The last time she was here had been on Matthew's arm, with him to defend her against all this. Now she was on her own, her figure pulled out of all shape by the baby it carried inside it. She felt lost, conspicuous, but no one took a blind bit of notice of her, being more locked up in themselves.
People getting to work, couples saying farewell to each other, the men going back off leave. Uniforms of other countries jostled past her, the ever-attentive Americans alone giving her pretty face a quick, appreciative glance until seeing her condition and looking away. By now, her mother-in-law would have been bringing her a cup of tea, telling her that she should get up if she felt like it, or could have breakfast in bed if she didn't. Coddling her, concerned and managing. Suddenly, that managing 5 minutes seemed hardly long enough to find a carriage, and she worried that the train would pull out to leave her standing helplessly on the platform. So few trains ran these days, she could be stranded for hours. She struggled on, the suitcase banging against her legs, almost ready to turn round and head back to Hackney. The first 4 carriages were full of people standing in the corridors. The 5th would have read her note, devastated, not knowing how to find her and bring her back. And she so desperately wanted to be brought back at this moment. Just as she was on the verge of turning round and forcing her way off again, a voice with a faint northern accent spoke in her ear. "Pardon me, my love." She turned to see an elderly man in a cap rising from his seat in the near corner of the apartment beside which she was standing. "Have my seat, love," he said, and taking hold of the suitcase added, "Allow me," and hoisted it up onto the string rack above. "When you want, I'll get it down for you, like." Indecision had been taken neatly out of her hands, and she accepted gratefully. The sailor next walking in on her after all this time. "How do you get here? Is anyone with you? You're not on your own?" "I've come home, Mum," was all Susan could gulp. "Good Lord, you'd best come in, love. How'd you get here?" "I came on the train." It had been a long, drawn-out journey, the train stopping and starting as all trains seemed to do in wartime, sometimes to let a troop train through, or one carrying munitions, sometimes for no reason at all. She'd eaten a spam sandwich she'd bought at Euston, somewhat stale. Its grey corners turned up, but there'd been nothing to drink. That train had not carried refreshments. People going on journeys usually brought their own, just in case. At New Street Station, she'd had some baked beans on toast and a much-needed cup of tea, then had come straight here on the bus. She felt tired and a little sick from the rather strong-tasting baked beans that were already repeating on her curved legs to greet her. "Now then, there's a surprise, girl. Didn't expect to see you, like. What are you doing here?" "That's what I asked her," her mother put in, as Susan leaned forward to give his lips beneath their bristling grey moustache a kiss. She went over and kissed her grandmother too, feeling the bristles on her chin dig sharply into her like tiny needles. Her grandmother cut them with scissors. "Nice to see you, love. You look a bit peaky, love. 'Spect it's the baby. Your mam told us, but you ain't never come news about him. I told you, Mum, they reported him missing like, and nothing's been heard. Come on now, our Sue, sit down. Tell us why you're here, and I'll get you a nice cup of tea. And expect you're hungry and all. So, why are you here then, love?" "I couldn't stay with Matthew's people any longer. Not now he's not there." "They ain't turned you out, have they? I wouldn't think." "No, Mum. I left there." "Whatever for? A nice cosy place there to live. Everything you want there." "I can't stand it there, Mum. I can't stand being told what to do, and when to do it, and what I should eat, and when I should rest, and when I should go to bed, and mustn't do this, and I mustn't do that. I can't stand it." The words flowed out of her, all the pent-up things she'd been unable to say to anyone. "But—" Her mother was looking at her, bewildered, a little concerned, and, with the truth of her visit dawning on her, a little. "There's no room here at all, if you're thinking of coming here. I'd love to look after you, you and the baby, when he comes. I'd love to, my first ever grandchild. Your grandma here'll be a great grandma. You're looking forward to that, aren't you? Aren't you, Mum? But staying here, that's another thing, love. You see, last week there was bombed out in one of those daylight tip-and-run raids. House was condemned, cracked walls and the roof's had it. Until it's repaired, they've had to come here to live. That's why they're sleeping down here, don't you see? For the first time, Susan noticed the sagging double bed in the corner where the old scratched oak sideboard used to be. The sideboard was probably down in the cellar with all the other junk. Too damp for anyone to sleep down there, even though during the nighttime raids before she'd met Matthew, all the family had endured its damp conditions for safety's sake. "I didn't know," she mumbled. "What am I going to do all up here?" "Like this?" Susan looked down at her small, bulging stomach. "Well, you've got to say something. They'll understand. But you do see you can't stay here." But she could find somewhere to live nearby, some cheap room for the time being, until her grandparents could return to their repaired home. Her mother must have read her thoughts. The council people said your gran and granddad's place might not be repaired until the war's over. There's so many homes needing repair. Some people have had to be evacuated all over the place for the duration. At least your gran and granddad won't have to do that at their age, when we can at least give them a roof over their heads. Awkward as it'll be for them. You do see, love, don't you? I don't know what you can do except go back to London, and I don't think you'd want to bunk in with any of your aunts and uncles, would you? No, she wouldn't. Go begging cap in hand to any of them, asking to foist herself on them, saying her own mother couldn't put her up, and them all knowing she already had a posh roof over her head down south. Her mother appeared to think the problem solved. "You can't go back tonight. You look all in. We might make a bit of room for you, in with June and Beryl. It's a bit awkward for them, but it'll only be for one night," her mother went on. Susan fished into her handbag. "I've got mine." Her mother looked horrified. "Good Lord, love, I don't want yours, not for one meal. We've got plenty of stew." And she just couldn't face the bus ride, nor see herself creeping back, mollified, to face Mrs. Waugh's wrath or relief, whichever it turned out to be. But where else was there to go? No one here to help her, no one to care for her. She felt as lonely as it was possible to be. She just wanted to sit here on the suitcase and burst into tears. Nearby, a news vendor's raucous voice was calling out, "Standard! Evening Standard! Get your Standard!" It was getting late, though daylight was still being drawn out. It had taken more than half the day travelling from New Street to Euston, and now she had either to go home to Mrs. Ward before it got dark, or find somewhere to stay, at least for the night. She was so weary. But her remaining money for this week wouldn't stretch to any hotel. Misery rose again in her throat, which she fought to hold back the large gulps. She'd been such a fool. It had been such a daft escapade, and now even her brain couldn't think properly. She saw herself sleeping here, where she sagged, a policeman moving her on in the night, like she might be a tramp. She wasn't a tramp. She was a fool, and she was 7 months pregnant. If only she could stand here and cry her eyes out. "Get your Standard! 50,000 at second front demonstration!" Of course, buy a paper. Look in the rooms to let columns, the logical thing to do. Feeling uplifted, Susan bought a paper, to knock twice before anyone answered. She felt and looked sick, and the woman who finally came to the door took one look at her condition, her suitcase, and said, "God help us, you all right, dear?" The Cockney accent closing around Susan like a warm blanket. I saw your ad," she added, unable to say any more for the sick giddy. "You stay here, dear. I'm going to make a nice cup of tea. Looks as if you could do with one. I won't be a tick." Left alone to recover, Susan stared about her. The room had a high ceiling and a huge stained marble Victorian fireplace, but was bare of all ornaments and embellishments, almost as though the family were on the point of moving out and had packed away everything easily movable. All it held was 2 large armchairs that matched the sofa, half a dozen straight-backed chairs, and a scratched oak sideboard with a radio on it. There was only lino on the floor, and set in the centre was a circle of linked-up toy railway lines with a couple of Hornby trains, their carriages lying on their sides, and nearby some very battered toy cars. As she sat looking at it, a boy of about 13 came in. Staring at her from under a thatch of unkempt, tawny hair, he said, "Hello." Susan smiled through her tiredness. "Mum's gone to make you some tea," he announced gravely. When Susan nodded, he went on, "I'm Malcolm. I've got 2 brothers. There's Percy and Henry. They're younger than me." Again she nodded, too weary to make conversation with small boys. A silence fell, and finally Malcolm wandered off, leaving her to continue gazing at the square-patterned lino and the indifferent beige wallpaper. The once heavy green brocade curtains at the long Victorian bay window were faded at the edges by sunlight. Against the wall were propped makeshift blackout shutters of thick black paper in flimsy wood-battened frames. The woman returned with a steaming, basin-like cup on a wide saucer, which she put into Susan's hands. "You'll feel a lot better after this," she said, and sat at one of the chairs while Susan sipped what was the best cup of tea she's had in what seemed like ages. "About the advert," she said at last. "Oh, yes," said the woman, as though only just recalling that was why Susan was here. Now Susan felt better enough to take note of her. She saw a smallish woman of about 35, with uncurling, fair hair, roughly cut straight about the ears and forehead. Her hands were rough, and she wore a washed-out flowered wrap-over pinafore over a green dress. "Well," she said now, "I'm Emma Crawley. Me husband's often away for a few days on end, works for the gas board, reserved occupation, but his job takes him all over the place, and I get a bit lonely. At least he—" She faltered to a stop, then added hastily, "I've got me marriage certificate." Mrs. Crawley burst out laughing. "Lord love us, I don't disbelieve you, dear. Where is he? Or is that— Hush, hush." He's been posted missing." "Oh, you poor duck." Her early hilarity swept away. The woman's face creased with pity. "And you with a baby on the way. Oh, but you ain't got no home or nothing. Have you been bombed out then? Not in London, though, dear." She'd taken note of Susan's accent. "Do you come here from Manchester way?" "No, Birmingham." Susan was surprised that tears hadn't flooded her eyes at the mention of Matthew, but guessed she was too tired for that. "Birmingham. They've had it nasty up there. Had some of them daylight raids. They've left London alone this time, thank God. We had enough of ours sharing the blitz. Shocking it was round here. Flames." She pulled herself up sharply. "Look, come upstairs and take a look at the rooms. See if you like 'em. You can cook up there. I've put a gas ring. There ain't no place for an oven, but you can eat with us if you like. Might save you a few bob in the meter. Don't suppose you get much allowance from the army. Come on, dear, I'll show you. Leave your suitcase there for the time being. What's your name?" "Susan. Susan Ward." She got up, put the cup and saucer on the floor, because there was nowhere else to put it, and followed Mrs. Crawley out and back along the passage, its thin runner rucking up under her tired feet and up the narrow, linoed stairs. Opening the door to the large bedroom, which had been divided into 2 at some time to form a sitting-room as well, Mrs. Crawley stood back for Susan to enter. "Everything's nice and clean," she said. To someone who had been travelling for much of the day, it looked like heaven, despite the well-worn furnishings and, if one had been finicky, really only been one divided room. "I hope it's suitable for you."
Suitable. Susan could have cried at the sight of the large brass bed on which she could have flopped this very second. It looked so inviting and comfortable. She turned to the woman. "I'd like to take it, but do you mind me being like this?" She nodded towards her midriff. "Bless you, no. I like kids. Got 3 of my own, all boys. What I'd like is a girl. Well, you never know. Ain't too old yet. And Jeff, well, that's me husband. It's Geoffrey, really, but he's called Jeff by everyone. When he comes home, you never know. Could happen. I could spark again. But it'd be nice having a bit of female company in this house of boys. Me husband, too. As much boy as any of the kids, I can tell you." "Well, if it suits you to have me here, Mrs. Crawley, call me Emma. And I'll call you Sue." Susan smiled. The woman was motherly, and she needed someone motherly right now. Someone like her own mother. Her mother spoke real Brummie. Emma Crawley spoke to have no conception of what you've put us through. No consideration. Didn't you ever stop to think how worried we'd be? In her room, which she'd already made even more cosy, Susan withstood the tirade by keeping her head bowed and saying nothing. "After all we've tried to do for you, I don't think we've been unkind or made you do anything you didn't want to do. We've treated you as though you were our own daughter and done all we can to make you feel at home. Not only for Matthew's sake, but for your own, a girl away from her parents, her husband." Mrs. Ward gulped back a wave of emotion. Collecting herself, she paused again, this time for some sort of reply. When none came, she pushed on. "How could you have been so thankless, so unkind, so thoughtless? God knows we've done you no harm to be treated in such a way. What have we done to you, Susan, to deserve it?" This was said in such a heartfelt manner. Tears began to surge. "My own life," she blurted, "watching every move I made. You made me feel like I was a prisoner. I want to lead my own life. I'm not a kid. I can look after myself." "It looks like it," Mrs. Ward remarked, gazing about her exactly as she'd done on entering the house. "This place is disgusting. But it feels more like home to me than your fine house ever did." It didn't matter that she sounded rude. She felt angry. "Mrs. Crawley is like a mother to me, which you never was." "Well, that is the absolute limit." "Now, look here, Susan," Leonard Ward cut in again. "For nothing, did you?" he ended firmly. "No," she said in a small voice. "Then where have we failed?" She was crying now. "You haven't failed. I didn't mean to upset anyone. I suppose I should have told you how I felt. But it's done now." "It isn't. You can come back with us." "It is. I want to live on my own. I'm sorry, but I feel smothered. I just want to live on my own." There was a long silence, both of them looking at her, she not daring to look at them. "But the baby—" "I'm all right," Susan cut across her mother-in-law's lame words. "Mrs. Crawley's got children. She's made me feel wanted and comfortable here." "Meaning we haven't?" "It's like I said, I don't feel comfortable in your home. I want to be on my own. I need to be on my own. I don't want to be smothered." "Well, all credit to you, Susan," Leonard Ward muttered. "There's no point us trying to argue any more. I give you credit for wanting to stand on your own 2 feet, Susan. I didn't think you had it in you, but obviously you have. Well, we're not far away if you need us. We did to displease you. Of course, we want to know when the baby's born and if you're all right. You will do that, won't you?" Dismally she nodded. He came forward, laid a kiss on her downcast cheek, and took hold of her shoulders to give them a small, encouraging shake. It was like having Matthew touch her, and it was all that she could do not to fall into her father's arms to receive as Susan smiled at her through her tears. A fierce stab somewhere in her stomach awoke Susan with a start, and for a moment she lay rigid, frightened by a pain. The clinic had told her that she only had a week or 2 to go now, though no one could say quite when.
So, was this her time? No, couldn't be. Probably just wind. That come at night, persistent, refusing to be ignored. All this time there'd been no news whatsoever of Matthew, but she wouldn't think about that. Once on that track, it would persist him. She would try to think of something else, something positive, something happy. It had been the best move she'd ever made, getting away from his parents. Emma was such a wonderful man at the Wards' home. The only time anyone sat around a table, the big bare table in the back room, was when Geoffrey Crawley was home. And even then, everyone came one after another as each plate was filled, leaving the same way as soon as the plate was empty. No one waiting for anyone. Helping around the house, going shopping with Emma, who held her arm as she got bigger round the middle, was enjoyable. Shutters would go up, amid a dozen bits of advice how to make them fit so no light finally showed. With the sounds in the street finally muted by the closing of the thin curtains, they'd all settle down to an evening around the wireless, laughing at Itma, Arthur Askey and Stinker Murdoch, Vic Oliver, Ben Lyon and Bebe Daniels, listening intently to the news read by Alvar Liddell, chair, reading the evening paper or studying his worksheets for the following week. All nice and cosy. With all this going on around her, there was little time for fretting any more. Jeff was an easygoing man. It wasn't at all difficult to talk to him. Mr. Ward had been nice too, but it had not been so easy to talk about things she liked. Films, popular songs, still married. Had to, he said, for her sake. Susan felt a little sad for him that he'd had to take, as it seemed, second best, though Emma had, he admitted, been a instinct that lies dormant within each woman so that she knows instantly what it is without being told. Swinging her feet out of bed, she hoisted herself up and, holding her stomach in which there was now only a dull, grinding feeling, she got to the door and out onto the landing. "Emma!" She raised her voice, sounded small and terrified even to herself. The most comfortable place she could find. "Stay here," she ordered. "I'll go out and get your clothes and things for you." She was back within seconds with a shopping bag holding a towel, flannel and soap, hairbrush. "Do you think you can walk? We've got to get you to the hospital. It's only half a mile down the Mile End. You've only just started. You'll be able to make it if we walk slow." To which Susan let out another gasp. "Business." There came a loud hammering and knocking on the street door. A harsh voice shouted, "What the hell you lot up to? You're showing a bloody great light, like a bloody searchlight out there." "Oh, God, the blackout!" Emma rushed in panic to the window to find one corner of the blackout frame leaning inward towards the room, not having been put up properly. Only then did she run to the door, a wide saddle with a lot of padding on it. Sitting in the dark, listening, Susan wasn't sure whether to laugh or cry as the present bout of pain began to fade a little. The baby, a girl, arrived the next day around 3 in the afternoon. "Quick for the first," a nurse told her, but it had seemed like an eternity to her as she writhed in terror and pain, a young mother not knowing what was expected of her, what to expect. Throughout she'd been alternately encouraged and scolded, assured that it wouldn't be long now, that she was doing wonderfully, then in the next breath upbraided for making a fuss, getting into a needless panic, yelling when there was no need, not cooperating. And when during easier moments she wept for Matthew, she was told she must be brave for him, that he, a stalwart fighting for his country, wouldn't want to see her less brave, breaking down like this. She couldn't bring herself to tell them he'd been reported missing. Though his family hung on to the hope of his having been captured, she knew deep inside her that he was dead, that she'd never see him again, and would have to bring up his child alone. Chapter 19. Jenny stood by Susan's bedside. Susan's in-laws had just left, and her parents, who had further to come, had yet to see her.
Jenny herself had heard of the birth of Susan's baby by chance, being told at tea-time by one of the nurses, creased up with laughter, of a woman in labour having arrived at maternity around 1:30 in the morning on a bike. What people don't do in wartime, the nurse had giggled over her bread and jam sandwich. You mean she rode herself here on her bike? Jenny had joined in the general laughter. Odd things happened in hospitals, but that one had taken the biscuit. Well, not exactly rode herself. An air raid warden was pushing her, and her landlady apparently kept helping her off every time she got one of her pains. They had the saddle all padded. This last brought a fresh gale of laughter. I'm not surprised, Jenny had said over the laughter. Where were her parents then? She said they lived in Birmingham. She'd walked out on her in-laws or something and lives about half a mile away from here. Seems it was easier to get here on a bike than having to walk. I ask you, can you just see it? Some old air raid warden wheeling a pregnant woman on a bike all the way to the hospital, her hopping on and off every so often. It must have looked a sight. Lucky for her it wasn't midday. Honestly, some people. But Jenny had no longer been laughing. Now she stood looking down at the girl's face, pale from the hard work of bringing a baby into the world, looking wan and down in the mouth when she should have been glowing with pride at her achievement. "Have you seen the baby, Susan?" she asked for something to say, after having inquired how she was, a question which had been met by a tear being squeezed from between the closed eyelids. "What did you think of her?" she pressed, as Susan merely nodded without speaking. "I'm too worn out to think anything, except that Matthew's not here, and I'm all on my own. I'll never see him again. No one cares." "Of course they care. His parents care, and your family. They care." And relayed what little news she had happened to glean from his parents, which was hardly anything. And having for a while lost the run of Susan, all she knew of Matthew was of the ongoing but vain efforts of the Red Cross still to tried to put it away from her, had assumed she had at last conquered it when she'd written to Ronald Whittaker, finally confronting the stupidity in letting such a chance go of getting Matthew out of her system once and for all by marrying Ronald as he'd once asked. His parents had replied for him, saying they were sending her letter on to him, that against their wishes he hadn't gone into the practice with his father, but instead had joined the Army Medical Corps. Slightly dismayed, she'd got in touch with him at the address they'd given. Ronald's reply had been kind and friendly, but said that he had met a girl and very aware that her only avenue of escape from the love inside her for Matthew had been cut off. It made her furious that Susan could lie here lamenting her lot and assuming her husband dead, when she should at least be fighting to fill herself with optimism that he would eventually come back to her. She didn't even seem interested in her baby as a mother would normally be. "What are you going to call her?" Jenny asked, and received an apathetic shrug. "I don't really know. Not really thought about it." "Then don't you think you should? What do Matthew's parents say?" Yes, it was a lame sort of name, and sounded even more so on Susan's amazed lips. It's short for Matilda. Matthew had always loved shortening names. "Hi there, Jen." Jenny swallowed back the sentimental restriction of her throat. "Matilda is the feminine of Matthew. It would remind you of him, and when he comes home." He would come home. When he comes home, he'll know you were thinking of him. Make it Matty, Susan. It sounds better. She spoke positively. Susan was by nature a malleable person, and she was at her most malleable now. "Well, if I hadn't got any name ready for her, I suppose it's as good as any." She couldn't care less, Jenny thought angrily. "I'm glad the baby, Matty, is okay. She'll be something for you to cling to until Matthew comes home." Giving Susan no opportunity to argue with that, she turned smartly on her heel and with exquisite little dresses for Matilda. The weather was getting colder. Wool was hard to come by, so second-hand woolen garments were usually found in jumble sales, unravelled and re-knitted, but the child needed some warm clothing. Left to Susan, she'd have nothing warm to wear. It seemed to Lillian the mother had no interest whatsoever in Matilda. She insisted the child's name be spoken in full, or even mentioning the dread word. But she wouldn't have it that Matthew was dead. He was somewhere. He had to be. Why couldn't they find him? Not trying too many other missing servicemen, really, in the dull November light. Crumpling the brief letter into a ball, Susan threw it across the kitchen. She never gives up. As trooped in from school for their midday break in half an hour, Emma looked up from the kitchen table. She means well, Sue. She knitted you both lovely Christmas presents. Means well. She always means well. It's the way she goes about meaning well that gets my goat, treating me as though I've not got a clue of how to bring up a baby. I know she doesn't approve of me going out every once in a while. That's all it is, once in a while. I'm not gadding about with soldiers. I just need a break now and then. Of course you do, Emma continued, spreading the doorsteps with the thinnest scrape of margarine, her family's rations dwindling towards the end of this week's allowance. She put a small, clear smear of plum jam on them and pressed the slices together, the resulting sandwiches almost too wide for any child's mouth. The way she talks, Susan went on, you'd think I was on the street. I like going dancing with Eddie, and we know how to behave ourselves. The owner's son had been called up. Edie Barrows, who worked with her, also had a husband in the forces, and like herself needed to get out now and again and see a bit of life rather than be stuck at home. It was all, Susan repeated. Course you do, Emma murmured. Do you want jam or a bit of your cheese ration on this sandwich? Jam'll do. The shop's a real godsend. In the Mile End Road, near the old Empire Music Hall, a small derelict shop had been set up with a system whereby mothers could barter clothing their toddlers had grown out of for larger clothes. It saved on clothing coupons, and it was cheap. Matty looked a treat in some of the baby clothes Susan had managed to find. Trouble is, she inspects everything I buy for Matty, as if I'd put her into something lice-infested. The way she purses her lips if Matty looks the least bit messy. You can't keep babies clean all the time. She's bound to sick up a bit of food on her clothes, and she always manages to come in when Matty's messy, never when she's clean. I'm sure she times it. Emma laughed and glanced at the battered alarm clock on one of the kitchen shelves. 12:30. The boys would be home any minute, all three of them bursting into the house as ravenous as if they hadn't eaten for a week. Wait till she starts feeding herself, then you'll know what messy is. When the post fell lightly through the letterbox, Lillian was neatly folding the finished baby dress, ready to take with her tomorrow morning. It looked pretty. The pink and white wool she'd picked up from the WI, skeined and washed, almost new. Susan should be pleased, though Lillian could bet she wouldn't show it if she could help, merely look askance at it, as though she, Lillian, were interfering. How could she be interfering? The child's own grandmother. More than them up in Birmingham ever bothered themselves. She allowed herself that little grammatical lapse in referring to Susan's people, who, as far as she knew, hardly ever came down to see their daughter, much less sent her presents of clothing. Out of sight, out of mind. They probably wrote now and again and thought that good enough. At the sound of the post, she left the dress on the round occasional table in the bay window and hurried into the hall to see what had arrived. Always in the back of her mind was that one day the post would contain a letter from the Red Cross or some other authority to say her son had been traced. At the same time, there lingered that fear of being informed of his confirmed death, so that she never approached the envelopes lying in the wire cage attached below the letterbox without pausing, to carry on more slowly, in trepidation at what might be there. This procedure she followed now.
Pray God there was no bad news. Bills excluded, of course. But that was bad news, and what was good if it concerned Matthew? Was missing good news? But surely better than that dread which invariably throbbed in her mind. Whatever it was, it had to be faced. There were several letters, most of them bills and invoices concerning Leonard's business. 2 private letters, both face down. What would they contain? One had an official look to it. It was that one which she swept up almost in a single movement, knowing even before she turned it over that it bore the small red cross on it. Feverishly, she ripped open the envelope. A heart thumping heavily, she pulled out the single sheet of limp, recycled notepaper and unfolded it swiftly, hardly daring to breathe, hardly daring to let her out. The waiting was at an end. At last they knew. Tears she had kept unshed all this time started to flow, and she didn't try to prevent them as she sank down on the stairs and, all alone in the house, gave herself up to weeping, the letter crumpled in her hand. Slowly, though, she gathered her thoughts. She must was lifted, but she felt too drained to think in the interval. Her brain seemed quite dead. She actually gave a small start as Leonard's voice sounded close to her ear. "Hello? Ward's electrical shop?" "Leonard, we've heard. We've heard from the International Red Cross. A letter this morning. Leonard, they found him. He's a prisoner of war. That's all they know. But Leonard, he's alive. Our Matthew's alive." There was a second or two's silence. Then his voice came, trembling just after hers had. "I'm coming home. I'm closing up and coming home." "But your customers, you can't." It sounded quite inane. News of Matthew traced, and she was worrying about customers. Sod the customers. He never swore in her hearing. She wouldn't have it. But today she forgave him. Chapter 20. The rain had ceased. The flood within the railway cutting had subsided, and with it part of the earth wall, which must now be shored up. The guards, tempers uncertain at the best of times, and now made more vile by the appalling conditions which they and the prisoners alike were compelled to share, were calling for more speed. Anxious to return to their dry quarters and some warm food, they backed their demands with stick and stone aimed at any prisoner who flagged at his task. The cutting rang to their demented yells, to the screech of steel being dragged from the antiquated lorries, the clang of hammers on the metal spikes securing the rails in place, while the sickly glow of carbide lamps gleamed in the glistening shoulders of those who toiled into the night. To Matthew's fevered mind, the whole thing resembled scenes from Dante's Inferno, as on hands and knees he groped in the yellow mud for the bolts of the fishplate that would join together the 2 rails placed there. His last meal of cold boiled rice, diluted by monsoon rain, had been eaten at mid-morning 8 hours ago. He would not eat again until their overseer, the shocko, called a halt to measure the day's quota of work, sometime just before midnight. His brain felt it was bursting from the most recent attack of malaria. He dared not dwell on how he would get through the remaining hours, but get through them he must. Evading the prospect, he found himself turning his thoughts inwards, a sort of mental escapism he'd long ago learned. A way of withdrawing into the depths of his own brain, as into a dark little world, secluded from all this misery outside. Slowly, a wonderful phenomenon would occur, though it was only imagination. Inside his head there would appear a bright disk, and within the disk he'd visualize Susan's face, smiling, gentle as she reached out to him. The clamour around him would recede, and he would seem to float on a tiny island of peace, remote from the violence and hunger that made up the world he now existed in. A figment of a feverish mind, perhaps? But what did it matter? It sustained him, and, with a fanaticism born of sheer desperation, he clung to the wavering disc. He'd never dreamed he would, that day of his being taken prisoner. Hands raised, his pockets being rifled, he protested at Susan's photo being torn into pieces, had taken a step, bound together by their own belts in twos, had been pushed and prodded along jungle tracks with the noise of the river, which had meant safety, receding. They'd finally been incarcerated in a small bamboo enclosure full of Indian and British soldiers, which became filthier as the days passed, with no latrines and a constant scramble for water. His arm had swollen to twice back across the Sitang River, by then spanned by a hasty bridge flung up by the Japanese, past shattered metal and unburied bodies, and into the city. The poison from his now of the telepathic origins of that bright light. Susan's thoughts were encouraging him, spanning the thousands of miles between them. It had been Bob Howlett who'd practically carried him into the Rangoon jail from that 70-mile trek, who had badgered him into putting one foot before the other, holding him up, telling him not to give up, that he had Susan and a baby to get home to. Bob, who had fed him with tiny morsels of watery rice and bits of fruit as he lay desperately ill. Now it was Bob who lay desperately ill with dysentery, so pernicious that Matthew feared he would lose him. So many friends had been parted. They had been fortunate staying together this long. If Bob died, there'd be no panacea of shared comradeship, nights spent in their rotting tent, talking quietly of their hopes, of what they were going to do when they got back home, their wives, their memories of happier days. If Bob died, he'd be totally alone, tense and sleep. But first there was water from the river to be boiled, to cook the edible lizard he caught and killed that morning. Anything caught was supposed to go into the common pot. The river could wash away a man, especially one in a weakened condition. Men were already there, scooping up the cloudy liquid, a perfect breeding ground for disease. The last to arrive, Matthew sank down, all the spring of youth gone out of their step. Sitting here, he too felt like an old man, trying to summon the will just to raise himself up and fill his can with the cloudy water. Holding the petrol can below the surface to fill, he stared across the river into the darkness of the jungle. The roar of the river was deafening. A slow, lethargic thought came that made every mouthful of what food he got an agony. Would he drag on for a few more months in this hopeless corner of the world, or somewhere like it, further along this growing railway? Did you do this to me? Why, in Christ's name, won't you help us? The roar of the river bore away the insane cry. The buzzing night jungle swallowed it whole. This primeval tangle of sodden vegetation continued uninterrupted. There was a reply, voiceless in his own head, the memory of a smile, Susan hovering in his head across thousands of miles of sea and desert and mountain and jungle, waiting for him. He couldn't let her down. He couldn't let Bob down, sitting here nursing his own misery, the dark, handsome hero, who in her imagination was Matthew, until it was Mattie's bedtime. But all the imagination in the world could never compensate for the real thing. She enlisted, loyal still to her married state. But sometimes she envied Edie, leaving with a partner's arm around her waist. "You'll be all right going home without me," would answer. But, oh, how she envied Edie. Once, hurrying to catch her bus home, she'd passed a couple hidden in a dark doorway. In the blackout, she would have missed them, but for her girlish giggle she recognised as Edie's. She heard the deep drawl of a GI and knew that tomorrow Edie would be displaying a fancy bar of toilet soap, or a bar of chocolate, or a pair of nylons. Perhaps even with a brash flourish bring out a packet of US government-issued contraceptives to shock her friend.
It's safe as houses, Sue, and what harm are you doing, keeping the poor things happy, far away from home, making yourself feel better in the bargain? But she couldn't do that. What if she did fall by accident? How would she ever face Matthew's parents? Yet it had been so long since a man's hand had touched her, really touched her. Her whole body ached as the thought of it. It was now August 1943. 7 months since she'd heard Matthew had been made prisoner of war. Almost 2 years since she'd last seen him. At times she couldn't remember his face unless she looked at a photo of him first. Mattie's first birthday had come and gone 2 weeks ago, and he'd never seen her. She often thought nowadays of herself and Mattie, never herself, Matthew and Mattie. "I wish I had your courage," she said to Edie on the Monday morning, knowing Edie had thoroughly enjoyed her Saturday night by evidence of yet another handful of Hershey bars and a pair of nylons. It was a tempt, but the thought of someone's arm around her. It was a terrible thought and made her want to cry. Her first joy at the news of Matthew having been traced had long since dwindled. There'd been no reply. It felt for all the world as though her message had been written to a ghost. She'd never dared voice those sentiments to his mother, who had sent off her own forlorn 15 words of encouragement and love that day. She would have been appalled. How much more appalled would she have been to know how his wife yearned for the feel of a man's hand fondling her, even though it wasn't her husband's. No, she couldn't. All very well for Edie in the arms of some frustrated warrior far from home. Edie had changed a lot this year, voiced a different slant on her husband these days. 2 years away, and God knows how many more years. I mean, the man's stuck out in the Falklands. When are they going to give him leave from there? Meanwhile, it didn't matter then. I was there to keep my eye on him. But now, miles away, why shouldn't I have a bit of pleasure too? You must feel the need, Sue, keeping yourself like a life heroines and handsome, forceful heroes. She would furtively turn the key of her door, quietly so no one would hear. Secure behind the lock, she would slip out of her clothes and survey for relief. Then, throbbing from lack of fulfilment, she would fling herself back onto her bed to squirm and weep in self-torment. How tempting it would be at these moments to follow Edie's example, to find herself someone to fondle her, fulfill this emptiness inside her. Surely more honest than this pathetic self-pleasure that was no pleasure, Susan said. Emma looked up sharply. "It's what you asked me to do, to look after her. You were going to work and all. I'm not keeping her away from you." "Oh, no, I didn't mean anything." She was glad of Emma's help. She wasn't cut out to be a mother, she didn't think, driven to distraction when Maddie got herself into a temper, shrieking at the top of her voice. A child's shriek could be like a hot iron searing right through a person's eardrum. Smacking only made things worse. Many times Susan had been forced, out of sheer frustration, to resort to a smack on her legs, finally having excused herself now. "I hope she don't play you up too much." "Good Lord, no, she's a real dear. 'Cause the only thing is, we have to put everything up out of her reach now she's hoisting herself up on her feet. Got her little hands into everything. Real exploring character she is. Quick, and if you don't get what she wants, she gets a real tantrum on her. Strong mouth. Sounds like she takes after Matthew's mother. Nothing can move her either." She didn't say it in bitterness, just stated what was the truth. Mrs. Ward had never deviated from the certainty that Matthew would come home, even though her poor little message hadn't been answered, had not deviated from continually telling Susan that she must be strong and pray for him to come home and not to give way to... "You don't mean that?" "Oh, yes, I do." Emma gave a good-tempered chuckle. "So you will when he's been home a few years. Most wives do. Not nasty like, kind of pictures tonight. So I couldn't go either, could I?
Not on me own, and leave him here on his own. Married people don't do that. And while you're spending all day mending socks and ironing, it's sure a bit of time to yourself. Miss him? I think this job he's got has been a godsend. I know he's safe, not overseas somewhere in the thick of it, but Jeff's the limit sometimes, expecting me to run after him. The least sneeze, and I'm his nursemaid. Men. The darning needle flew fast without ill will. Babies, most of them. I expect they're brave enough amongst themselves, but get near their wives and their little babies, straight they are. I'm a blooming mother to Jeff. She stopped to tap the hand of her youngest, trying to fish into her work basket for the glass marbles that always got in there. You'll prick your fingers, you silly little bugger. I'll get 'em out for you after I've done this. Just you wait. She directed another laugh towards Susan, watching. Another tolerant laugh. My mum used to say, before you're married, you could feel you could eat it. After you're married, you wish you had. I hope I never feel like that playing. It's still light, Mum. This time of year it's always light. It's still 8 o'clock and time for bed. Malt's not been called in yet. He will be, soon as you two are up them stairs. His bread's buttered. Don't you worry. In the flimsy bamboo and attap construction they called the hospital, Matthew eased his way between the low platforms of sick men, some still as death, some tossing and turning in delirium, some bloated by beriberi, or calling for a pan as they strained to the flux of dysentery, or waited to have the black, blood-stained fluid. He felt helpless. How Bob had stayed alive so long was beyond him. Sheer willpower sustained him and nothing else, for he no longer ate. There were no drugs, and food was his only chance. But rice alone was not food enough. For his friend Matthew stole, but not well. Bob had always been better than he at it. His cheerful, stolid approach to life had allowed him to stand the strain of it, and the disappointment that often followed. Wily villagers knew they had the edge of British POWs, with half a mind on prowling guard. It made him walk oddly, but the gait of anyone with a raw scrotum was easily ignored. Once the chicken was made into soup, Bob must surely find the appetite to take a few mouthfuls. The night shift had been unusually short. Yamagata the shoko had miscalculated the quota, and his pleasure at their apparently superhuman efforts to reach the target he'd set showed on his round face. His tone almost pleasant, as he'd called out, "Yoroshiyi!" which means things were good, or men finish. With the railway growing apace, it was a long march back to camp. By the time they reached it, Yamagata would have eaten and been in the arms of Morpheus. It was a surprise then to see him coming back to meet them, his short arms flailing like stubby windmill sails, his face animated. He'd obviously discovered his error in judging his quota, and intended putting it to rights. No doubt he'd been hauled over the coals himself for the mistake, but instead of marching the men back to the railway, he took them down another narrow path into the jungle to arrive at another camp. It was empty. It didn't take long to discover why. Every one of the native labourers there was dead. Ordered to burn every corpse, a strong suspicion grew that they were disposing of cholera victims, and Matthew thought that no Japanese could ever have seen men work faster. 2 hours later, they were marching back to their own camp, a very sober, thoughtful bunch. But worse was to come. In their absence, 3 British POWs had died of something also strongly resembling cholera. Matthew felt his flesh creep. Seeing the Japanese running about, making ready to flee before it struck them also. He noticed too that the guards with his column had disappeared. Nothing would prevent a man escaping except the jungle itself. Thousands of square miles of rainforest, a mapless terrain where he could climb and slither endlessly, inedible plant life, poisonous insects, evil water. He would go round in circles until he died. No iron bars could have made a better prison.
In a steady rain that had begun again, the camp was a nucleus of panic. The sick being transported from the hospital on makeshift stretchers to be unceremoniously dumped on the bare, wet ground. Catching the panic, Matthew grabbed the arm of one of the helpers. "I'm looking for Bob Howlett." The man looked put out. With over 100 sick to get out of the place at the double, who the hell remembered one man's name? "Go and ask the bloody M.O. "Where's the M.O.? The orderly shrugged free of his grip. "Listen, chum, we've just got 5 minutes to get these poor buggers out of here before them bastards set fire to the hospital. They're bleeding terrified. If you can't help us, sod off." He had jerked a thumb towards 3 guards, no doubt ordered by their CO to stand their ground, which they would, more frightened of this wrath than cholera. 2 had set up a machine gun, obviously meant for any protesters, as the 3rd stood by with several cans of kerosene. Their faces full of terror were the colour of putty. "There's blokes going to die being moved like this, but they ain't going to burn. Now leave us alone if you ain't going to help." Matthew found the M.O. inside the M.O. paused in his work, his expression one of commiseration. "Were you the mate who used to feed and wash him?" There was no need for the man to say more. Matthew felt numb to him. "Where in the cemetery?" "I don't know where." The M.O. pushed past, pointing to his helpers. "You over there with that one. Quick now." His shout was one of exasperation. Flames met rain-soaked material, hissed, spluttered, hesitated. A pall of yellow smoke rolled the length of the hut. Men running in and out, bearing their occupied stretchers, coughed in the smoke, shouting, getting in each other's way. More fuel was splashed on. Another match struck. A growl rose up from the rescuers, but the Japanese had the machine gun and were trigger-happy. Conquering the wet bamboo and palm leaf roof, the flames leapt, and still the rescuers ran in and out, and the sick draped over their shoulders, men hardly able to stand, clambering over the open sides of the hospital. His own personal loss dulling his senses, Matthew ran with the others, blindly helping the last of the sick to safety, until the heat finally forced him to retreat. With the flames crackling behind him, he went towards the cemetery at the far end of the camp, where a tangle of jungle prevented any further intrusion. There he stood gazing at the rows of bamboo crosses, each tilted in the sodden mud, each bearing a pathetic attempt to inscribe the name of whoever lay beneath. It was very still here. Just the sound of pattering rain on the soft earth, and the distant cries of those still helping with the rescue, and the red glow from the burning hospital, flickering on the drunken crosses in the monsoon-dulled morning like something in a weird dream. Which cross belonged to Bob? Was he yet to have a cross? So many crosses, so many. From some of them a fine rivulet of mud was trickling. By the end of the monsoon, many of the markers would be horizontal. As the camp moved on, following the railway, the jungle would return, cover them with vines and roots and fungus, all signs of them obliterated, as though they had never been. By that time, he and others would be far away, perhaps themselves beneath the mud, under a rough bamboo cross, out there in this senseless tangle. All were living on borrowed time. All a man could hope for was a mate to hold his hand so he would not die alone. But Bob had died alone. The man who'd been his friend from almost the beginning of their army service, who had carried him for 2 days on the march to Rangoon, who had bathed him so many times when he had been sick and helpless, had been denied the privilege of a companion to ease his last moments. Amid other dying men, he had gone unnoticed, alone. The thought of that loneliness constricted Matthew's throat muscles. He should have been with him, should have been there to put an inscription on his pitiful bamboo cross to honour Bob's burial with his presence. Without strength, Matthew let his knees buckle, sank down into the mud which, disturbed by his light weight on it, offered up a fulsome stink. But as he had failed to comfort his dying friend, so there was no comfort for him. Only the rain mingled with salt dribbling down his cheeks. Only the empty silence of the lonely graves, the intermittent calling of the wild things of the rainforest, and, faintly, the shouts of men trying vainly to help each other.
Chapter 21. I really enjoy these moments of peace and quiet. Geoffrey Crawley lounged in one of the sagging armchairs in the living half of Susan's partitioned room. Between you and me and the gatepost, he continued, Emma's jolliness can go right through one sometimes. She's a nice person, Susan defended, handing him the cup of tea she'd made on the small gas ring she seldom used except when he came up here to escape the constant din of wife and kids downstairs. Oh, don't get me wrong. He took an appreciative sip of tea. I'd be the first to challenge anyone who says anything against her. Salt of the earth, Emma. But sometimes. Susan smiled. He seemed to like her as an audience, to get off his chest the little things that bothered him, or to regale her with little anecdotes of his travels, which Emma, managing 3 growing boys and a house, had no time to listen to, and had probably heard before. At first, it had been a little embarrassing, him coming up here. What if Emma got the wrong idea? She'd said as much to Emma, who had promptly viewed the whole thing with amusement. What keeps him out of my way while I'm getting the dinner? As long as you don't mind him. If you don't want him up there, just send him packing back down here. You don't have to put up with him. Need your own privacy sometimes, I expect. Just turn him out when you've had enough. But she didn't want to turn him out. It was nice having a man's company all to herself. He made good conversation. But his was quiet, where Emma's could be so noisy. He brought her little things, sweets he'd got from under the counter, most of them for his children, and for Emma, and even Matty, but a few for her. Lately he'd been giving her more and more little presents. A pair of nylons, a length of parachute silk, from which she'd made herself a couple of slips. A lipstick on her birthday, Max Factor, not easy to come by. The ends of previous ones were melted down and poured into one container to make them go further. Emma didn't wear lipstick since having the boys. He knows what I look like, she said, when Susan had offered her a touch of hers. He never fit me dolled up. Think I got myself some other bloke. Susan accepted them all gratefully. At least she didn't have to go with some GI like Edie to get them. On her first Christmas with the Crawleys, she'd refused to spend it with her in-laws. He'd brought home a tiny wooden doll for Matty. At Easter, a real chocolate egg, not a cardboard one. On her first birthday, a pink dress, and on Susan's birthday, lace hankies. Where he got these things from, she never asked. She was just flattered by the attention. And ever since her birthday, he'd come up to sit in her armchair and chat for an hour or so, whatever Sunday afternoon he was at home. It had become almost a habit. Christmas came round again, and again she refused to spend any of it with Mr. and Mrs. Ward, nor, to be fair, with her own family. They were too much of a journey away, and the house remained crowded with her grandparents still there, their home still uninhabitable. She sent them a card, though, one of those postcard things that now took the place of fancy pre-war ones. But Mrs. Ward was as put out as she'd been the previous year. We never see Matilda unless we come to you. Surely one Christmas with us? Susan had remained silent, sullen, but had her way. Here was fun. She could be herself with an easy-going family. The thought of spending it with the Wards, the long silences, the brooding atmosphere she always sensed there, though it was probably of her own making, made her cringe. She turned from the knowledge that there would be just 3 people at the Wards' house this Christmas, Mr. and Mrs. Ward and Louise, home on leave, and they would sit and mourn the absence of their son through the whole festive season. She wanted none of it. On Christmas Eve came an uproar from below, exactly as last year when Geoffrey arrived home with presents. As before, she'd remained in her room, not wishing to intrude. But soon footsteps echoed on the stairs, and she heard a light tapping on her door. Opening it, she saw Geoff standing there, face flushed from the many whiskies and gins offered by various customers and reps who could still get hold of it. Swaying slightly, he held out a large, square, brown paper parcel with a smaller one on top. "Happy Christmas," he burst out, thrusting the packages at her, and too excited to wait for her to open them when the time came, announced in a slurred voice, "Part of the family, eh?" Even tipsy, he spoke much better than Emma. A Cockney twang could still be discerned there, but Susan supposed that his work called for better speech. He was the exact opposite of Emma in every way. She bonny, sloppy, talkative, animated, her hair fair and frizzy. He slim, neat and quiet, brown hair. "Boys for the boys," she announced. "Someone I know makes them out of old furniture." It was a man who worked next door to where she worked. "I've got a brooch for Emma." That, too, was made from wood, with a picture. "Oh, the best things always come in little packages." He was regarding her closely, and she felt he was referring to her personally. She felt herself blush. Leaning forward, he laid a kiss on her cheek. Suddenly, all the loneliness she'd been pretending wasn't there, whenever Edie regaled her with what she'd been up to in the evening, welled up inside her. She lifted both arms and put them round his neck, and at the obvious invitation, his lips settled on hers. Susan felt herself trembling with all the longing that had laid inside her, and she realised that he too harboured a certain loneliness. Though why he should, with Emma there for him, she couldn't understand. But at the moment she didn't see her blood throbbing to its thumping. Then suddenly he released her. "God, I must be more stoned than I thought. God, Sue, I'm sorry." How could she cry out, "Don't go"? How could she make herself look cheaper than she must already look? She stood watching him back away towards the door. It was all she could do. She'd driven him away by her own stupid actions, and now she'd have no one. There was a dull ache where the throbbing had been, while he stood teetering in the doorway, apologies still on his lips. "If you knew, Sue, what I was thinking just now, you'd throw me out," he said. And it was then that she found her voice. "Geoffrey, don't go." She waited. Then very slowly he closed the door and came back into the room. She got through her finals. She was a state-registered nurse at last. Jenny telephoned her mother, then, armed with a 4-hour pass, went out to celebrate in a local pub with the others of her group who'd parted with Matthew, silly fool that she was. When would she grow up? She knew, of course, that he was a prisoner of war. Susan walking out in his parents as she had, knowing how things stood, had to her mind been a terrible thing to do. Now she lived with some rough family off Mile End Road, rather than the nice home into which she had been so generously accepted. Susan must be off her head. But it was none of her business. She had to get on with her own life. And how often had she told herself that as soon as Matthew came into mind? As he came to mind now. So she pushed the thought away and told Molly of her plans. "Watch it," Molly said ominously. "They could send you anywhere." But she was adamant now. It was what she... Air raids had begun again, this time more concentrated. The bombs heavier and more destructive. Dispirited Londoners who thought they'd seen the end of the Blitz called it the Little Blitz, although as many victims were being brought into the London as before. The second front was still being talked about, but this time everyone knew it would come soon. Guilty feelings or not, she was determined nothing would stop her now. Visions of being sent overseas filling her mind. "Adventure at last," she said, shrugging off feelings of guilt. "Aye, adventure at last," Molly Ferguson agreed, by a lengthy shopping list with her expected to pay for the items it contained. "We'll be out of pocket a whole month at least," she grumbled. "I never considered us needing these things." They were items that very few of the nursing recruits had considered. Folding camp bed and bedroll, a collapsible canvas bath, wash bowl and bucket, gum boots, portable paraffin stove. Even the uniform, grey suit and greatcoat with scarlet facings, a change of grey shirts and ties, hat, a change of grey cotton dresses, cape trimmed with scarlet, a lawn veil, had to be bought. Her mother generously sent her a bit of money to help out along with her laments at her daughter no longer coming home most evenings, not coming home at all. She was in the forces. It hadn't properly registered until now. She'd be called Sister, Nursing Officer J. Ross, number T 348509. And she and Molly were to be sent off to a military hospital somewhere in England. So much for going abroad. In fact, they ended up in Essex, at a large manor called Hampden Hall, now a military hospital in a village of the same name. Far from being hundreds of miles from home, she could have cycled there. New Year's Eve, like Christmas, had been wonderful. The house filled to overflowing with all the Crawley family. Friends, relatives, mostly women and children, or men too old to have been called up. A sprinkling of uniforms of those who'd been lucky enough to come home on short leave. The New Year seen in, the party had lasted until around 1 a.m, until slowly growing stale and dwindling as one after another relatives yawned, remembered their own homes, minds on a cup of cocoa and bed. Now they'd all gone. All were living close by and didn't need to stay the night. In the now quiet kitchen, surrounded by the debris of the party, while Emma said good-night to the last of them at the door, loath to see them go, when she would have to come back and face the clearing up, yapping away with them in the silence of the freezing early hours of 1944. Geoffrey gave Susan a long, searching look. "Fancy a nightcap? There's some whisky left, or a drop of port?" She shook her head. "I think I've had enough." She started to leave, but he took hold of her hand. "Look, Sue, I'm sorry about the other day." She wanted to say, "I'm not," but she wasn't even sure about that. It had been so wonderful. Then afterwards, so wretched, knowing what she'd done. And then she'd wanted it to happen all over again. She ended up saying rather stupidly, "Emma must have wondered why you were so long delivering the Christmas presents." "Probably reckoned I was just chatting," he mused. He moved nearer her. "Are you sorry about what happened?" It was a direct question, one she couldn't answer except to give a small shrug, her eyes lowered. Taking her silence for collusion, he drew her gently to him. "I love you, Sue." His breath smelled of alcohol. She held herself stiff in his embrace. Any moment Emma would be back in, her good night said. Fear made her body grow even more tense. "You don't," she whispered. "You had too much to drink that day. You've had too much to drink tonight. We mustn't." He put a hand gently over her mouth. "I love you. I can't remember when it started. All those times I sat in your room, I could hardly keep from muck you around, Sue. You're too nice for that. But that day when you asked me not to go, knowing by then how I felt..." He let his words drift off, his hand falling away from her mouth. In his arms she felt limp. "But I don't love you," she managed to say. She had to be honest with him. But what was honesty until they disappeared into Mile End Road? A woman so full of demonstrative affection that she couldn't bear to let those she was fond of fade from sight until forced to by the intervention of something like a street corner. There were a few more minutes left before she came back indoors. Meanwhile, Susan gabbled what she needed to say to Geoffrey. "That's the trouble. All I could think about was you. You near me and the wonderful feeling it gave me. I should have thought about my husband, but I didn't. He's like a dream, something that never really happened." "Then why hold me off?" He too was talking fast, knowing his wife would come back any moment. "Because," she said, "I don't know how I feel. If I was trying to put you in his place, Geoffrey, I could let you love me easy as anything. But I must have time to think." Any minute now, Emma would be back indoors. Susan pulled free of the hand still holding her wrist. "You must leave me alone, Geoffrey, and don't come upstairs to see me, please, any more." The street door scraped to and closed with a tortured, grating thud. The wood had swollen in the damp winter weather. Susan fled to the kitchen door and stumbled past Emma coming along the unlit passage. "You all right, Sue?" came the startled voice. "Just what the lav," she mumbled, making for the stairs. "Think I'll go straight to bed." "It's all that beer makes you run. Want a nightcap, tea, cocoa?" "No, thanks." Reaching her door, she stumbled into her room. Closing the door, she leaned against it. Her body felt like an empty sack as she let herself slide to the floor to give herself over to weeping, ceasing only when Matty stirred in her cot, dreaming, giving a small whimper. For 3 months they hadn't moved from where they'd been quartered. In huts erected in the grounds of Hampden Hall, in the depths of January and February and March, they looked forward earnestly to the warmer spring weather. With the second front still being talked about, they treated cuts and bruises on men returning from training manoeuvres, saw to fingers squashed in lorry bonnets, dosed sore throats, winter colds, caught colds themselves, and dosed each other. "Fun, don't you think?" Molly said, her red nose sore from the constant application of unforgiving hankies. Jenny chuckled and wiped her own tender nose. Molly was a tonic. Always jolly, always looking on the bright side, a girl to turn every soldier's eye. She was tall like Jenny herself, but whip-thin, and looked as though the smallest breeze would knock her sideways. Like all women with such figures, she looked wonderful in her smart grey and scarlet uniform, whereas Jenny saw herself as doing her uniform no justice whatsoever, despite the appreciative remark of the soldiers about the colour of her hair and the lovely grey-green of her eyes. She took it with a pinch of salt. They pay compliments to any nurse in uniform attending their trivial medical complaints. So their lives continued. Spring sunshine lifting the spirits as they went on occasion to the local pictures in nearby Chelmsford, attended the village fete at Easter, went to the community hall dance that had once only catered for a sprinkling of villagers, but now was crammed with a variety of uniforms, hospital staff and patients. Molly hardly ever danced with the same man twice. She went into the town on the arm of every Tom, Dick and Harry. Jenny did the same, but somehow could never allow herself to get close to any one man. So she supposed she, too, lingered on every Tom, Dick and Harry's arm, and it was an ever-changing foursome that marched off into Chelmsford for an evening at the pictures or a better-class dance at the town hall, far behind. As for the yearning to go overseas, although the QAs were an overseas division of nursing, it seemed this was where they would remain for the duration of the war. Think chaos. They got fitted out with sloppy dungaree-like garments, heavy boots, webbing, respirator and haversack, rain cape cum ground sheet, and all the other paraphernalia that was designed to hang around the frame of military personnel.
Miles from anywhere, for the last weeks of May, life assumed a state of utter immobility beyond the vast campsite with its growing mass of men and military machinery. The first week of June began wet and windy, the wind at times whipping to gale force, making life under canvas more than miserable. Emerging from the prefab made every girl look up, wonderingly. Within seconds, the distant roar was filling the air. "Christ, look at that!" Molly's voice had to screech over the growing racket. As though being raised on a vast curtain, a cloud of dark shapes had begun to loom over the treetops from the west. Bearing down on the awed, open-mouthed watchers below us overhead, each bomber towed a glider. Halifaxes, Lancasters, Blenheims, the huge flying fortresses, moving almost... "We'll probably be following them soon," Molly said, serious for once. Chapter 22. Obeying her wishes, Geoffrey hadn't visited her room again. Downstairs he was polite to her, as though nothing had ever occurred between them. Weeks stretched to months. For soon he was good with Mattie too, bouncing her on his knee until she chuckled fit to burst. But not one warm glance did he cast towards herself. She ached for him to give her just one look that said he too remembered Christmas Eve in her room and yearned to repeat it. Even Emma noticed. "You done something to upset Jeff?" she asked. Bewildered and hurt Emma. Not only that, the courage she had possessed on that one single escapade when she left the wards now evaded her. She couldn't repeat that, not with a 20-month-old child in tow, with all its attendant toiletries, nappies, clothing. And she'd never find herself another place like this, with such a wonderful people. She gritted her teeth and forced the debatable closeness of Geoffrey, who continued virtually to ignore her, was taken away. A month had gone by since then, and this weekend was only the second time Geoffrey had come home. "If you want." But he was already sitting in the armchair. She stood near hers, not sure whether to sit down or not, and make this seem like the cosy little times that once had been. "Do you want me to make you a cup of tea?" "No, I shan't stay long. Fact is, after the boys went to bed, Emma went next door to Mrs. Fulham for a chat. She'll be in there, so his feet were nailed to the floor, his pale blue eyes trained on her. I really do love you, Sue. I'm not a man of any special talent. I don't know what to say in these occasions. All I know is, anyone else?" She knew who he meant, loath to say the name. I don't know," she stammered. "You do feel something for me. I know you love me. You do, don't you?" She allowed a glum nod. A half nod, really, but enough for him. He came forward, and his arms were about her, the sweetness of his breath flowing across her face, she in turn clinging to him, needing this reality. She couldn't remember reaching her bed, but she would never not remember the delicious, the overwhelming joy of being made love to, all the more wonderful for the mad-snatched affair it was, filled the need and with tension and with fear of time overtaking them. She'd never felt so fulfilled as when he came inside her, she rising up to meet him. Afterwards she didn't feel at all ashamed, as she had the first time. Lying in Geoffrey's arms, luxuriating in the contentment that flowed over her, she found herself drawing a veil over the man she had once adored, found herself forming a mental note to put his photo away from its place on the bedside table. What could be gained by staring at that flat, lifeless image of a smiling man that a scrap of paper proclaimed was her husband? How could she know where he was, and if he still existed? Nothing was ever heard.
Fearful tales had come out of the Far East of massacres and terrible deeds done by them. How was she to know what might have happened to Matthew? In Geoffrey's arms, seeing her vigilance as a waste of effort, she blocked out everything else but the hope that this would be the beginning of a long summer of ecstasy. Perhaps a lifetime. Only later, when he left, dressed and dapper as always, as his wife came in through the front door to get his evening cup of cocoa, did she give some thought to what she'd done and what they intended to go on doing. With Emma suspecting nothing, but one day she would, or would have to be told. And then... It never worked. Lillian would have liked it to work, so that she could have kept her thumb on it indefinitely, displaying her anger until the door was eventually opened. Instead, she must use the door knocker, which Lillian's wrath was directed as much to her as to Susan. She'd promised she'd make herself responsible for the girl, and she'd let the side down. Susan's letter had completely taken her breath away, shocked her to the very core. Unabashed it was, no matter how shamefacedly worded, the grammar and spelling bad as ever, adding to the ill grace of it. "I've got to tell you sometime. I feel I've got to be honest, because Emma Crawley's walked out on Mr. Crawley, as him and me are living together, you might say. It all just happened. We couldn't help ourselves, and now I've found out I'm pregnant. So I thought it was best to tell you the truth. I know it sounds bad, but it wasn't intended to be like that. It just happened. I don't expect you'll forgive me, and I know you'll say I should wait for Matthew, but I could be waiting in vain. But now there's me and Matty to think of. Mr. Crawley don't like her around now. Emma's not here to keep an eye on her. He asked me if I'd ask you if you'd like to have her for a while, being her grandparents." She'd crumpled the letter 3 years almost to the day that Matthew had gone away, had kissed his wife, his loyal wife, goodbye to march off into captivity. 3 years. When the war drew to an end, he'd come home. But this war was on their doorstep yet again, in the shape of the doodlebug. Just as the news of Allied advances had everyone reading the papers as though following the football results, excited by it all, there'd come the spluttering engine roar of those V2s, like black crosses spouting blow-lamp fire in their wake. From D-Day and throughout June, July and August, they had laboured across the sky. All warily watched their course as they cut out, soughing on ominously, the watchers unsure whether to duck or not. When they finally came plunging to earth, they demolished homes in huge explosions that fanned out flying glass and debris, killing scores of people, for no one knew where they'd fall. Sometimes 100 would come over a day, several at once, so no one knew where to look or run. The old air raid shelters proved of no help. Cowering in them would have halted all normal life. They chewed up a body's nerves. Several had fallen near to her, too near for comfort, and people had again left London in droves. Yet, as though none of this mattered, Susan had had the audacity to carry on an affair with her landlady's husband. Heedless of his wife, who had befriended the girl, of her own husband. On Saturday the shop stayed open until 5:30, but she'd eventually decided against going there, and demeaning herself by telling him such news in front of goggle-eyed customers. She'd had to deal with this herself. Making up her mind in a fit of anger, she had got herself ready, and now, half an hour later, she was waiting for someone to answer her knock. She had not been prepared for it to be Mrs. Crawley herself. Even so, she collected herself, fluttering the letter in the woman's face. "This arrived from my daughter-in-law an hour ago. She gave me to believe you'd left. I hardly expected to find you here, circumstances being what they are." Mrs. Crawley's face was bleak. No longer the amiable woman, She regarded Lillian with a steady pride as Crawley stepped aside, allowing her to enter. Her face lifted briefly towards the top of the stairs, indicating for Lillian to go up. She too said nothing, but nodded her head in Mrs. Crawley's direction as she passed, noticing a battered suitcase in the hall with a hat balanced on top. Mounting the stairs, there was no sound behind her, but she had the feeling that the woman hadn't watched her go, and reaching the door to the room where Susan resided, she heard the front door close quietly, and knew that Mrs. Crawley had let herself out. For the first time, she felt fear. What would she find on the other side of that door? It took all her reserve of courage to rap on it with her knuckles. Then she remembered the letter, how she'd felt reading it, and her rap became firm. "I couldn't tell you before. You were at work." Leonard was visibly upset by her going off like that without a word to him. "You should have allowed me to be there, Lillian. I'd have been able to lessen the impact rather than you having to deal with it alone." "I managed very well." She had managed, facing up to the situation that had confronted her on stepping inside Susan's rooms, seeing the state the girl had allowed it to get into, and that poor little mite, Matilda. She could have cried for her. Entering, she'd been met by the sight of Geoffrey Crawley. In white shirt, brown trousers, plain brown tie, and sleeveless pullover, he represented quite an elegant figure, until one noticed the pale stubble on his chin. The man hadn't shaved that morning, dishevelled, her little face unwashed and still sticky from a piece of bread and jam that now adhered to the cot rail. She'd been crying, no doubt for attention that wasn't forthcoming, as these two indulged in each other. Evidence of her distress was visible in the mucus drying around her nose. Lillian had never seen the child in such a mess. Usually Mattie looked quite presentable, though her long hair had not been combed quickly enough, for Lillian could see one or two tangles that had been missed because of the couple's vile goings-on earlier this morning. It was then that she found her voice. With the letter held at arm's length to the girl, she demanded what was the meaning of it. "Are you saying that this animal has got you pregnant?" she asked, quite illogically, for had it not been written there black and white? Crawley had stepped forward, full of indignation. "I say, hold on." Lillian had recalled her words, "Or kept yourself out of the forces by your job, while young men are fighting and dying for you. Can find it in yourself to break up my son's marriage is a despicable act. A different story, I can vouch, if he were here. Then a coward like you would run with your tail between your legs. You are a coward, a traitor, a parasite. And you," she had turned to the trembling girl, her daughter-in-law, "you are a harlot. I'd rather see my son dead than take you back." She had gone into the other room to stand over Matilda, the other two following at a distance. Looking down at the child, averting her eyes from knickers, bras, stockings and men's pants that draped every chair clothes. She'd half expected disorder, but not this abomination. The cot, like the bed, must have been crawled in and out of for weeks without any change of linen, and looking at Crawley with his fresh-looking skin and his attention to dress, it was unbelievable he would put up with such squalor as met her eyes. There had been another. This was how Mattie always was, and that it was easier not to bother and upset her, a likely excuse for laziness. Finally, Lillian had borne the child home with her, as Susan had asked. The stairs and out of the house was hers standing there, leaning slightly against Crawley, his arm protectively about her, a declaration, if ever there was one, of her intention never to go back to her husband when he finally came home. Lillian was certain of that.
She now cuddled her granddaughter to her. After a proper bath, her hair now brushed, took her always for a clean girl, clean living. You could have knocked me down with a feather. And her cries when Matthew left, I'd never have believed she could turn so far the other way. On towards the grandma who had so handled her. She'll be with us until Susan wants her back. To which Lillian huffed, We'll see about that. And smiling at the child added, One day you'll thank Grandma when Daddy comes home. As the year drew to its close, that he would come home she was more certain. And soon. Of that, too, she had no doubts, the news being what it was, all good. This year of 1944 marked a turning point, if ever there was one. Despite buzz bombs, despite frightening V2s that had come after. In June alone, Rome was captured, and the landings in Normandy took place. But much more heartening for her, marching home. In the face of that thought, all other victories had paled, even when Paris was liberated in August, then Brussels. And then, on the 20th of October, had come the most wonderful news of all, of the Americans re-landing in the Philippines. Not long now before she saw her son again. Then another heartache would begin, when he learned called him Daddy, compensation for the loss he did not know yet of. Lillian's heart almost broke for him at what faced him on his return. Meanwhile, going into a corner to nurse his hurts, brazening out hurt pride with abrasive flamboyance, even with him she had managed. Until, that is, he'd gone against her advice to go for a commission, instead joining up as a mere private. She still felt he had done it just to spite her, though why she'd never been sure. She, with only his well-being at heart. And look where his action had got him. But all the good and bad in their two children had become a distant memory as they'd grown away from her. But she knew he would probably be a changed man. Yes, her memories of bringing up a child had dimmed considerably. Matilda, however, altered all that. Invading her grandparents' stagnant lives, she hounded them, small as she was. Being a demanding child, rather like her mother, but charming with it, she made her grandmother's head spin and sometimes ache with her liveliness. With no idea how to stay neat and clean, her clothing coupons never went far enough, and to keep her prettily dressed, Lillian dragged out her old sewing machine, cutting down her own dresses, unravelling old cardigans, and often sacrificing her and Leonard's own coupons. But there were rewards, seeing a child they'd brought home looking and smelling like some workhouse waif, transformed into a pretty little thing that she was, and so like Matthew that it hurt. It had pained them at first, hearing Matilda's plaintive cries of, "Mummy, Mummy." She said little else, for she was terribly behind with her talking, not yet chattering as a child of that age should. It passed, as she was too young to sustain a memory, but Lillian took care not to take her to see her mother and awaken the child's renewed distress. Susan seemed not to mind. There was never a word from her, unless Lillian made it her business to seek her out. "Aren't you interested in how your daughter's getting along?" Diction over her actions. Lillian, keeping to her rigid faith, fostered hatred of the weak-willed girl for it. The International Red Cross, with so much on their plate, was still working hard tracing prisoners of war, and had said that they'd made contact in certain quarters, and the name Matthew Ward had been on a list which the Japanese had reluctantly released just prior to Christmas. It could have been any Matthew Ward. The name was not an uncommon one, but Lillian saw it as too much of a coincidence for it not to be her son. And she'd missed the VE celebrations here and could only hear about it from her mother and from nurses here. From her mother she'd gleaned all sorts of news, amazingly detailed for one supposed to be reserved, unless of course Jenny's absence had brought her out at last. She heard how Matthew's wife was living with the husband of her erstwhile landlady. Jenny wasn't a bit surprised by that, only sad. Sad for Matthew, who would learn of it when eventually he came home, soon, because the war in the Far East couldn't last much longer, for all the tenacity of the Japanese in refusing to surrender to superior forces, their allies in Germany allies no longer. He would discover that while he had been sweating it out in Japanese hands, his wife had been enjoying the comfort of another man's arms. Jenny learned too that his parents had charge of his child, were bringing her up admirably, that his wife had had a baby by her lover, a boy, that she had nothing now to do with Matthew's parents, considering herself wholly a widow. The war had passed her by. As she walked on, Jenny thought back over her own war, over all that had happened to her after landing in Normandy. Having crossed the Channel in a full gale that seemed at the time to have been waiting just for them, making the whole unit, herself included, seasick, they'd moved forward. She had seen foreign towns and cities, Bayeux, Caen, completely in ruins from Allied bombardment. Rouen, which had been left off relatively lightly as the troops went through. The gunfire always ahead of them, their trucks had rumbled along in the wake of the advance, bucking and pitching over the shell craters they'd left. And always the grey-faced wounded, the air filled with their moans, the hospital tents packed with hardly room enough for stretcher-bearers, medics and nurses to go about their business, usually all under a continuous, relentless barrage. She had learned swear words she had never before known existed. She had also learned a smattering of German, as, success following success, German prisoners began to be brought in, wounded prisoners in as much need of attention as Allied wounded. The QAs tended them all. She had seen Paris and had been entranced by its beauty, and finally, with the guns falling silent, she had been posted to a town called Rottenburg, not far from Bremen, to a small hospital to help nurse the pitiful victims of Saint-Bostel, a concentration camp in the north of the country. Victims of conditions they'd been compelled to live under. She had seen a little of the world. In time, she'd return to civilian nursing, but she would never forget. Shoveling sawdust into sacks wasn't pleasant at most times. Now, as with most things in Japanese hands, the extractors had long ago fallen apart and no longer sucked away the fine dust. Despite strips of sacking tied over nose and mouth, it got into the lungs to be hawked up later in thick, yellow phlegm. The officers complained regularly. The jail commandant, Major Tanaka, listened sympathetically and did nothing. Just as he did nothing about the diabolical bullying by his men, especially one known as Valentino, from his handsome narrow face and the dramatic way he swivelled his eyes. Having felt the weight of his bullying, Matthew trudged back through the gates of the Rangoon jail at sunset in a black mood. Loading sacks onto a barge, one had slipped, spilling sawdust everywhere. Valentino had pounced, wielding his bamboo stick like a samurai warrior, ending up by booting him headlong into the water, strutting off to leave his victim to be fished out by his workmates. Showering briefly under the Heath Robinson contraption built by the POWs, which the Japs allowed to be turned on for just half an hour each evening, subsequently causing long disappointed queues, Matthew worked to take his mind off his treatment, thinking instead of Susan. She no longer floated in his mind as during the days of the railway. He'd come through it, just, though he still suffered malaria from time to time. Almost callously, he had fought to put behind him thoughts of comrades who had died on the way. He had survived. He was determined to continue to survive, and to this end he put behind him too today's thrashing, and thought only of Susan, of going home to take up their lives together, when all this would become a thing of the past. In the midst of thinking that, as he soaped himself with the tiniest sliver he'd been handed by an officer, told not to overdo it as others had to use it too, the name Jenny flashed into his mind, and for a second he saw her quite clearly through the thin curtain of dripping water. Her flaming hair, her wide smile, her well-formed features. Strange, though, he thought a lot of Jenny Ross. She came into his mind at the oddest of times, like now. Mostly it was to recall that ardent kiss she'd given him in the street, right out in the open, all that time ago. Typical of her to do a thing like that. Never seemed to get it right. Matthew lifted his face up to the drips falling through the makeshift showerhead, a perforated canvas bag being spasmodically filled by a pipe from a tank someone in turn kept refilling as long as the water would last. Her kiss had been a fleeting thing, leaving him to smile reflectively at the lingering sensation it had brought. One that had stirred him enough to make him want to write to her, perhaps further the relationship she had begun. But then his unit had been transferred to Birmingham, and he'd met Susan. From then on, she had taken up all his thoughts. Strange he should think of Jenny Ross now, and with her a small pang of sadness to go with it, that he'd let her down. Where was she now? Was she still a nurse, or had she married someone, was raising a family? Without warning, an empty space took up residence inside him. A sudden longing for things to be again as they had once been, carefree, safe, full of fun. He could see them all now. And Jenny, she had been a stunner, hadn't she? Just that she hadn't been his type. But a stunner just the same. He should have told her so. He regretted that now. Pity she hadn't had as much confidence in her looks as some men had in them. Living abroad, nurses being sent overseas, their ships sunk. Perhaps Jenny had been one of them. He wouldn't know, would he? Not here. A stab of panic gripped him, then sank back to the present. Matthew slipped hastily out from the dribbling shower to receive a basin full of ripe epithets from the Aussie waiting to take his place. "Keep your hair on," Matthew growled irritably as the man named Phil shouldered roughly past him. Phil glared at him, but Matthew's mind was now taken up with more immediate interests, even above thoughts of Susan and Jenny, as he walked away still dripping wet. If the Japs ever discovered it, would take it in turns, a couple at a time, to squeeze under the floor of the lean-to, lying flat, and follow the crackling news of the Allied invasion and Allies. But the news they most sought was lacking. The 14th Army penetration into Assam and northern Burma 5 months ago had gone silent, and along with it any speculation of an early release from captivity. He turned as an angry snort was heard directly behind him. Phil, having caught up with him after his own 30 seconds had apparently was in a bad mood and obviously wanted to make it plain to the miscreant. Giving him little time to finish his complaint, Matthew turned on him. His own temper was none too good, his shoulders smarting still from Valentino's cane. "Why don't you put a fucking sock in it?" The Australian looked hurt. He wasn't a brave man, at least not rash in the face of the other's baleful glare that threatened at him saying any more, and gave Phil possession of the argument. "We've all got bludgers to put up with. Ain't no sense antagonising them, is there?" Harry Hope, who shared Matthew's cell, once assured back, old son, he's been a mite touchy all day. Too right he's touchy. But Harry ignored the man as he surveyed Matthew's shoulders. "It do look bloody sore." "It is bloody sore. You need to keep that covered. Got a shirt?" "Flogged it last week for a bag of bran." Rice bran, discarded during milling as fit only for animal feed, was a precious commodity, rich in vitamin B, and coveted because it helped avert beriberi and other deficiency diseases. It was consequently hard to come by. Matthew's haul had amounted to under £0.25, for which he considered himself fortunate all the same. "I got a shirt you can borrow until you've healed a bit." Giving Matthew no time to thank him, shirts too being precious commodities, Harry made off towards the queue forming behind the drums of steaming rice, their supper, leaving Matthew to stare after him until the small dry cough caught him again, and he followed after Harry. Leaning down from his rickety bunk, Harry surveyed him lying directly below. He'd been disturbed by his cough. All those in the cell were disturbed by it. "'Bout time you saw the quack on that, Matt, old son. Don't like the sound of that. Sounds like a touch of TB to me. Don't like your colour either." Matthew raised his eyes to the head. 100 years from now, if you died at 19 or 90. Trying to live a long life, you're just a bloody gnat on an elephant's ass. 50 years after they shove you under, forgotten. What's it matter if you lived at all? Angered, fighting another cough, Matthew turned away from the would-be philosopher. "You're just a miserable bugger. You might not have anyone at home to go to, but I've a wife and a baby waiting for me." On that score, senses heightened to the possibility of tuberculosis, next evening after work found him outside the TB outbuilding, transfixed by the sight of those within its door, chests sunken, eyes unnaturally bright, cheeks with that peculiar, transparent flush, as his were. An orderly, just finishing ministering to a frail stick of what 3 years ago had been a strong young man, now having to be fed sips of watery rice gruel from a tin cup, looked up at Matthew. "Looking for someone, chum?" Feeling suddenly fraudulent, Matthew shook his head. He watched the man gently ease his patient down on the platform that served for a bed, and with a piece of khaki rag wipe the residue of gruel from the man's lips. The tenderness of the action touched Matthew more than anything had done in a long time. This man with his gentle hands, these men quietly heroic in their suffering, they humbled him. This endless stream of sufferers, crippled by tropical ulcers, blinded by vitamin deficiency, swollen with beriberi and withered by dysentery, so many struck down by all the diseases of the tropics could throw at them. Many died without fuss, lest they undermine the will of others to struggle on. None had distinguished themselves in battle, but they were heroes just the same in their silent acceptance of death. And here he was, shivering, in fear of his own miserable life, as though he were someone special, as if he were the only man who yearned to make it home to wife and child. The orderly had stood up and was coming to him. "Can I help you, laddie?" The soft Scots accent emphasised the hush of the place. He gnawed at his lip. He had no right to waste this man's time. "It's nothing." The man was looking at him with the eye of experience. "You think you're tubercular, then? Hold on a minute." Drawing Matthew into the outbuilding with him, he began fishing into a box nearby. Drawing out a stethoscope, homemade from rubber tubing and the handles of a metal filing cabinet he'd probably come across at some time. "Let's have a listen." Submitting himself to the examination, Matthew breathed, coughed, uttered 33 when told to. The stethoscope was put slowly away. When the man looked back at him, his smile was fixed, too reassuring by far. "You was right to come here, but it's not too bad. In a cool, dry climate, why, it could be cured in 3 months, I'd say." But the look on the man's face told its story. In a cool, dry climate, with good food and rest, of course recovery would be certain. Here, in this humid heat, watery rice for fare, working without respite, it was a death sentence as surely as if he had stood before a firing squad. These 3 years he had stared at death. Now it had arrived. He nodded casually at the advice to take it easy. At least I know where I stand. Sabotage. Take a few of those sons of Nippon with him. But he knew he would do no such thing. Like those who had gone before him, like Bob Howlett, he would await his time, quietly, patiently, reluctant to make a fuss, and carrying Susan's image in his head, would silently say good-bye to her, and hope to find courage and a small semblance of dignity when his time. No news of the outside world, no heartening snippets about Germany herself being overrun by the Allies. No chance of getting hold of another valve. It was a valve that had gone. Mandelay's only just up country. Didn't you hear it? The sound had been so faint. Matthew hadn't heard. Within days, however, rumours were going round, and the Japs were looking decidedly jumpy. Perhaps Derek had heard right. But everyone had grown concerned by their captor's attitude. If rumours were correct, and their liberators not far away, what would the Japs do? "Don't look too good," Harry said. "They're saying if the 14th Army do make it to Rangoon, the Japs will use us for sandbags." "If that's the case," Matthew said grimly, "I'd sooner be shot run-lifted of their own accord." May. The monsoon yet to begin, the weather still as sweet as any tropical climate allowed. Matthew came awake from a sleep already disturbed like tarnished charms on an old bracelet. Above it all, the normally doleful Hatchet face looked grim. "Sorry to disturb your sleep, Matt, but us lot moving on. Blokes just up the road, Nips are moving out, taking us healthy buggers with them to Moulmein ready for shipment to Japan. You cripples are staying behind." It was meant to be witty, but the grin was one of sick disappointment. From the courtyard came the bellow of the retreating Japanese assembling their fit prisoners. "S'long then, sport. Take care of yourself." Yet go off to join the men assembled. He never liked Phil all that much, but now it felt he was saying farewell to a comrade in a chain of comrades to whom he'd said farewell over-emotional. But in his way, Phil had been close to him, perhaps by his very dolefulness. Watching him go, Matthew thought of all those he'd known, some closer than others. Little Taffy Thomas, the endearingly libidinous Welshman blown apart in the retreat to the Sitang River. Bob Howlett, the gentleman who had succoured him on that long march to Rangoon, broke grey and heavy, announcing the coming monsoon season. The sick awoke to find the prison gates standing open, the guardhouse deserted. A faintly bewildering experience in English nailed to one of the gateposts. "You are free to move as you wish. Food and medical supplies have been left for you. The British will soon be here. You may wait for them or go to meet them as you choose." Thus, as the British had fled Rangoon 3 years earlier, so the Japanese, who'd scorned them for their cowardice, had likewise fled before the conquerors. The wheel had turned full circle. Slowly, but it had turned. He was going home, to appear down that road. When they did, he would show them that his head had not been bowed, that his spirit had remained strong, had endured. He would throw them a cheeky wave, such pity in his expression that Matthew found himself stumbling towards him. And as the soldier held out a hand to him, he laid his emaciated arms about the man's neck and sobbed. Chapter 24. Matilda was not an easy child. Lillian, with recollections of her own, had been taken by surprise. Her little hands were in everything. She was so quick, and it was all her grandmother could do to run after her, those sturdy little legs going like pistons as she found her feet. She could have pulled a kettle of water over herself, the sharp corners in the room. Excuses. Children came to know these dangers by having an alert parent watching them. No, the real reason was that vile man Crawley, who didn't want a child that wasn't his hanging around. Emma Crawley had taken their boys with her to stay with her sister in Vallance Road, a couple of streets away, so that the boys hadn't had to change schools or anything. And, of course, in the quieter house, the cries of Susan's baby to be given more freedom had disrupted his enjoyment with his mistress when he was home. Let free in her grandmother's large, airy house, the child found her feet. 5 months later, and still she was wearing out her indulgent grandparents. "She's as energetic and high-spirited as Matthew was," she said to Leonard one night, once the child finally fell asleep after lying wide awake and bored in the drawn-out daylight of long May evenings, taking up time they would have preferred to have to themselves. Leonard looked up from his evening star. "We should have known what we were taking on. Do you regret it, Lillian?" "No, I don't," she answered emphatically, picking up the embroidery she was doing on a dress for Matilda, when she had the time. "All I dream is for her father to come home and see the pretty little daughter he has. That's worth all the trials and tribulations we've undergone in taking Matilda on." She fell silent, bending her head to the rosebud that she'd been fashioning on the front of the cotton garment. It had been a cream skirt of hers. Now it was a dress, needing just this sprinkling of rosebuds to lift its plain colour. Leonard went back to reading his paper. A quietness descended on them both. It brought thoughts drifting through Lillian's mind as she worked. The war in Europe was over. Hitler dead by suicide. He had deserved a far worse death. Mussolini, too, was dead, his body afterwards hung by its feet from a lamp-post by a mob, those he'd once ruled as a dictator. His face kicked in. Lillian shuddered. That should have happened to Hitler, too. The ghastly pictures in the papers revealed the horrors of those terrible concentration camps. And poor President Roosevelt, a natural death, but a sad, sad loss. Now there was peace, but not everywhere. The newspapers, when they weren't reporting about the Nuremberg trials, now concentrated on the Far East and what the Japanese regime was really like. A statement made in January by Anthony Eden in the House of Commons had described the fearful treatment of prisoners by the Japanese, and later a Japanese prison ship transporting prisoners of war to Japan had been sunk. The state of the surviving captives showing them to be in the most appalling state. What then of Matthew? He could easily have been on that ship, one of those who had not survived. No news, never any news. The war in Europe was over, but they might still find that their son had died perhaps a year ago or more. Holding her baby in her arms, Susan went to answer the knock on the door. She was not really concerned who stood there, except that whoever it was had interrupted her quiet afternoon nap. With her more, and now worked at a gas board office in London. Wonderful. She saw him every night. Well, almost, because some evenings he went round to see his sons. She hated those evenings, iron grip. Mattie was now nearly 3 years old, looked happy, her small face animated at seeing the mother she seldom saw these days. But the look on the faces of the grandparents suggested that. "What's the matter?" she blurted, hitching Trevor to a less weighty position in her arms. "What's she done?" She had to have done something awful for them to look like this. Not angry, strange, strained. "It isn't Matilda," Mrs. Ward began, but Mr. Ward cut in. "We've had news of Matthew," he said. Another, and the little love nest he'd found. She saw again the cramped little room, with the sunshine coming through the window lighting everything golden. The cosy silence they'd shared, the way he'd so masterfully of him after all this time. She tried in those few seconds to feel what she had once felt for him. But it wasn't there,
Only fond memories that could have been those of someone other than her, someone not her anymore, totally different. And what of Geoffrey? She recalled those twinges of excitement when Matthew had talked of the trust made for him, enough to buy a house, live comfortably. His father, of course, had a shop, so there was money there too. But Jeff had a house here. She felt comfortable in it. She could imagine the home Matthew would make for them. His mother would constantly be popping in, criticising this wasn't right, that wasn't right, looking askance at her for not keeping the place spick and span and sparkling. She almost shuddered at the thought, knew immediately, stare or did. She became aware that Mr. Ward was saying something to her which she hadn't caught and had to beg his pardon to ask what he'd said. He looked irritated. I said, "Look, Susan, may we come in? I can't stand here on the doorstep explaining news as important as this." Automatically she stepped back, allowing them inside. She'd had fish and chips for dinner. She'd get Jeff's tea tonight when he came home, and the smell of it hung in the house. She knew it did by the offended twitch of Mrs. Ward's nose, though she said nothing. They followed her into the still cavernous front room, no longer with the old blackout frame stuck in the corner, letting the two sit in the huge sofa. She positioned herself on one of the upright chairs, laying Trevor in one of the armchairs where he wouldn't roll off, while Mattie went exploring the room. "I'm sorry, I wasn't quite listening when you were speaking," she said, looking at Mr. Ward. "But it was said, Susan, that we'd had good news of our son, your husband. He's still your husband, Susan?" "Yes. Oh, no." It sounded fatuous, but he'd said it. "Our news," he continued, "if it's worth anything to you now, is that Matthew has been released." Susan stared. "But the war out there's not over yet." "You may have read," put in Mrs. Ward, her tone intimating that Susan's reading power was limited, to say the least, "that the 14th Army recaptured Burma some weeks ago." Even so, excitement rang in her voice. "They found Matthew there." Responding more and more to her churning of feelings than the new to her forehead, her controlled joy smothered instantly by exasperation. "Aren't you going to inquire how he is? Aren't you interested?" "I'm glad he's safe," this news brought. She saw a line of legal wrangles, divorce courts, 3 years at least being fettered to a man she'd almost forgotten, never again to feel at ease with Geoffrey, without Matthew, on anyone, for £1 million. In the nurse's home, Jenny opened her mother's letter. The hospital overlooking the Blackmore Vale had a timeless charm. Fresh breezes essential for those with half a chance of recovery. Tuberculosis was a known killer. Fresh air, good rest, good food were all they could hope for. There was talk of some drug called streptomycin. The press had called it a miracle cure, promising to make TB a thing of the past, but it was still in its experimental stage. The papers hadn't referred to it again in place. What a glory it could be if used on patients she cared for. It was heartbreaking to see those glowing-faced young men, the deceptive, transparent bloom, a cruel symptom of the disease, slip away. Heartbreaking when they died so young, having come through all the perils of war. It was only when Jenny opened her mother's letter, the usual, "You remember Matthew Ward, don't you? He was a prisoner of war, and they lost trace of him. Well, they've heard from him at last." Jenny's heart leapt inside her chest, continuing a thumping of joy and anticipation as she skipped the observations on how it couldn't have been jolly for them, everyone celebrating VE Day, the other war still going on. Matthew's parents had no idea he was in Rangoon. He could have been anywhere. It must have been absolutely marvellous, our boys recapturing Burma like that. Mrs. Ward's been telling the whole street about it. He's in hospital in Ceylon. They think he's got TB. Isn't that dreadful, after coming through all he's been through? She should at least have waited until he came home, I would have thought. But I gather she doesn't have much sense, or so Mrs. Ward once said, a long time ago now, but... Jenny lifted her eyes from the page of neat, tight little writing, her head a hodgepodge of thoughts, silent prayers touching her lips in a gush of thanks for his safety, of pleading for his health, of joy, of hope for him to be sent back to England very soon, and for her to see him again, and the opportunity for her to be at his side, should he need someone. The letter closing with a hope that Jenny could be allowed a holiday soon, so she could get home. I don't know why you want to work so far away. The war is over, and there are adequate hospitals around here. But if you must work with TB patients, and I hope to God you don't catch it, tuberculosis is so infectious, but I expect you're immune by now. We've just the other side of the park, where you went to get a job. Do you remember? You could find a place there. Yes, she could, but not yet. First, she'd set about making inquiries about Matthew, find out where they would send him once in England. A lot of the boys from that area came here after landing, because it was convenient from Southampton. If she could ask the right people... Whether her efforts had anything to do with it, there was no way of finding out. A few replies came from different quarters, saying it would be looked into in due course, but no one could give any promises. Her case, she suspected, was put aside, for the months had gone by, and she'd heard no more. 2 weeks earlier, the dropping of the atomic bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki had family. Jenny made her way across to the TB wing under a clearing September dawn, which promised to become a fine day after 12 hours of rain, to relieve Staff Nurse Merriman from night duty. Merriman leaned back on her chair, flexing her stiff shoulder muscles, and yawned widely. "Ooh, what's it like outside?" "Beautiful. It's going to be a fine day. What sort of night has it been?" "Pretty quiet," came the answer. Merriman was already gathering up her bits and pieces. "Corporal Douglas hemorrhaged and got a bit panicky. Otherwise, all quiet." The wards were coming alive. Strident voices of nurses were urging patients not to fall back to sleep after having been aroused at 5:30 with tea and wash basins. The clang of bedpans resounded from the sluice, and the corridors echoed to the rattle of crockery-laden trolleys bringing the breakfasts. A nurse going off duty hurried in to deposit an admission file. "The sluice is clean, yes." "Thank you, Miss Merriman." "And charted the temperatures?" "Yes, Miss Merriman." "Is the kitchen tidy?" The girl nodded vigorously. "Can Harvey go as well, Miss Merriman?" Merriman sighed and stood up. "Oh, time to be off too. I need my bed. And I want to wash my hair." She made a stack of her notes on the desk, laying the admission file. You'd never guess there were sick people here. Jenny's gaze was fixed on the now open file. She hadn't heard what Reed was saying. Reed leaned over her shoulder to see. Oh, no. All our time would be taken up telling her what to do. A porter popped his head around the door, his attitude full of self-importance. "Why'd you want this one?" "I'll deal with it," Reed said briskly, and, clutching the folder, waved the porter on, leaving Jenny staring into space. After all those letters she'd written, all those inquiries, entreaties, they'd paid off. Brave wit, the khaki-clad soldier she last remembered, so certain of where he was going, carrying himself with all the zest of life. This man, propped up with pillows, bore no resemblance to that one. Her practised eye already noted that he did not yet have the high colour that went with the disease, which hadn't yet secured such a hard grip on him as it had done on others. It was possible that with care and attention he'd overcome it. But of the man himself, the eyes deep in their sockets, looked out not on a sunny ward,
but back in time to an existence that had all but destroyed him, as it had so many thousands whose lives he had shared. Everyone who knew of the Burma Railway, the prison ships, the conditions of men incarcerated in jails throughout the Far East, the ghastly massacre of men and women in hospitals as they lay sick and wounded. Some, if not all of that, men like this one must have seen, struggling single-minded to survive. Here was such a man. It glowed from his eyes, and Jenny shuddered. It was only after a moment or so that a slight movement of his head touched her as singularly familiar. At first vague, but growing stronger, so as she spoke his name, he looked at her. In those few short seconds, his regard blank as hers had been, puzzled, uncertain, trying to pinpoint that bond they'd once known formed itself anew, the way it had done when the promise stretching before them that had been bright upon a horizon they hadn't known concealed the shadows of what was to come. It hadn't been a bond of love then, and now it was more a renewing of a friendship that had flourished briefly only to be interrupted by circumstance. But now he was here. She'd nurse him back to health, and for her, for the time being, it was enough. Thank God the disease was proving less advanced than she'd first feared. Despite the conditions under which he'd lived these last 3 years, he'd retained a strong enough constitution to fight it at its early stages. For that at least, Jenny offered up prayers of thanks, endured daily, staring ahead, seldom glancing around him as people normally do. If she approached him, he'd tense, his gaze averted. Asked how he was, a nurse's question feel a blaze of anger against Susan Ward, for it could only be she who was the cause of such anguish. Of course, some of his attitude stemmed from what he'd endured as a prisoner of war, but with a loyal woman at his side, he'd have surmounted it in time. His willful, selfish wife had let him down. If her mother had been right, and no reason why she shouldn't be, Susan's letter to him had revealed her adultery while he'd been away and helpless to do anything about it. After all he'd been through, to come home and hear something like that. Worse, sky with its small lamb clouds marching in procession across the azure expanse. Matthew had said nothing, and she tried not to see herself as an intrusion as he continued to ignore her. His hands curled into tight fists against the arm supports of the hospital bath chair in which he sat. Yet she couldn't walk away, not with the torment she could see in the tightness around his mouth, the fine brows drawn together, the eyes seeing nothing but what must be seething inside his head. Unbidden, she sank down on the small bench beside him. This time she didn't go through the motions of taking his wrist ineffectually to feel the pulse. He would know it only as a ruse. Nor did she speak. Making small talk would only reap a sarcastic response and send her away hating herself for having stupidly intruded. The time spun itself out, slowly, the silence between them off, enlarging the silence between them as though they sat within a vacuum. When he did speak, low as his voice was, Jenny's nerves jangled sharply, but he didn't appear to want to say anything more, and her hopefulness died. She reached out and laid a hand on his clenched one, letting it lie there. He didn't draw away, as she had half before she became aware of Matthew speaking, of what he was saying, his voice halting and so low as to be hardly audible, except for the sibilant sounds. Pollution in my head. Fever. Does weird things to you. But she was real, thinking of me, far away, thinking of me. He was talking about Susan. But for her, I'd have gone under. She kept me going. Once, mouthful of ulcers, vitamin deficiency. Couldn't eat. There came a low, mirthless chuckle. Starving, and I couldn't eat. Off this time with an intake of breath that sounded more like a sob caught in his throat. Jenny had said nothing, letting him talk. She hadn't expected this. His need to talk had come out of, nor did she try to probe what had prompted him. She merely sat, saying nothing, letting him get it all out of himself, or praying that he would. He hadn't looked at her once. He seemed to be trying to fight the emptiness that was consuming him, but she was glad he hadn't given way to tears, which he knew instinctively would have destroyed his dignity in his own mind. All she could do, as he lapsed into silence, was to wait and listen if he chose to say more, and if he didn't, then she must let it go at that and keep her platitudes to herself. But the emptiness he nursed proved too strong for him. Startling her, he suddenly pulled his hand from under hers, and she thought he was about to reject her. Instead, he took her hand and lifted it to his forehead as though in dire need of her comfort. No sound came from him, though she could feel his silent grief as a faint vibration on her arm. When again he spoke, the words were muffled by the cuff of her uniform. I love her, Jenny. I should hate her, but I can't. Jenny nodded, stifling emotions of her own. The comfort she thought he sought from her were merely what he would have sought from anyone. He still loved Susan. Chapter 25. People were putting the war years behind them. Forgetting was perhaps another matter. Rationing still gripped hard, so Christmas had still been frugal, but it had felt more relaxed than for 6 years. New Year 1946, this first full year of peace, held out fresh promise for the future. Spring welcomed him with open arms, saw hoardings going up around bombed areas, cranes being ferried in to shift the rubble in preparation for rebuilding. Soon, the damage covered over with new buildings, no one who hadn't been here would know there had been any. The old raw fear for one's life was giving way to all the petty concerns of peacetime. Politics, nuisance neighbours, making ends meet, keeping children clean. Demobbed men, this time in orderly fashion, unlike the mad release of the First World War, were going back to old jobs to demand the sort of wages enjoyed by those essential workers who'd been kept out of the forces. For some, the way ahead looked rosy. For those still nursing grief, remembering loved ones never to return, it hardly glimmered. Watching Matthew's slow progress, Jenny knew it wasn't glowing for him either. He had at last been told the whole truth about Susan by his well-meaning parents. That she'd walked out of the house while heavily pregnant, not a word of warning, not a word of thanks for all they'd done for her. How she had treated them when they'd found where she was living. Was still living, they told him the address. The affair she'd had, still ongoing, with her landlady's husband, Geoffrey Crawley. Mrs. Crawley finally leaving him. How distant and rude Susan had been to them when they had called on her to persuade her to go back home with them. How they'd found her and this Crawley fellow living together. But how, without a qualm, she had let them take her daughter, Matthew's daughter, away from her, the child in a terrible neglected state, as though she had no care or love for Matilda at all. How not once from that day to this had Susan asked after her. They brought photos of Matilda, now a bonny 3-year-old, but they hadn't brought her in person for fear of infection. He'd listened to it all without comment, but afterwards Jenny had found him abstracted and unresponsive, his expression frozen, his lips a tight white line in his narrow set face. Jenny had wondered if now had been the best time to tell him everything. Of course he would have had to know at some time, would have known soon enough once he went home. The drug Streptomycin was now helping to save sufferers from the old resort to surgery. Matthew had escaped the trauma of the knife and was declared fit to go home and attend checkups at a local hospital. But how would he face going home, knowing what he did? Not only from his parents, but from Susan herself. She had not once visited him or written to him, but she did that Christmas. It was just after Christmas when Jenny came upon him asleep on his bed one cold afternoon. The windows as ever stayed open to admit draughts of vital fresh air against which patients must huddle under blankets and wool cardigans. For a moment Jenny allowed herself the luxury, or perhaps the imposition, of watching him sleep. An intrusion upon his privacy she knew, but he looked so peaceful that she needed to take more than a brief glance at him. It was then she noted that his sleep wasn't as peaceful as it first appeared. Nothing specific, just something about the expression, even with his eyes closed, caught her attention and made her frown. Her gaze travelled to the hand lying limp above the coverlet, where she saw that his fingers, that had been curled about a sheet of notepaper, had loosened their hold. Without touching the letter, she bent forward, conscious of the cruelty of her intrusion into an unsuspecting person's privacy, to read what she could see of it, a few words only. But they were enough. In fact, one word had been enough. Divorce. The childish handwriting was that of Susan. Compressing her lips to stem the seething anger that rose up in her, she could only hurry away, knowing there was nothing she could do to help him. She could not know, not until he told her, and he would not do that. He would keep his pain to himself, as he'd learned to do all through his 3 hard years of suffering, while Susan, the treacherous little bitch, had been having a good time with some other man. All the time Jenny felt instinctively that her presence had been a bolster for him. She sensed that he clung to her, as if sometimes desperately. But love? There are all kinds of love. Maybe he did feel something towards her, something deeper than just friendship, and perhaps such a relationship would grow into some desperation that pulled him apart. So she smiled at him as he got into his parents' car and said with cheery encouragement, "Of course I'll keep in touch." Mrs. Ward smiled her wintry smile at her and nodded her gratitude for all the nursing she'd given Matthew, and Jenny, returning the acknowledgement, knew the woman was grateful, although her nature was unable to allow her to express how she really felt. Mr. Ward, coming round the car to take Jenny's hand, was more open and forthcoming. "He wrote, you know, to tell us all about you. You mean more further it." She broke in quickly. "Matthew and I are very good friends, Mr. Ward. I've always been. He needs friends." "Yes, of course." The relief that he had words. "Don't lose touch." An ordinary saying, but expressed so earnestly that she knew it carried a totally different meaning to the normally light-hearted one. Yet her heart did not rise with hope. It was up to Matthew, not his father, how far their friendship progressed, and Matthew would never let go of Susan. His love for her would forever haunt him, fill his heart, and Jenny Ross would have no chance to squeeze into whatever minute portion of his heart might be left free. Matthew's going was a signal for her to leave the dedicated herself to moving steadily up the ladder, one day to become a matron. She applied for a post of nursing sister at the London Chest Hospital and got it. That she was back near to Matthew's home and would still see him from time to time, she chose to ignore. She'd come back for her mother's sake and nothing else. Except for her mother, she might possibly have applied for a place elsewhere. But that part of it wasn't quite true. The threads of that old life before the war had been well and truly cut. The friends she had known had gone their own ways. Matthew's sister Louise had married and children, lived in Romford, Essex. She'd had their address, but probably wouldn't bother writing to them. Dennis Cox, poor Dennis, was dead.
She felt sad for a young life lost, first evening meal together for some considerable time. Though all the friends I used to know around here are all gone now. There's still the church, dear. You might find someone there. And there's still young Matthew Ward across the road. Now he's home again, I expect he'll be attending there for check-ups. It's the nearest place, easy for him to get to. Probably see him now and again. Blithely she prattled on this new tack, how ill he was looking, as she began on the stew she prepared. To think how he once was, poor dear. After she remembered it being taken by Louise, then a girl of 16. Matthew had made a quip in his usual mocking manner. "Look at her, worst photographer this side of Lower Wallop," and now looked so thin and ill and haunted. "His mother looks worried lately," her mother was saying, chewing on a piece of the precious, still rationed scrag end of lamb. "For him, I suppose. Him and his so-called wife. I think I said something about that in one of my letters to you, that they were more or less separated. She really let him down while she..." Jenny nodded obligingly as she ate. She'd never divulged her secret feelings to her mother, to anyone. She vowed to find an excuse to pop across the road at some time or other and see how he was. It was with some surprise one bright Sunday afternoon to be welcomed in by his mother on her first tentative visit. Much of what she had always considered the woman's frigid mien melted at the sight of her. "Of course, my dear, come in," she said readily, and then her voice dropping to a whisper, "You certainly need someone else's company than just ours. It's hard for him going nowhere, doing so little. He sits in the garden doing nothing. It was suggested he go to Southend Sanatorium for a while. Sea air, good for his chest, but he won't go. It's a good job we have the park nearby. The air's fresher here than most places in London. Mr. Ward thought we should move to the country for his health, but Matthew got himself into such a state about it, we dropped the idea. He's in the garden." All this she relayed as she conducted Jenny along the bright, neat hallway and through the spotless kitchen to where Matthew was sitting in a deck chair on a narrow paved patio, which the sun at its summer height could just about touch for a couple of hours. His head was bent over a photograph, but as he looked up at her emerging from the house with his mother, he quickly slipped it out of sight between himself and the deck chair fabric, but not before Jenny glimpsed the glossy black-and-white image of a young woman. That and his reaction to her coming upon him could only mean it was his wife. Jenny pretended she hadn't noticed. "Hope you don't mind me popping in. I just wanted to see how you were." He was trying to smile. Watching the effort, it was so obvious he'd been tormented by the now hidden photo. Now he must look at his visitor as though nothing had happened, and Jenny felt the weight of guilt at her intrusion, wishing she hadn't so blithely taken it into her head to come here. His mother having gone back into the house, leaving them to it, she could hardly depart the second she had arrived. Best to brazen it out and make an exit as soon as decently possible. "See, you're taking advantage of the sunshine," she said brightly. He nodded, and she gazed about the long, narrow garden for some inspiration. "This garden's bigger than ours, but then your house is larger too. These are nice houses. I see your dad's already taken out the old air raid shelter. I think ours will stay there permanently if we're not careful, though I suppose in time we'll get a man to take it out for us and grass it over." She was talking rubbish, anything to fill the threatening silence. He was saying nothing. She wondered if he was even listening. What was he thinking? It was hard to tell, and she was beginning to feel a virtual idiot, standing here talking nonsense about gardens and air raid shelters. She stopped, regarding him. What had she come here for? To cheer him up? To give him a pep talk? To pry? All she wanted to do now was say, "Nice to see you again, Matthew. Goodbye." But she merely stood, looking at him,
desperately probing her mind for something to say. What else? Glad you're looking better? But he wasn't looking better. He was looking not ill. He had filled out a little from the first time she'd seen him brought into the hospital. No, not exactly ill, but drawn, pulled down, despondency oozing from him because he saw no hope of any future for himself. And didn't she know why? Of course she did, and prayed to be able to put it right for him without becoming an interfering nuisance. He wouldn't welcome her interference. His pain was private, and it was obvious he intended to keep it that way. So it took her by storm when he said, as though to himself, "It's her photo. I was looking at her photo." She could have said, "Were you?" And nearly did, but she would have been crass, false innocence. She'd seen him, and he knew she had. She could have said, "Whose photo?" But she knew whose it was, and he knew that of her as well. So she stood silent. "There's nothing I can do," he said, in the same flat tone. Now was the time to say something. "What can I do?" she said simply. He turned his eyes to her, dark with the grief that was eating him. "I don't know." He wasn't telling her to mind her own business, that there was nothing she could do, just that he didn't know. "If there is anything I can do, Matthew, if you need me, I'll be here." She spoke few words from now, not that earlier inane chatter. Words that had some meaning, she hoped. She saw relief flow into his eyes, saw him incline his head that was within him, and perhaps in this way she would lighten the burden that at this moment seemed unbearable. Even now he was on the verge of saying something. Who he had thought had stood by him. "Jenny," he said at last. "Jenny, I have to see her. I've got to talk to her. Somehow, if I could see her. There's no one who'll help. They say I mustn't." Now he halted altogether, but she knew what he was trying to say. His parents' well-meaning efforts to defend him against the wife who'd caused him such hurt had resulted only in antagonizing him more. They were too close in their shared grief to be of any good to him. But could she do any better? Now wasn't the time to broach it, the least said at this moment. There was movement in the house, the sound of voices, one of them high, childish. Matthew brightened immediately as a small figure came out in a rush. Jenny turned to see a small girl of around 3.5 pull up sharp at the sight of her, a stranger, while Jenny, relief surging over her at this timely interruption, smiled down at her. "Hello?" Mrs. Ward stood behind her granddaughter. "Matilda, say hello to Daddy and Miss Ross." Jenny caught the coupling of her and Matthew's names, as though she'd have liked to see them as such. Shyly, Matilda stood her ground, her head dropping as she surveyed Jenny from under a generous dark fringe of hair. She was a beautiful child, softly rounded, sweet-faced, her eyes cornflower blue, the rest of her hair cascading down behind her small shoulders. Jenny glanced at Matthew. He was regarding his daughter, his eyes suddenly tender, a far-away look in them. Was he thinking of Susan? Did his daughter look like her? She turned back to the child. "And where have you been?" she asked. No reply was forthcoming, and the little rose-red lips began to pout in childish self-consciousness. But her grandfather, who appeared in the doorway, went to her rescue. "We've been out, haven't we?" he said in an indulgent voice. "We've been to Epping Forest. I came by some extra petrol, so I took her out for the day. Matthew's mother stayed here for Matthew's sake. He didn't want to come along." Not much point, was there? Matthew's remark was sharp, but his father chose to ignore it, turning his attention to the child, bending towards her encouragingly. "And what did we see in the woods? We saw squirrels, didn't we?"
"Squirrels,"
repeated Matilda, picking up the spirit of it. "And what else? What else did we see?"
"Squirrels."
"And tell Daddy what you saw, and what flies in the air?" At last she was in full command, embarrassment forgotten.
"We see some birds and squirrels and—"
She broke off to twist round to consult her grandfather, who mouthed something at her, she in turn working at it.
"Pheasants,"
she cried in triumph.
"And lots of sheep."
"That's really nice," Jenny offered, bending down, to be rewarded by the girl coming forward to put a small soft hand in hers. "She's lovely." Jenny turned to Matthew, but his eyes had grown hard, not looking at any of them, so she turned hastily back to his parents, who nodded their wholehearted concurrence. "She is," Mrs. Ward said, a little sadly, "and very well behaved." "Yes." More a sound from Matthew than a word. It was weighted with bitter incrimination, leaving Jenny wondering if it had been directed at his mother, who would have insisted on good behaviour, even from a 3-year-old, or at his wife, whom his child obviously took after. Not a bit of Matthew could be seen in her. "At least in that," his mother turned to him, "she takes after you, thank the Lord, and she has your colour hair, and so Susan's hair isn't dark." He shot back at her, almost viciously. "She takes after her in everything. Her eyes, her stature. And who does she take after for tantrums? There's only one. Well-behaved, yes, sometimes, but there are times when even you can't control her. If that's not Susan, I don't know what is. Why don't you bloody well admit it?" "Oh, Matthew!" His mother's exasperated voice rang out. "Why can't you put that woman out of your mind? Why must you always bring her up?" "Because I still love her. You can't see that. All you can see is your own damned righteousness. She was alone. She had no one. I wasn't there. I should have been. Instead, I was crushed. If you'd only see how it must have been for her. Oh, so she'd done the dirty on me, found someone else. But you're not helping make it any bloody easier for me." Jenny got to her feet awkwardly, an outsider witnessing family dissension. This was a side to Matthew she'd never seen. Even all that time ago, when he'd spoken against his mother's efforts to encourage him to go for a commission at the beginning of the war, it had not been this acrimonious, his hatred of people trying to help, the world itself. It wasn't what he was saying, but the way the words were being spat out with such vehemence that was so frightening. Matilda was looking from one to the other, her pretty face animated with anguish nearing tears. On impulse, Jenny gathered her to her, with one arm around her, and the child came readily, huddling against her. Matthew got out of his deck chair to stand glaring at his mother, and without thinking Jenny found her voice, directing it at him. "You're frightening your daughter, Matthew." It amazed her how calm her voice sounded, and he shot an enraged glance at her, instantly modifying it as their eyes met. He took a deep breath, a shuddering sigh, and his posture sagged a little. "I'm sorry, Jenny, that you should hear all this." His whole mien seemed to diminish, and appalled, Jenny let go her hold of Matilda and went towards him. He must not be diminished. "Oh, my dear, don't. It's not your fault. I started it." Of course she hadn't, but it felt like it. He was breathing hard. He began coughing, small, sharp little coughs. He looked all in, all, she ordered. She, the nurse in charge, and they, like admonished children, moved back before her as she went with her son into the house. Once Matthew was in still in her role of nurse, advising as she saw fit. "I think he ought to be got to a sanatorium for a while, you know. His mind must rest as well as his body, and it's not being rested here. He's too near his wife. I think he needs a few months away, in spite of what he says." It was gratifying to see them nod in agreement, but Mrs. Ward surprised her on taking her to the door by putting a hand on her arm before opening it. "You are, of course, quite right, my dear." Chapter 26. There wasn't a lot he could do about it. Between them all, his parents, his doctors, Jenny Ross, whom he alternately turned to for support and backed away from, he knew that if he wanted to get better, he must bow to their superior judgment, submit to being packed off to the sanatorium. He did need to get better, to be well again, to claim Susan back from that bastard who tempted her away. Susan was easily led. It wasn't her fault. She had this thing about sick people, but once he got himself back on his feet, all that would disappear. The sanatorium was bright, two-storied, with more windows than walls, and verandas positioned to catch every vestige of sunlight. The grounds had the benefit of sea air to help with the cure, and with one of the mainstays of cure being to keep up the patient's spirits, make them feel at ease with the world, the nursing staff were attentive and cheery. He too was expected to feel at ease with the world, but he wasn't. He was an inconvenience to be put away. He had no means of getting to Susan from here, for the sanatorium was effectively a prison too. At home he might, in time, have evaded his mother's eagle eye, boarded a bus for Mile End Road, and burst in on Susan in the hope, vain perhaps, of getting her back. Here he would only wait to be declared fit before ever being allowed to escape and being his own man to do as he pleased. Do as he pleased. That was a laugh. It seemed all his life he'd been in captivity. Home, the army, prison camps, hospitals, his mother, even Jenny Ross joining the ranks of his keepers. Where had all that free spirit gone he'd dreamed of in his youth? At 28 he felt every bit an old man. There had been such thoughts before the war of one day leaving home to soar free as a bird. He had left, but mainly to swap one form of imprisonment for another, and there was no way he would ever be free. Only with Susan had he been free, tasting a tiny morsel, enough to reveal the golden glory of it before it had all been snatched away. Stuck here in this place, this morning watching his parents' cautious approach, like that of people about to confront a time bomb, he wondered what was the point of all the effort to make him well, while inside memories both wonderful and evil entwined in a form of torture until he could no longer tell them apart. These memories could not be shared with anyone, because no one understood what it was like to love and have it snatched away, to be strong and have that snatched away, to ache for beauty and see only misery and privation and degradation and betrayal, to contrast the wife he loved and trusted with the truth he had come home to face. Only one sure way to be free remained. This he contemplated to witness their horrified reaction, a despondent need to gain their attention. Tell the truth, just about had enough of everything. What's the point of it all? I'd be better finishing it off and being no more worry to anyone. His remark was ignored. It's time you started thinking what you're going to do about Susan. He turned his face away from his mother's probing eyes. All this hoping for miracles, it's just ludicrous, Matthew. She wants a divorce, and she's not particular how she gets it. His eyes remained averted. No point responding when she got on this tack, leaping on it the moment she arrived, and Dad putting his oar in as well. If you think she'll ever come back now, Matthew, you're just banging your head against a brick wall, son. If she did come back, his mother's tone sounded righteously adamant, I, for one, wouldn't give her the smell of my dish rag, much less house room. But she wasn't in love with Susan. At times his chest felt as if it were being torn out. Even his father no longer took his side. Matthew felt totally alienated, seeing his father nodding at every word his mother said. We've spoken to a solicitor, Matthew. He has written to her on our behalf, advising her to get one of her own in this matter, and she has done that now. All this had been done without once consulting him. They both agree that the marriage is unsalvageable. Susan is quite happy to be cited as the guilty party. She was as eager as that. Something inside Matthew plummeted. Apparently, this Crawley fellow has no objections to being cited as her lover. His wife is apparently thinking in terms of divorcing him anyway. Pity it all has to take so long, and meantime the solicitor's running up a nice fat fee. Was that all they cared about? Costs? He kept his face turned away. It's up to you, Matthew. How much longer are you going to let things drag on? There's nothing you can do. She's made up her mind, the slut. Now he turned. Don't say that. I will say that, Matthew, because that's what she is. How can you feel anything for her after what she's done to you? You, a prisoner of war, all you went through, while she enjoyed herself playing fast and loose. How could he, even if he wished, tell them what he'd gone through, and how it had been Susan alone who had kept him going? He still believed that, fervently, still believed that she had thought of him, willed him to live. This adultery had come later. It didn't matter what they said. There had been a time at first when she had willed him to live, prayed for his safe return, cried for him. If everyone would only stop interfering, he and she could come together again. He would forgive her everything. The war had done this to them, had taken all good things out of their hands. And he would forgive her. If only she would come back to him. There's nothing you can do about it, Matthew. This from his father, his tone pleading. It's gone too far, gone on too long. You've got to file for a divorce, son. There's nothing more you can do. What did they bloody know? He looked at each of them, his eyes ice hard. But there were no words he could say, and he turned away again. Let them get on with it. They would, no matter what he said. But once he was out of here, then they would see a different Matthew. No longer did he contemplate suicide. He'd fight for what was his, once he was strong again. I just feel I'm being buried here, Jenny, bit by bit. The words seemed to come from deep inside his soul, and Jenny fancied he felt every iota of his pain as if it were her own. She counted the days to each visit, coming to see him when it was always a fool's game following others around the country. They always moved on, leaving behind a void much as before. Not only that, here she was a visitor, a friend, a confidant. As a nurse, she would have become an overseer, an official figure not to be trusted. Things were better as they stood. She sat now beside him on the veranda that caught the slanting, fast-diminishing warmth of an October sun. He was in a wickerwork easy chair, a cardigan about his shoulders, she on a hard chair that made her back seem unacceptably rigid. She would have rather have been allowed to recline a little, to look more at ease. This way he had to look up at her, which didn't help an easy relationship. Though mostly he stared at the tiled floor as he emptied out his heart to her. If I could only go to see her. He seldom mentioned Susan by name. By this time they all knew who her referred to. Hate her, so I must hate her too. He let his voice trail off, and they sat on in silence for a while suddenly he looked up at Jenny, his eyes brightened by new hope. But you could go. Me? She was startled, lost for words. How could she go to his wife, trying to convey to her what was in someone else's heart? It was impossible. He was looking at her from under his brow, his eyes slewing sideways towards her. She hurried on. She would have to be sweet and understanding to gain Susan's confidence. It smacked of an unsavoury business because subterfuge did not come easily to her. But wasn't she resorting to subterfuge at this very moment, visiting him in the guise of a friend, when her whole being cried out to touch his hand in love, to kiss his lips and be kissed in return, the way he had, but for his sake, for the sake of the love she had for him, if he pressed the point. As well she had been looking at him, or she'd have missed the hand, half raised, in a small, poignant gesture of defeat, of humiliated pride, an effort not to recognise that he must rely on her to do his work for him. He needed help, yet felt belittled by that need. Innocently she was belittling him. He would not ask her again, that she knew. She knew, too, that their friendship was being placed in jeopardy, that he would never, not a promise nor a denial, neither one thing or the other, a way of avoiding the total commitment she knew she was in danger of being held to. To escape it, she got up to gather her coat and handbag, preparing to murmur some sort of farewell, when, only halfway out of her seat, she was taken by surprise as his hand closed about her wrist. "You will see her, Jenny? You promise?" "I haven't—" The commitment was already being made for her. Blackmail, trading on the affection she had for him. The thought shot through her head. He knew, he must know how she felt about him, and was using it. That was unkind, cruel. For a second Jenny was aghast at the anger that swept through her. But the eyes staring up into hers were filled with pleading, not craftiness, were sunken with desolation, dark with pain. And though that in itself was a form of blackmail, how could she refuse him? Yet still she hesitated. He was asking too much of her love. And she had expected him not to ask again, so was now taken off guard. What on earth could I say to her, Matthew? Just that I want her to come back to me. I can't tell her things like that. If you wrote a letter, I could take it to her. I've written letters. This time I'd be there to hand it to her while she reads it, tell her how you are, how you feel. Oh, God! She'd walked right into it. Hope had begun to glow in his eyes. Hope was filling him, as a deep hole is filled with life-giving soil to nurture the tree with which it is about to be planted. And it was glorious to see him come suddenly alive. How could she destroy that? All right, Matthew. Write to her. I'll wait. She sat down again, put her hat and handbag aside, and watched him fish a small writing case from his locker, feverishly opening it and pulling out the fountain pen resting inside to write his private letter to his wife. All the while, Jenny's heart was pounding against her chest wall, partly at the prospect looming before her, partly at feeling herself being used as a sacrificial lamb, partly with the same emotion he himself suffered, love, that tore at the very being, but which the sufferer knew to be quite futile, no matter what they did. The feeling of being made a sacrificial lamb still lingering, she reluctantly prepared herself to visit Susan. She made 3 calls that week. During break times from the London Chest Hospital, none of them successful. She received no reply to her knock, and had no way to tell whether they were out or merely pretending to be. Each time it had rained, not heavily but with miserable persistence that carried all the odours of the East End with it. And after her 3 separate attempts, standing on the doorstep, wet and fed up, and growing more and more annoyed, she gave up. There was only so much one could do. Besides, it was all pointless anyway. Susan would never go back to the man she had rejected. Obviously happy with her lover. What did she want with a sick man? Which Matthew still was. In a way, it was a relief not seeing Susan, loathing the girl as she did, for the way she'd behaved. But more than that, a tiny spark kept leaping into her mind that the longer Susan stayed away from Matthew, the more chance there was of his coming to terms with it. Could that one day lead to love? The thought made her laugh. Little hope of that. But a week from now she'd have to confront him with her admission of failure, see his face. She found herself putting it off, and on that Saturday decided to postpone seeing him until another of her days off. Instead, she tried to see Susan one last time, have something she could tell him. Umbrella above her head. Mrs. Ward, demeaning herself to come across in the rain to a lesser neighbour's door, revealed the extent to which some of her high-necked values had taken a nosedive since the war. She looked almost supplicant, the weight of her son's plight making her a wholly different woman from the one who'd once lauded it over others. Her principles, however, had not... That's what I thought. Mrs. Ward compressed her lips in a manner natural to her. We'll be seeing him, too, today, as soon as Mr. Ward gets the car out. You can come with us, inclined her head in a small gesture of acknowledgement. He often asks after you, Jenny, she said, but she broke off abruptly, as though that information had embarrassed her in some way. That she might one day see her as part of the family. A daughter-in-law, perhaps? Vain hope, that. But she smiled as Mrs. Ward added a little too briskly, "Well, we'll pick you up in half an hour, then," before turning and going down the steps and back along the road to her own house. Matthew was in the day-room, it being too wet to go outside. October, nearly at an end, already heralded a bad winter, and the room buzzed with families and patients. Jenny prayed he wouldn't ask her what she had achieved. She sat by while his parents put their offerings of fruit and a bar of fried chocolate from their sweet ration before him, asked him how he was, and began on all the trivialities of their lives since last seeing him. He murmured his thanks for their gifts, after a while turning aside from what they were telling him, his attention wandering, while he muttered occasional comments in whatever seemed the appropriate place. Several times Jenny saw his eyes come to rest on her, saw the query in their depths. She smiled weakly, knowing he would wait for a moment when they were alone. As if he had planned it, his father went out onto the veranda to smoke his pipe. His mother joined her husband, leaving Jenny to hold the fort. It was a moment she had been dreading. The second they were out of hearing, his question came direct. What did she say? Your wife? She stalled, trying to remember how she'd rehearsed this moment. He said nothing, but the look in his dark eyes said, Who else? Jenny steeled herself. I went there several times, Matthew, but there was never any answer to my knock. He sat silent for a moment, then said, You didn't speak to her. I tried. Oh, Matthew, I did try so hard. I expect you did. His tone was soft, but full of condemnation. It was unfair of me to ask that of you. No, it was right. He shook his head, throwing off the failure. I've let myself down. The only one to go and see her is me. Can't ask things like that of you. My fault. Expecting too much. No, Matthew, I understand how you feel. He looked at her directly. Do you? The look made her squirm, a look one would give one's executioner, defiant yet resigned. I want to. That she let him down, she felt keenly. I want to help. You're putting yourself in a high place, aren't you, Jenny, thinking you can do anything for me? I could tell you all of what's inside me. I could tell you for 100 years. You still wouldn't know. I feel so useless. Then how the bloody hell do you think I feel? His voice had risen, bringing all heads turning in his direction. You all think you know how people like me feel, trotting out your damn platitudes. It's all behind you. Forget it. We'll make it better. Tell you some jokes. Snap you out of it. It doesn't matter that you wake up in a cold sweat, crying out for the friends who died while you stayed alive, feeling bloody guilty for surviving, feeling that you're trodden on them to stay alive while they died. Why'd you keep crying for a girl whose picture you kept inside your head through all those years, who you thought was waiting for you to come back home? To find it was only had begun. Now he stood up, staring around him at the faces turned to him in stunned silence. His parents had come back in to gaze at him in alarm. For a moment he regarded them, then with parents moved. But Jenny was already on her way, hurrying after him. Thus, when she caught up with him, they were alone. Just one other person could be seen in the corridor, a porter at the far. She heard herself crooning soft, half-formed words as a mother might do to a hurt child. "No, no, dear, no, it's all right, it's all right." Silly words to a grown man, but they afforded the comfort of understanding and shared feeling. But he was right. How could she share what went on in his mind? Accounts of the experiences of the freed, emaciated British lads had reached the papers. Too much coverage had been devoted to those newsreels of Nazi atrocities for much more to be given to the horrors of Japanese prison camps. The inmates had been too far away. Also, they'd been British and American and Australian, men who surely hadn't succumbed to such barbaric treatment as had those Jews of the concentration camp, their skeletal corpses piled high in ditches for the public to see on cinema screens and the front pages of newspapers. No one saw the thousands of crosses lying deep in the jungle, too deep for photographers to penetrate with their cameras. Why bother? They had the groups of smiling, if skeletal warriors, as though they'd won a war, and no one saw the horror that lay behind those smiles, the dead comrades who'd forever haunt their dreams. Jenny's arms tightened about Matthew, imagining the pain for some like him whose wife or sweetheart hadn't waited for them. "It's all right," she murmured again, his face buried in his dark hair that smelled of him, spicy and of shampoo. "Just let me be here for you." Suddenly she was crying too. "I love you, Matthew. You're all the world to me. You've always been all the world to me. That's why I've never got married. I never gave up hope of you coming home. I kept it alive because I—" He dropped her eyes from the gaze that seemed to bore into her. Then she heard his voice, hoarse from grieving for the woman that was no longer his. "Jenny, I didn't know." Still looking down, she shrugged dismissively, no longer in command of herself, embarrassed by having her adoration revealed. She took a deep, fortifying breath and gathered herself up. "I'm sorry I let you down, Matthew. I did try hard." "I know." So upset. Jenny, what upset him? As though he couldn't talk for himself. Jenny looked at him, and a mutual spark passed silently between them. He was aware now of her feelings, but he had to bow to the stronger obsession that drew him, and she accepted that he felt tenderness towards her, a caring love which couldn't match that which was destroying him. "I have to do this myself," he said, mouthing the words so that only she heard them as his parents reached him. Wondering at the words, it had been August. It was now November. His daughter would be left with the woman who cleaned for his mother a couple of days a week, with a few shillings extra to keep an eye on Matty when they visited. He liked to have said,
ordained to bring her. His mother having the final say in things concerning him, even whether he saw his own daughter or not. Matthew felt bitterness. Weak as the autumn sun filtering through the conservatory roof was, it was enough to warm up the place considerably, apart from a constant draught from the obligatory ever-open top set of windows. Used to so-called healthy draughts, it felt warm enough to him, but his mother had another ready excuse up her sleeve. During the summer, Matthew, she could play in the open, but with the winter coming, it's boring for her cooped up inside. It would be for any child her age. She'd get on other patients' nerves. It's not fair on them or her. And besides, he'd finished in silent sarcasm, a sanatorium's no place for a child. True, it wasn't, but he missed her, missed Susan, felt rebellious. She's my name that near to him. To her he was a stranger still, a man she had been told to call Daddy. As a child who had never known one, and was still only 4 years old, she hadn't any real idea what a daddy was meant to be. His father she called Grandad, his mother Grandma, and she had experienced the feel of that. But him, he was Daddy in name only. Had begun licking cold white tongues against the glass, promising to rime the lawns outside with frost before morning. His father noticed it and looked at his watch. "Nearly 4 o'clock. We'd best be getting along, son. You'll be coming home soon, by the new year. They're pleased with your progress. You'll be with Matty then, for all the hours you want." Do call her Matilda. He had no letters to read, except from Louise, who was married and in Canada now. There seemed little point in anyone else sending letters when they each came every Sunday. Nor did Jenny write. What would she write about? Work, her life, his health, hers? She knew better than to resort to all that rubbish. His heart lifted at the thought of her. Since that unexpected episode a few Saturdays ago, he hadn't been able to get her out of his mind. The way she had folded her arms around him, drawn him to her, the way she'd whispered her love for him. Seemingly it had burst out of her. Susan and he couldn't bear that. It felt like being caught up in the strangling tendrils of a vine, but not wanting them ever to fall away. Yet, other than the unlikely hope, want to see her, to tell her she had no need to feel bad, that he understood. But when she did finally arrive, alone, the first Sunday in December, he said nothing, seeing his planned comment as a platitude. No, he didn't know. He hadn't been there when Matty was a baby. He just screwed up the letter in a fit of suppressed hate, against whom he wasn't sure. When I come home, Jenny became aware of a mordant edge to his tone, I might finally be allowed to think for myself. Don't you do that now? Immediately she saw the inanity of the remark. Here everyone thought for him. He was powerless to do what he wanted. She knew what was in his mind. Once home, he would go and find Susan, with no one to stop him, probably taking her daughter with him, confronting Susan with her duties as a wife and mother. It would be a disaster. Jenny could see it a mile off, the selfish, spoiled, wilful bitch throwing his pleading back in his face. And where would that leave him? Didn't he realise the harm he'd be doing himself? She wanted to tell him, warn him, but it would sound presumptuous. Could even wreck their friendship. Certainly any hope she fostered of anything more than that. Again she squirmed at the way she'd held him to her, murmured her stupid words of love. How he'd looked at her then, his eyes dark and deep. Recalling it now, had his look been one of understanding and mutual affection, or merely fear and rejection? It was the best Christmas Susan felt she'd ever spent. Just her, Geoffrey, and little Trevor. She wondered how Emma Crawley was. She hadn't come nigh or by since leaving. She and Geoffrey's boys were living with her sister not far away. She might as well have been in Timbuktu. Geoffrey never spoke about her, though now and again he would go and pay a visit for the boy's sake. It annoyed Susan a bit, but she shrank from complaining, a little superstitious that if she did, she might lose him. From Matthew's parents there'd been no sound, other than letters from their solicitor to hers. Nothing as yet was moving regarding the divorce, with Matthew playing at delaying tactics all the time. She would have gone to tell him how useless these were, that nothing would induce her to go back to him now, but the solicitor had discouraged it, urging her to leave it all in his hands. But he was taking such a bloody long time about it. Still, he was right. No point rocking the boat. Matthew was well out of the way in that sanatorium near Southend. She didn't wish him ill, didn't hate him or loathe him. Just the illness made her shudder to think how he must be. Handsome looks all gone, in their place a gaunt individual who coughed and spat blood and lay pale and vapid. She'd seen it portrayed in films, the victim wasting away, dying in the arms of a lover. She'd always hated hospitals. Even setting foot in one as a visitor made her feel sick and shaky. Having Matty in one had been bad enough. Thank God she'd had little Trevor at home. None of these thoughts did she impart to Geoffrey. Why spoil things? Christmas passed like a dream. They'd had a wonderful time indulging in all the goodies he'd brought home. 1947 waited. 2 days off, and rationing was becoming less harsh, even though the winter was already proving one of the severest they'd known since the one at the beginning of the war. But settling before a bright fire, whose rising heat stirred the now dusty Christmas trimmings, Susan's whole world was lit up and life couldn't be sweeter. Matthew was just a memory, at least until the divorce came through. After the new year, the solicitors might get their silly fingers out and get things moving. But she wouldn't think about that. She'd just think about her and Geoffrey. Little Trevor was safe asleep in bed. She and Geoffrey had the evening all to themselves, already in a slinky black nightdress, her dressing gown open to reveal her at her best behind the lace and satin. She was beginning to feel worked up by the way he was looking at her over his glass of whisky. Both their minds were focusing on the same thing. Her insides crawled deliriously as she thought of how she intended to make him feel really happy tonight. In fact, they might not even wait to get to bed. She came over, put an enticing arm about his neck, easing herself into his lap. He grinned at her, and, the whisky glass still in one hand, fondled her breasts with the other, easing them from their flimsy, lacy covering. That he kept the glass in his hand while doing so added a certain masterful casualness, heightened her senses even more to see how far this would go before he was compelled to put down the glass. Her dressing gown fell from her shoulders. The straps of the satin nightdress also slipped from her shoulders, letting the garment slither to her waist. Geoffrey's free hand was beneath the material, fingers manipulating firmly, teasing her desire with uncontrollable force. She moaned. When would he put down that damned glass? What was she, his bondmaid, to do what he liked with, arousing her until she screamed? Already urgency was rising faster than she could ever remember. She cried out to him, sobbed for him to put down the glass. For God's sake, she could take no more of this. And yet how wonderful it was, this awakening without him even entering her. What a man she had! She was hardly aware of the glass finally being put on the sideboard, of him easing her down on the hard lino, but only of his weight on her. From somewhere came a pounding, like iron being bashed against wood. A voice raised outside in the street came dimly to her. She heard Geoffrey swear, felt his weight ease, became suddenly aware that the street door seemed in danger of being broken down. "What is it?" Angry, she lifted her head that a moment ago had seemed to be spinning, now completely still and filled only with a disappointed anger at this untimely disruption. The voice in the street was demanding entry, the street door rattling on its locks and hinges with a resumption of the pounding it was taking. All sorts of thoughts raced through Susan's mind. Fire? Trevor fallen out of the window? A drunk? The police? What would they want bashing on the street door? She thought of Matthew. Perhaps he was dead, her husband, and they were here to inform her. Geoffrey was on his feet, frantically buttoning his fly. Still sitting on the floor, she was equally frantically dragging on her nightdress, gathering her dressing gown around her. Even so, she hissed to him, full of fear of the unknown, "Don't answer it." "I've got to. Someone might be in trouble." "It's not our business, Jeff." But she was thinking again of little Trevor upstairs. Was he all right? And then she too was on her feet, trying to find her slippers, as Geoffrey, now respectable, made for the hallway. Its deep timbre, yet she recognised it instantly. "Where is she?" it demanded. Though his parents didn't know it, he spent Christmas at the sanatorium at his own request. He felt in no hurry to celebrate it at home, with them carping at him to do something about his marriage. But yesterday he'd been obliged to concede. He was due to leave anyway, now or in a week's time. 2 days before New Year's Eve, with the sanatorium nursing staff stretched because of leave through the festive season, his parents thought it only right that he make it now and welcome in 1947 with them as a family. Start the year afresh. Let's hope that it'll be the last time you have to go into hospital. They said you're clear at last, and so long as you look after yourself and don't fret, you can only look forward. His first night home had to have been the worst he'd ever spent under this roof, lying awake in his room while his parents slept, their sleep sound and contented, in the assumption that with their anxieties for him a little easier for the present, he must be at ease too. How could he be? Letters were lying on the doormat as they came in from collecting him. His father had picked them up, sorted them out, selecting one above the rest to hand to him. "Looks like it's from your wife's solicitors." Taking it, he put it in his jacket pocket and saw his father's face draw together with concern. "Aren't you going to open it? Could be important." "It can wait," he told him, and, parrying his mother's arguments that followed, refused to open it for them to see what Susan was asking. He already knew what she asked. The same request kept being trotted out, for him to divorce her. She would give him grounds enough. She was in love with... He couldn't even, and he'd written repeatedly, but she, or her solicitor on her behalf, had not once acknowledged them. He might as well be crying into the wind. But whatever it contained wasn't written there. As he'd suspected, it had been the usual cry. But this time a small sealed envelope had been enclosed, the flap signed across with her small uneven signature. No, not signature, just the Christian name, Susan. She didn't even deign to include her married name, which in itself provoked anger and remorse from him. Surely, and taking whatever came from that. He'd had sense enough to creep from his room without making any noise and waking his parents up. Downstairs to where his father's keys lay on the kitchen, Hugh would indeed return. "It's yours again, Matthew," Dad had said. But until he came home and felt well enough to drive, Dad continued to use it to keep it in running order, blindly in the rage that still consumed him. It was 10:30 and people were still about. Only turning into the Mile End Road from Cambridge Heath Road was his brain cooled by force as a man coming out of one of the pubs made straight across his path. The car's tyres screeched to a skidding halt in front of the man swaying and glaring at him. "Get out, you silly sod! Which way you going? Nearly knocked me down!" The man had staggered on across the road as Matthew leaned his head on the steering wheel for a moment to clear his thoughts. The man was leaning against his efforts to hold him off. "I said, where is she?" he repeated. "Get out of here!" Frightened, Crawley felt thin fingers begin to force him from the hold he was vainly trying to retain on the man. "Go away! Who the bloody hell are you?" For an answer, Matthew let go of the hands trying to prevent his entrance, reached back, voice come plaintively, quavering with fear and perturbation from a room down the passage. "I can't. I'm not dressed." Not dressed. Visions of her tried to run out from the room, screaming, finding her way blocked by two grappling men at her feet. "Matthew! Oh, God! Leave him alone! You'll kill him! Leave him alone!" Crawley was making strange, choking, rasping sounds as his hands flapped about, in turn trying to break the hold on his throat or scratch his assailant's face. The choking and rasping were becoming more pronounced, the defending hands weaker, now flopping to the floor between attempts to release the grip. The face had turned puce, the eyes were beginning to stare, bulge. At first, deaf and blind to all else but wreaking revenge, Matthew became aware of that dreadful colour. Sights and sounds kept leaping back into his brain as Susan screamed and beat on him rapidly. Geoffrey's eyes were closing. His mouth was falling open, but no sound came from it now, except for a faint and fading hiss. The hand's palm lay downward instead of limply on its back. Susan heard and saw it too. "Geoffrey!" Her scream rang through the house. At the same time, "Geoffrey! Geoffrey!" Susan continued to shriek. She was trying to shake him awake. He had begun breathing again in pain-racked, difficult gasps. It would take a stronger grip than that of a man still weak from his years of captivity and illness to kill a man in his prime, well-fed, well-paid, and at ease with this world. Matthew moved forward instinctively. "Susan." She turned on him like a tiger, blue eyes blazing. "Get out! Get out! I never want—" Her muffled words sounded full of unhappiness now. "I did love you, Matthew. I did love you. But you weren't here." That wasn't mine. "It don't matter now, Matthew. It just happened. A long time ago." She was trying to help Crawley to his feet. Matthew watched the manoeuvres dispassionately, as though this were all happening on a screen, and he, the watcher, stood apart from it all, unable now to feel any emotion as to whether the man lived, died, took his wife from him, or even sprang up to murder him on the spot. Nothing inside him seemed to care any more. Nothing mattered. What was it someone once said in the prison camp, a long-faced, miserable Aussie? "Does it matter if you die now or when you're 90? 100 years from now, no one will remember you or care, and you certainly won't." Quick, easy, no time to think. A tall building, a few tablets, sending one into endless sleep, a gas-filled room, a passing train. So many ways. And yet anything about it. He was weak-willed now, would live out his natural lifespan and take his memories with him to the grave. He wanted to weep, but he wouldn't let her mediate. "Look, you're going to have to make a decision very soon, Matthew." He heard her well enough, but chose not to heed her. It would mean committing himself, and he wasn't ready, couldn't see a time when he ever would be. Far preferable to keep his eyes closed, think instead of the sun bathing him with its heat, of sitting here enjoying his surroundings. Anything but making the decisions about signing those divorce papers. High summer. The winter had been fierce and hard. The big freeze, they'd called it, with everything, transport, power, everyday life, paralysed by deep snowdrifts right into March, then devastating floods. Now summer was making up for it. Jenny had become his constant. During that dragging eternity of waiting, he met each day with hope of a letter from Susan that might contain a change of mind. Such a bloody forlorn hope. All that ever arrived was legal concerning the divorce. He'd finally capitulated, the degree nisi having been granted with what had struck him as indelicate haste. Now screeds of legal correspondence followed, designed to drag as big a fee from both parties as possible. Everyone was looking to the main chance. What did they care how he spent days, weeks, months, sick with desolation while it was all going on? Now the decree absolute loomed. Jenny was waiting for him to answer her, but he didn't want to. She too was looking to the main chance. Why else devote her time to him? He felt no swollen pride in the fact. What the hell did she see in him? He'd become a man ravaged by circumstances, churlish, his thoughts invariably centred on the past, on memories best forgotten, but which still persisted. Emotions that tore him still with guilt and remorse. Bob Howlett dying alone still haunted him, and the sweet face that had lived in his head all through the terrible years haunted him too. The once loving face that had hovered had grown twisted with loathing. "Matthew, did you hear me?" Yes, he had heard. He kept his eyes closed, pushed away a moment of irritation at her persistence. He needed her support more than he cared to admit. At times he wasn't sure what he'd do without her. With her, he felt safe. When she wasn't with him, he felt lost. She remained patient and understanding when he used her as a sounding board to beat out his bad moments on, even when he sometimes went too far. He would apologise, and she would accept his apologies, kiss his cheek lightly, and say it didn't matter. But it did matter. He wasn't worthy of her love. She'd told him she loved him, though had never said so again after that one time. He wished he could return her love, for her sake, but that would mean rejecting the feelings he had for Susan and lying to Jenny, who didn't deserve to be lied to. Susan had become an obsession, a part of him he could not ignore. "Matthew," he opened his eyes. "I heard you." "Then you can't keep putting it off. You've got to start getting on with your life. I know all about getting on with one's life, Matthew. I've done it." The statement sounded vehement. Was it a hint that he might one day take up his life with her? He wished she wouldn't make those sort of comments. He loved Susan. But what was love? A bonding of two like souls, each helping the other without thought of self? Or was it this overwhelming, mindless desire for someone who selfishly destroys? One endured, of course, yet the other was all-consuming. What if you're about to take Jenny on and Susan came crying back? Would he have strength enough to reject the one who'd torn him apart and cling to the one who'd been steadfast all these years without hope of gain? This jungle, this English summer, could be comfortably endured, lounging on a bench beside a shingle path. Victoria Park again looked beautiful, its railings restored, its lawns where Attlee talked of the country as being engaged in another Battle of Britain, and the cost of cigarettes had risen to 3 shillings and 4pence. India, Ceylon, Pakistan and Burma all wanted to break away from his own fate and turn it from what they were all telling him was the inevitable. Why didn't he? Because breaking this marriage was inevitable. If not now, then at some way he wanted it to come out. But it couldn't. Others were making sure this broken marriage did not mend. His parents, his solicitors, his wife.
Then there was herself. She too exerted an influence on him. She knew it from the way his face brightened when he saw her, though since that day in October he seemed to be holding her at bay. Yet he readily accepted the opportunity to be with her alone, as he was now. "I expect you'll always feel that way about her," she returned, studying a squirrel that had scurried down from a tree to investigate a bit of dry bread dropped by children going to feed the ducks. As it nibbled, it kept one eye on the couple on the bench for a more likely morsel. She was conscious of her own voice sounding strained. "But it'll serve you no avail, you know. You do know, Matthew." She felt her heart sink as he turned to her. "What do you see it go?" "I've just about had it up to here, Matthew. I do try to see your point of view. I do feel sorry for what's happened to you, and I know I'm being unfair, that I sound like your mother. I want to help, and I feel so useless, and I love you so much, Matthew. Yes, I do know exactly what it's like to love someone who doesn't love you, when nothing can be done about it. I know it like mad." Tears were springing from her eyes. They rolled down her cheeks. "I wish I was small and dainty and not have some inkling of how she felt about him." She had said too much, had revealed her heart to him when she hadn't intended to. She felt exposed. She was too angry with him to care. I'd never marry, not now. I'm not the wife type. I'd only sort bossing him about, whoever he'd be. I'm the bossy kind. You said so yourself. Like your mother. I suppose if I was like your wife, you'd be letting me wipe the floor with you. I don't think I could ever bear that from you." He was looking at her in a strange way, studying her, his dark eyes drawn together. "Jenny, I'm sorry, I didn't intend to upset you." He was always being sorry. She shrugged and looked away from him as he went on. "I've only been thinking of myself all this time. I never once stopped to consider how you feel in all this. Even when you said you love friendship, using it and giving back nothing, especially knowing how you felt about me, Jenny. I wouldn't hurt you for the world. You're the only decent thing that's ever happened to me." As she broke off, she turned to see him still gazing at her, realised he hadn't once ceased looking at her, even though she'd turned away from him. Now he put out his hand and laid it on her upper arm. She could feel the warmth of the hand penetrating the thin material of her summer dress. He was drawing her gently towards him, his voice husky. "I couldn't have gone on without you. I know the thought of her still consumes me, and I know I've got to fight it. But I know you're worth two of her, Jenny." His other hand took hold of her. He was pulling her closer to him. When his face was inches away from hers, she felt his lips touch her cheek. Second, all her love for him poured out to encompass him. With a small choking sob, Jenny let her arms wrap themselves around his neck, as if they had a will of their own. To her astonishment, "I've been damned stupid, selfish. But you don't love me. You can't. You love... I don't really know any more what love is. What I do know is I can't imagine being without you, Jenny. You've become part of my life." The squirrel, looking down, heard only a meaningless chatter of human sounds, and went on exploring his own world, seeking food and, instinctively, searching for a mate with whom to procreate his own species. Below, if Jenny was expecting the words, "I love you," married, was that it was from one of the old group in the QAs, but the postmark was local. It was the small, uneven handwriting that gave her the first clue, as with the edge of a thumbnail she slit open the flat to withdraw a single sheet of cheap, blue-line notepaper. She cast her eyes to the foot of the letter, noting the name. Who's it from, dear? Queried her mother with interest. Matthew's wife. Why should she be writing to me? Odd. Mrs. Ross moved to lean over her shoulder. She won't be his wife for much longer. The divorce comes up in 2 weeks' time, so I hear. Jenny nodded, already reading, ignoring the misspellings. Dear Jenny, I thought I'd write to you because I need some advice from you, if it's possible. I'm ever so worried and I don't know what to do. As you know, the divorce comes through in a couple of weeks' time, and Jen, I want to talk to Matthew, but I can't very well ask him direct after all this time, and I was wondering if you would have a word with him on my behalf, so as to pave the way, so to speak. I know you've always been a good friend of his, and perhaps you can act as a go-between, like. I'll be waiting for your reply, and hope you can help me. Thank you, Susan Ward. As she'd predicted, but hadn't wanted to believe. His true feelings remained a mystery, leaving her alternately filled with hope and despair. Perhaps he was battling within himself as to what had happened. Maybe he'd been too taken up with the finalities of the approaching divorce to think of anything else as yet, but would once it was all over. Then again, maybe he still had hopes of the divorce never taking place, and hadn't the courage to tell her that either. Time and time again, a flood of anger would pour through her at the unfairness of being strung along. He was not man enough to tell her the truth, and still her churning soul one way or the other. This time she held it in, so as not to give him even more reason to fend her off. Outwardly they behaved as they had always done, still talked about all sorts of things. Everything but the one thing that mattered to her. Her pent-up emotions were doing odd things to her. One minute she saw him as weak, the next she swept the thought aside in a fit of remorse for whatever he was, she loved him. And he wasn't weak, he wasn't. He was merely spoke of his wife now, or the imminent divorce. It was as though neither existed, and she hadn't dared bring up the subject, lest she drive him further from her. There seemed to be a dull, flat saying what his reaction would be. A ray of hope. Jenny would be forgotten in an instant as he embraced the marvellous knowledge that Susan at the 11th hour wanted him to take her back. He would forgive her all she had done to him, and Jenny Ross would be put aside, told of his wonderful good news, thanked for all she'd done for him, and forgotten. He'll be pleased, she said, sitting in the street door lock. She stood waiting for him, the whole of her slight, small body quivering with fury. What bloody time do you call this? She attacked him as he came into the cluttered living room, still innocently pocketing his keys in the jacket he'd already taken off to drop over the nearby chair. He looked at her astonished. His jovial, "Hello, love," frozen on his lips. "You know I always see the boys on a Saturday." "Not until this bloody hour of the evening, and you already see them twice during the week. You never used. They're my sons too, don't forget. I owe them some of my time." "Not every bloody day of the week." "It's not every bloody day of the week." Angered now, he flung the coat at its chair, which he missed. It slid to the floor to lie in a crumpled heap. "It's twice a week and once on a Saturday." "That makes 3 times," Susan stormed. This time she was going to have it out with him, one way or the other. "I'm not putting up with this, Geoffrey. Not for much longer. Why do you have to keep going to see them 3 times a week? It was 4 times last week." 4? "Yes, 4. What about Monday? You went there on Monday as well." "For an hour, that was all. You're begrudging me 1 hour with my own boys, now?" "It's 1 hour too many, Geoffrey. What about me waiting all hour God sends for you to come home to give me a bit of your time? I mean, I'm important to you, aren't I? You used to think so. You used to be a lot different to what you are now. I need to have you here."
You've got me, haven't you? Nearly all the time. He went, how do I know you haven't been making love to her as well? He sat bolt upright. That's not fair, darling. You know I don't have nothing to do with Emma, and she doesn't have nothing to do with me. Geoffrey shot out of the chair and stalked about the room, flinging irritated, disbelieving glances at her. This is getting bloody silly. I thought our row in the week was bad enough, and over the same bloody thing. But you're going right over the top again. Nothing's going on between Emma and me. Can't you get that straight? She's just the mother of my sons, and they live with her. Of course I have to see her when I go there, but she don't have nothing to do with me. But you wish she did? Of course not, darling. I love you. I left her for you, and that's not changed. His voice had grown softer, more persuasive. It's you I love, Sue, and no one else. I should think you're the one who's selfish, leaving me alone half the week. You are bloody selfish, Sue, sometimes. I'm not selfish. This was how it was late for him. Any attempts to wake him up had been met with a deep snore and a mumble of protest. Many a night she'd lain awake beside him, her eyes wet with what she hated to admit was self in part, that he was tiring of her. But why now? In less than a couple of weeks her marriage would come to an end. She couldn't let Geoffrey lose interest in her now, not after all that had happened. Last Monday had been an exception because of his middle son, Percy's birthday. Sunday passed blissfully. They made love in the afternoon, with Trevor safely asleep in his cot. 5:30 came and went. 6 o'clock, 7. Susan watched the clock. The egg and bacon she cooked dried up in her efforts to keep it warm for him, began to sing. And hadn't she heard from Geoffrey last week that the youngest would be at a friend's birthday party this evening, and that Percy and Malcolm were going off on a school coach trip to Southend and wouldn't be home, ducked and dived like mad? He didn't admit it for 1 second, but Susan knew he'd been with Emma. Really been with Emma. There was something in the look of him that showed he had. When she accused him outright, his protests were too violent to be true, so she knew he had. It was then she began to be really frightened, knowing just what she had done and how her life could go. Were he to go back to his wife, what would she have left? Geoffrey's son, that was all. Suddenly she didn't want to be left just with Geoffrey's son. Souls, she would not fail this desperate soul for once in her life. Susan waxed poetic as she wrote her letter, then sat back to wait the results, which she knew could only be the sick and ravaged person she imagined he had been after coming home. Look how he'd belted into poor Geoffrey. Geoffrey, the apparently healthier man, had been unable to defend him, much of that which had attracted her to him that first time. Half crouched in rage as he'd been, he still looked tall and slim, a far cry from the sick wretch she'd imagined. Memories of what he had been now flooded back. In time he would become that again, and perhaps they would pick up the threads of those beautiful, if curious, as she came in with his mother. She seldom came here on a Wednesday, and never in the morning, never so early, her nurse's coat spattered by light, early morning rain, showing she was in fact on as if she'd been running, but the breathlessness seemed to have something to do as well with the strained look on her face. She was holding an envelope, holding it out in a way that did not exactly ask for it to be taken from her. This arrived for me in the post, but it has to do with you rather than me. I was going to pop it in through your letterbox, but it seems some explanation why it was sent to me and not you. Shall I take your coat? His mother eyed the rain-spotted garment with concern for her furniture, lest Matthew's visitor sit herself down. Last hospital in England. What is it, Jenny?
He ignored his father, who had also stood up sociably at Jenny's entrance, and came round the table towards her. Perhaps being nearer she might hand him the letter. She said, so concerned, him. "This isn't possible to break to you gently, Matthew. It's from your wife. I was supposed to tell you what she wants. I suppose what she is hoping me to do is to—" She broke off with an impatient tut. "Well, read it yourself. I don't want to be her go-between. It's nothing to do with me anyway." Thrusting the letter into his hands, she turned and with a little nod and a thank you to his mother, allowed herself to be conducted out. Left holding the envelope, he instantly recognised Susan's laboured handwriting. By the time his mother came back, eager to see what it was all about, he had the letter open, his eyebrows drawn. "Well, what does she say? What does she want?" "She wants to come and see me. I shall have to see her." "Matthew, I want petite build, the same blue eyes, wide and timid." Perhaps she looked a fraction more mature, but still vulnerable and unsure of herself, prompting a natural reaction in others. While he dared not. He stepped back to let her in, and she followed him into the sitting-room like a small, subdued dog at his heels. He closed the door and they stood facing each other in the filtered light of a drab September afternoon. The room was very quiet. They were alone, his mother reluctantly and full of disapproval of his request, leaving them to themselves. Emotions to see. Matthew clenched his hands against them. "So, what did you want from me?" She came forward a fraction, a small movement of appeal. "Oh, Matthew." Tears had begun trickling gently down her cheeks. He was in danger of being disarmed by them. He didn't want to look at them, so lowered his eyes, remembered all the crying he too had done. The pain remembered was becoming insufferable. "Matthew, don't turn away." That he'd take her in his arms, soothe away all the sorrow she was displaying, tell her it was all right, that he forgave her and wanted only to take her back as though nothing had happened. For himself that he knew how close he was. But he'd grown embittered. Her tears, they weren't for him. She wasn't hurting for him. Only for herself. Had always only ever thought of herself. Rationality seemed to spear through his body, but its searing pain was his only salvation. He kept hearing Jenny saying, "It's nothing to do with me." But it was everything to do with her. Rationality, security, trust. He could trust Jenny. He could never trust Susan, ever again. When he did speak, his voice seemed to be conveying every vestige of that agony spearing him. It was an effort to talk at all. "I'm sorry too, Susan. I can't have you back. I know I can't. You see—" He stopped as her eyes opened wide with terror. His immediate instinct was to grab her to him, to stop that awful look of desolation. Fighting it, he shut his own eyes so as not to see how she was looking at him. "I need to trust someone," he heard himself saying. With an effort, he pulled himself together, willed himself to look at her while trying to keep the mirror of his soul close to her. It made his stare harder than he intended. He saw her shrink back a little, the gesture almost destroying his resolve, until he remembered again the agony she had caused him over the years of wanting her. "You see," he began again, "it wouldn't be any good. Not now." "Matthew, no." He pushed on, ignoring the cry. "The first sign of anything not going your way, any inconvenience, any outside temptation, and you'd be off again.
It's not your fault. It's how you are. When we married, I had no idea. All I knew was I loved you, adored you, thought you could do no wrong, that you were perfect. But it wasn't enough, was it? I couldn't hold you. I'll never be able to hold you. She'd been gazing up at him, the dawning of what he was saying growing apparent in her gaze, but her protest came in a wail of disbelief. I don't know what you're saying, Matthew. I know I was wrong. I am sorry. I'll make it up to you. I will. I still love you. I'll make up everything to you. He wanted to counter, what about Crawley? But that would be dragging it down to the level of a slanging match. Suddenly he wanted to be rid of her. He was beginning to feel unsteady, shaky, a dull nausea in the pit of his stomach. He wanted to sit down, but he dared not. I want you to go. His voice sounded hoarse, strangled. Matthew! Her eyes suddenly hardened, narrowed with suspicion. Is it someone else? He almost laughed. It's that Jenny Ross. You've fallen in love with her, haven't you? You don't want me now. He didn't reply. Every word she said seemed to be driving her further from him. He couldn't believe that he could ever not that she could say Jenny's name with such contempt. Jenny could make 6 of her, ever willing to take on his burden of fears, his indecisions, without bidding. Like some other self, he was astounded by his own words, their harshness. All at once the past had become another country. He held her look of disbelief, aware that his was arid. She took a step or two towards him, her expression still one of abject pleading, but his arid stare remained a wall of glass. Realization began to dawn on her, and she gave a small, defeated sob, turning from him like a rabbit released from a car's headlight. She had no idea how near she had come, run after her, but he let the moment pass. Chapter 30. It was the dim light of October making her feel low. Jenny's knife and fork lay idle, each side of her plate, although she gripped them as though gripping a pair of lifelines. I suppose I do, in a way. You and he might spend more time with each other. We already do. You know what I mean. Her mother hadn't once lifted her eyes from her plate. Jenny knew exactly what she meant. It was a pity Matthew didn't. For days he had been moping indoors. Off duty this weekend, she'd gone over to his house yesterday, been heartily welcomed in by his parents, invited to stay for a bit of tea with them. But seeing Matthew's obdurate expression of moodiness, his apparent lack of joy at seeing her, wrapped up as he was in his own sullen grief of his lost marriage, she'd felt a flush of anger. I'm sure I don't know what he's going to do, she said to her mother a little sharply. Are you going to see him after dinner? A ring of the doorbell interrupted an awkward denial. Oh, I'm a free agent, you see. Nothing to rush back home for. Of course, there's surgery in the morning, but it only takes a few hours in the car to get back to Bath, so I thought, why not look out? Somehow she didn't want to go through lots of introductions and explanations to Mumsy. We can take a walk and you can tell me about yourself and why you're here. He was looking embarrassed. Perhaps I'd better go, Jenny. I didn't mean to. No, she cut in. I'll only be a tick. I'd like to know how you are. After all, it was only polite. She couldn't turn him away. She closed the door gently, so as not to seem rude, and hurried back along the hall. She felt flustered, not from renewed affection, but by the fact that Matthew might have... Did it matter what he thought? Didn't you ask her in, dear? Her mother, coming from the dining-room, regarded her a little bemusedly as Jenny quickly gathered her coat from the skeletal stand. Minded,
You'd best take a brolly with you." To appease her, Jenny grabbed one of the 2 umbrellas sticking out at an angle from the guardrail around the foot of the coat stand. "Don't be out too long, dear." Her mother's plaintive departing call followed her as she made towards the door. "You don't want to get wet, and bring her in when you get back." She has to get straight back home, as he conducted her, guiding her, before she realised it, away from the main road from where he'd obviously come. Still confused by him turning up like this out of the blue, it did not dawn on her, until they'd gone some way, that this would not have been the route she would have consciously chosen. She took a quick glance up at Matthew's house as they passed it, but there was no sign of life. Jenny breathed a small, Jenny said as he paused. "I don't know why I'm telling you all this," he went on. "After the divorce, I began thinking again about you, wondering if you'd got married. I found out the hospital you're working in and that you're still single, and I thought, there might be a chance for you and me to, well, perhaps pick up where we left off. The war's over. Things are..." So there had been a method in his coming here. They'd gone some distance when the first tiny droplet of rain made itself felt on the back of her hand. Jenny welcomed it with a stab of utter relief. "It's starting to rain. I'd better be getting back," she said, just a little too enthusiastically. She turned to him. "Ronald, there is someone, you see. I'm going out with someone." It wasn't exactly an untruth, was it? She and Matthew... friends? Not lovers. No proposal. But there was always hope. "We're more or less going steady," she said. Working the rest of the week, there'd been no chance to see Matthew. Most of the time, Jenny's mind was centred on Ronald Whittaker and the heartbreaking disappointment that had showed on his face when she had to lie to him. Yes, it had been a lie. Matthew no more wanted her than he had wanted his divorce. She found herself dreading her next evening off duty when she'd have to pop over to see him, imagining his off-handed greeting. But she couldn't avoid going. They were friends. She'd been so sorry for Ronald as he walked her back to her gate that she'd leaned towards him and given his cheek a brief, consoling peck, purely on impulse. He had read its message clear enough, for time's sake. He'd murmured, then, "Be happy, Jenny." With that, he had walked away, leaving her standing there, with tears misting her eyes. Outside, children had a large bonfire going. The stink of burning wood, rubber and old furniture, and the acrid tang of saltpetre hung in the air. But Jenny no longer noted it, the look on Mrs. Ward's face alarming her. "Is anything wrong?" she asked as she was let in. Mrs. Ward lowered her voice, hovering with her in the spacious hallway. "It's Matthew. Perhaps you can do something with him. He's hardly spoken 2 words to us, and then only to snap at us. Even his father's becoming angry with him, and his father is normally a mild-mannered, understanding man. Neither of us know what to do with him." "What's wrong with him?" Jenny whispered back in the same conspiratorial undertone. "We just don't know. He won't tell us. If we ask, he just snaps at us, tells us to mind our own business." Mrs. Ward never swore, not even in quoting. She loathed the mildest epithet in her hearing, much less her home. Jenny smiled to herself. She'd heard some ripe ones from Matthew before now, had heard some even riper ones from soldiers wounded and in pain. Mrs. Ward should have been a nurse. That would have broadened her mind. Jenny's smile, a tiny one that Mrs. Ward hadn't even noticed, though the hallway was brightly lit, vanished as fast as it came, and she turned her thoughts to what she was telling her. "He's in his room. He must have seen you coming up the path, but he hasn't even come down. I just don't know what's wrong with him." Jenny followed her into the lounge, returning Mr. Ward's nod of welcome. He sat in an armchair by a low fire lit against the growing autumn damp. though it was not cold enough yet to warrant a larger blaze. He'd been reading an evening paper, now folded on his knees. At Jenny's entrance, he half rose, then sat back down again. With a regular visitor, there was no call to stand on ceremony. His whole mien held a defeated look about it. "Park yourself, Jenny," he muttered, his terminology so like his son's, a breath of fresh air compared with his wife's self-conscious articulation. "Is Matthew coming down?" Jenny asked, as she sat herself on the sofa. It was him she had come to see, not his parents. The room had an odd atmosphere to it, without him, almost as though he no longer lived there. She felt uncomfortable, an interloper. "Hope so," his father returned. "Call him, Lillian. Say Jenny's here." "He knows she's here," she snapped. "Then tell him again." It was unlike him. Jenny could sense the tension, the anger, the bewilderment that resided here, a tendency to bicker at the slightest provocation, something they'd never have done under normal circumstances. Yes, Matthew, since returning home, had been hard to deal with. The careless and debonair youth gone for good, in his place an embittered man tormented by evil memories. He was bound to be edgy and perverse. But not like this. Jenny heard his mother call up, but there was no reply. "Should I try?" she said awkwardly, as Mrs. Ward came back into the room, her face tight with annoyance and embarrassment. "You can if you like. Try knocking on his door." It was a privilege Mrs. Ward allowed no caller. To explore her upper floors was not their business. There was a significance in this acceptance. "I think he might talk to you, tell you what's the matter with him." The newspaper rustled on Mr. Ward's knees. "You being a nurse, Jenny, if you can't pull him round, who can?" What could she say? She nodded and got up from the sofa, wishing she was in here to Guy Fawkes' celebrations. The room smelled slightly of cigarette smoke, and she noticed a nearby empty packet of cigarettes on the bedside table cabinet next to a saucer acting as an ashtray with several butts in it. Jenny doubted whether there were any actual ashtrays in the whole house. He shouldn't have been smoking, hadn't done so, at least since his illness. It was detrimental to anyone recently recovering from such a condition. It spoke of rebellion. But what rebellion? She ignored the packet and sat on the foot of his bed, looking at him across this rather spacious bedroom. Seeing them, she felt a thrill of love pass through her. She got up and went across to him. "Matthew," she whispered. She touched his shoulder, surprised and alarm held in granite, exactly as his mother's sometimes appeared when in a dilemma. There was nothing for it but to force him to turn away from the window where he seemed to be staring out. It were not she, but someone else who stood there. Then he blinked, seemed to come back to himself, recognise who it was standing beside him. "Jenny." What was he talking about? "Who?" she interrupted weakly. "The chap you were out with last week." Oh, God! Ronald Whittaker. Matthew had seen them together, must have watched them come back, watched them embrace. It was imperative to explain. She started, but he wasn't listening, was still talking. "I don't blame you, Jenny. What have I got to offer someone like you?" "It's not like that, Matthew," she blurted out, but he still wasn't listening. "I really don't." Her heart plummeted in shock and misery. He stopped suddenly, his expression like one of desperation. It confused her. It also dawned on her that he was denying just too vehemently this love he was supposed not to have for her. What was it Shakespeare wrote? "The lady doth protest too much, methinks." Matthew, too, was protesting too much. He did love her. From its downward flight, her heart was lifting up, a soaring bird within her breast. "Oh, darling, it was someone I knew years ago. He came looking for me. I told him I felt nothing for his features. But she must be the one to say it. She knew. She didn't hesitate a single second. The only person I love is you, Matthew. It's always been you," arms, hearing him whispering fiercely to her. "You don't know how I felt seeing you down there with someone else. You'll never know. That feeling of jealousy. That's when I knew. For the first time, I really knew." He didn't have to say it. She knew as well. Whichever his mood called for, there would also be the happy times, the loving moments, the quiet times. "I love you," she murmured for the pair of them. She felt him nod against her cheek before he kissed her, and knew he felt the same way about her, and it didn't matter that he did not put it into words. It would be Mattie's first time. She might be a little scared, but with a packet of handheld sparklers, Mattie could be gently coaxed into holding one to watch their fairy-like corona of sparks darting out like stars. This would soon inure her to the noise and the gleeful shouts as skyrockets whooshed up into the dark heavens. It was in triumph that she and Matthew came downstairs and into the room where his parents waited in tense vigilance. It felt wonderful to witness their utter delight in seeing the smile on his face, his arm around her. "We're taking Mattie out to see the fireworks," he said simply, and for once his mother did not upbraid him for not calling his daughter Matilda. Matilda sat half asleep in one of the armchairs, a little unnerved by the bangs and cracks outside. Jenny hadn't noticed her in the fraught moments earlier on, but now she was roused, still sleepy, and had her coat and hat put on, while Jenny made off down to the shop in Mare Street to buy the packet of sparklers. On the way, she stopped off to tell her mother the news that Matthew had declared he loved her. Well, declared as much as he dared. Matthew stood by the school railings, muffled in overcoat and scarf against the December cold, watching the children spilling out of the dim building into a sleet-spattered playground as the muffled echoes of the handbell ringing home time died away inside. He thought of the night nearly 4 weeks ago, when he and Jenny had stood together with Mattie watching the fireworks and the bonfire, Jenny holding tightly onto her as she screamed in initial fright at the sudden noises, coaxing her to hold a sparkler by its thin stick between her small fingers until alarmed cries turned to squeals of delight. At 5 years old, Mattie had suffered no fear of war. Her only trauma seemed to be the school where she had been started in September. She hadn't adjusted to it as well as she'd been expected to, and would throw herself into her grandmother's arms on coming out, saying she hated everyone there. The children were noisy and rough. The teachers frightened her. Every morning she burst into tears, fighting every inch of the way as she had been taken there, sometimes saying she felt sick, until on several occasions her grandmother relented and brought her home again. Jenny had expressed concern. "There's something worrying her." "Other kids cope," Matthew had said. "Mattie's not other kids, Matthew. She was taken from her mother, though she was too young to understand, and it must have been unsettling. She's only been with her grandparents all this time. Then suddenly she had to adjust to a total stranger she is told is her father. And now she's whipped off to a school full of strangers and expected to cope. No, Matthew, she's not like other kids." For a moment the old ache had welled up inside him, thinking how like her mother Mattie was, wilful, at times almost uncontrollable, quick to burst into tears. Yet she could be so charming, endearing herself to everyone at first glance. She was so much like Susan, in ways and looks, that it tore him apart to watch her. Jenny was right. He often found himself actually avoiding her, so as to lessen the pain it gave him. "She'll just have to learn to adapt. We all have to learn that," he had said, remembering that he too had had to adapt over the years after knowing only a youth full of being mollycoddled. It had come as a shock. But Jenny had been firm. A child's view of things is different to ours. We know we have to put up with what comes or go under. We learn to fight adversity. A child doesn't even know what adversity is, only that those of the lurid flames leaping high into the air from the bonfire. Jenny had given a visible shudder. "She's had enough of this. I think I have as well." They'd walked back down the road towards his house, Matty walking between them, each holding her hand. She had seemed happier away from the violent fun, enjoying the fireworks from a distance. Small rockets had streaked thinly up into the sky over the rooftops, dimmed by bright streetlights before which the once practically touchable moon and the pure discs of stars receded. The very young, protectively shepherded by a tweed-skirted, motherly teacher into the chill afternoon, already gathering into dusk. They were followed closely by exuberant old with the mud of clogged playing fields clinging to them, laces already coming unravelled. Taking leave of their teacher, the younger children ducked in and out of the bigger ones, seeking mothers who stood in groups with craning necks to collect their offspring. Matthew stood a little apart from them, the only man, looking for his child. He saw her moving sedately among the others, small, neat figure in her blue overcoat, her short, dark, curly hair peeping from under the small brim of her blue school hat. Blue suited her, as it had suited her mother. Swallowing the lump that came into his throat, Matthew called out to her. Catching sight of him, her face lit up, but she walked across the playground and out of the gate to him with all the nonchalance of one having survived a traumatic experience and come off triumphant. The first time ever he calculated with pride in his daughter's achievement. She looked up at him with those great soulful blue eyes, so like her mother's. "Are you taking me home today, Daddy?" "Yes, Matty," he replied, love swelling within him as he gazed down at her, that love filling every dark place her mother's going had left inside him. She would fill it every day from now on, she and Jenny between them. By them he would survive. "I'm taking you home."
"Is Jenny going to be there?"
"Yes, she'll be there."
Jenny had come over early. They had talked while his mother had taken Matty to school, for once without tears, with Jenny, he guessed he was always called her Jenny, promising to bring her sweeties if she didn't cry. "And next week I'll go to school and wait for you to bring you home. Is that all right?" And Matty had squealed that it was, and had taken her grandmother's hand almost with enthusiasm. Jenny was good for her, would always be good for her. "And you should call her Jenny, not Jen," he said solemnly. "Or if you like, you could call her Mummy." Matty thought for a moment, regarding him steadily. "I like Mummy. It's easier." Matthew felt a small pang for her. She'd never truly known her real mother, had she? She was looking up at him, her mind gone entirely off names. "Can we go home now, Daddy? I'm cold." Home. He held her hand as he led her to the car, which was warmer than having to walk in this weather. Home. By Christmas it would be a new home, his and Jenny's home, paid for from the trust fund he'd been given on his 21st birthday, put away to accrue interest through the years, once intended for him and Susan. That was in the past now. The rest of the money would go to resuscitating the partnership.
his father's wedding present to him, saying he himself was too old to manage alone any more. From now on, the past would be put aside, only the future of importance. He held out a hand and felt the soft fragility of Mattie's small fingers twine around his, trusting, possessive, confident of both present and future. What of the future, he mused, as they went towards the waiting car. 2 weeks from now he would be married. In 2 weeks' time he would begin his life anew, perhaps regain a small part of what he had lost, after all those promises, so carelessly made so long ago, so lightly taken for granted. He knew better now. He would make new promises to himself now, would never again take them all for granted, but he knew it would never again be quite the same. Guiding his daughter to the car, he opened the rear door for her to scramble gratefully in. Then he went around the front, slid into the driver's seat, started the engine, and pressed down on the accelerator with a force that made the thing roar wildly into life, driving off sharply enough to toss Mattie back into her seat with a delighted giggle. Please contact your local library.